Chapter 11 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 11. The hope of meeting with more consideration in the family, inspirited Ellis with a wish, hitherto unfelt, of contributing to the purposed entertainment. The part which she had been obliged to undertake, was too prominent to be placed in the background, and the whole performance must be flat, if not ridiculous, unless Lady Townly were a principal person. She read over, therefore, repeated, and studied the character, with an attention more alive to its meaning, style, and diversities; and the desire which animated all that she attempted, of doing with her best means whatever unavoidably must be done, determined her to let no effort in her power be wanting, to enliven the representation. The lateness of this resolution made her application for its accomplishment so completely fill up her time, that not a moment remained for those fears of self-deficiency, with which diffidence and timidity enervate the faculties, and often, in sensitive minds, rob them of the powers of exertion. When the hour of exhibition approached, and she was summoned to the apartment destined for the green room, universal astonishment was produced by her appearance. It was not from her dress. They had seen, and already knew it to be fanciful and fashionable. Nor was it the heightened beauty which her decorations displayed. This, as she was truly lovely, was an effect that they expected. But it was from the ease with which she wore her ornaments, the grace with which she set them off, the elegance of her deportment, and an air of dignified modesty, that spoke her not only accustomed to such attire, but also to the good breeding and refined manners, which announce the habits of life to have been formed in the superior classes of society. Selina, as she opened the door, exultingly called out, "Look! look! only look at Ellis! Did you ever see anything in the world so beautiful?" Ireton, to whom dress, far more than feature or complexion, presented attraction, exclaimed, "By my soul, she's as handsome as an angel!" Elinor, thus excited, came forward, but seemed struck speechless. They now all flocked around her, and Mrs Maple, staring, cried, "Why, who did you get to put your things on for you?" When suddenly, recollecting the new account which she had herself given, and caused to be spread of this young person, she forced a laugh, and added, "Bless me, Miss Ellis, if I had not quite forgotten whom I was speaking to! Why should not Miss Ellis know how to dress herself as well as any other young lady?" "Why, indeed," said Miss Bydel, "it makes a prodigious change, a young lady's turning out a young lady, instead of a common young woman. I've seen a good many of the Ellises. Pray, ma'am, does your part of the family come from Yorkshire, or Devonshire? For I should like to know." "And if there were any gentlemen of your family with you, ma'am, in foreign parts," said Mr Scope, "I should be glad to have their opinion of this convention now set up in France. For as to ladies, though they are certainly very pleasing, they are but indifferent judges in the political line, not having, ordinarily, heads of that sort. I speak without offence, inferiority of understanding being no defect in a female." "Well, I thought from the first," said young Gooch, "and I said it to sisters, that the young lady was a young lady, by her travelling and that. But pray, ma'am, did you ever look on, to see that Mr Robert Speer mow down his hundreds, like a grass in a hay field? We should not much like it if they were to do so in England; but the French have no spirit. They are but a poor set, except their generals, or the like of that. And for them, they'll fight you like so many lions. They are afraid of nobody." "By what I hear, ma'am," said Mr Stubbs, "a gentleman, in that country, may have rents due to the value of thousands, and hardly receive a frog, as one may say, an acre." While thus her fellow performers surrounded the Incognita, Harleigh alone held back, absorbed in contemplating the fine form which a remarkably light and pretty robe now first displayed, and the beautiful features, and animated complexion, which were set off to their utmost lustre, by the waving feathers, and artificial flowers, which were woven into her soft, glossy, luxuriant brown hair. But though he forbore offering her any compliments, he no sooner observed that she was seized with a sudden panic, upon a servant's announcing, that the expected audience, consisting of some of the principal families of Sussex, was arrived, than he addressed, and endeavoured to encourage her. 'I am aware, Sir,' she said, 'that it may seem rather like vanity than diffidence for one situated as I am to feel any alarm; for, as I can have raised no expectations, what have I to fear from giving any disappointment? Nevertheless, now the time is come, the attempt grows formidable. It must seem so strange, so wondrous strange, to those who know not how little my choice has been consulted.' She was interrupted, for all was ready; and Harleigh was summoned to open the piece by the famous question, 'Why did I marry?' The fright which now had found its way into the mind of the new Lady Townly, augmented every moment till she appeared; and it was then so great as nearly to make her forget her part, and occasion what, hesitatingly, she was able to utter, to be hardly audible, even to her fellow performers. The applause excited by her beauty, figure, and dress, only added to her embarrassment. She with difficulty kept to her post, and finished her first scene with complete self discontent. Elinor, who watched her throughout it, lost all admiration of her exterior attractions, from contempt of her feeble performance. But her second scene exhibited her in another point of view. Her self displeasure worked her up to exertions that brought forth the happiest effects; and her evident success produced ease, by inspiring courage. From this time, her performance acquired a wholly new character. It seemed the essence of gay intelligence, of well bred animation, and of lively variety. The grace of her motions made not only every step but every turn of her head remarkable. Her voice modulated into all the changes that vivacity, carelessness, pride, pleasure, indifference, or alarm demanded. Every feature of her face spoke her discrimination of every word; while the spirit which gave a charm to the whole, was chastened by a taste the most correct; and while though modest, she was never awkward; though frightened, never ungraceful. A performance such as this, in a person young, beautiful, and wholly new, created a surprise so powerful, and a delight so unexpected, that the play seemed soon to have no other object than Lady Townly, and the audience to think that no other were worth hearing or beholding; for though the politeness exacted by a private representation secured to every one an apparent attention, all seemed vapid and without merit in which she was not concerned; while all wore an air of interest in which she bore the smallest part, and she soon never spoke, looked, nor moved, but to excite pleasure, admiration, and applause, amounting to rapture. Whether this excellence were the result of practice and instruction, or a sudden emanation of general genius, accidentally directed to a particular point, was disputed by the critics amongst the audience; and disputed, as usual, with the greater vehemence, from the impossibility of obtaining documents to decide, or direct opinion. But that which was regarded as the highest refinement of her acting, was a certain air of inquietude, which was discernible through the utmost gaiety of her exertions, and which, with the occasional absence and sadness, that had their source in her own disturbance, was attributed to deep research into the latent subject of uneasiness belonging to the situation of Lady Townly. This, however, was nature which would not be repressed, not art, that strove to be displayed. But no pleasure excited by her various powers, approached to the pleasure which they bestowed upon Harleigh, who could look at, could listen to her alone. To himself he lost all power of doing justice; wrapt up in the contemplation of an object thus singular, thus excelling, thus mysterious, all ambition to personally shining was forgotten. He could not fail to speak his part with sense and feeling; he could not help appearing fashioned to represent a man of rank and understanding; but that address which gives life and meaning to every phrase, that ingenuity which beguiles the audience into an illusion, which for the current moment inspires the sympathy due to reality; that skill which brings forth on the very instant all the effect which, to the closet reader, an author can hope to produce from reflection; these, the attributes of good acting, and for which his taste, his spirit, and his judgment all fitted him, were now, from slackened self-attention, beyond his reach, though within his powers. At a public theatre, such an actress might have proved a spur to have urged the exertions of competition. In this private one, where success, except to vanity, was unimportant, her merit was, to Harleigh, an absorbent that occupied, exclusively, all his faculties. In the last act, where Lady Townly becomes serious, penitent, and pathetic, the new actress appeared to yet greater advantage. The state of her mind accorded with distress, and her fine speaking eyes, her softly touching voice, her dejected air, and penetrating countenance, made quicker passage to the feelings of her auditors, even than the words of the author. All were moved, tears were shed from almost every eye, and Harleigh, affected and enchanted, at the moment of the peace making, took her hand with so much eagerness, and pressed it to his lips with so much pleasure, that the rouge, put on for the occasion, was paler than the blushes which burnt through it on her cheeks. He saw this, and, checking his admiration, relinquished with respect the hand which he had taken nearly with rapture. When the play was over, and the loudest applause had marked its successful representation, the company arose to pay their compliments to Mrs Maple. Lady Townly then, followed by every eyes, was escaping from bearing her share in the bursts of general approbation, when a youth of the most engaging appearance, and evidently of high fashion, sprang over the forms, to impede her retreat, and to pour forth the highest encomiums upon her performance, in well-bred though enthusiastic language, with all the eager vivacity of early youth, which looks upon moderation as insipidity, and measured condemnation as want of feeling. Though confused by being detained, Ellis could not be angry, for there was no impertinence in his fervour, no familiarity in his panegyric; and though his speech was rapid, his manners were gentle. His eulogy was free from any presumption of being uttered for her gratification. It seemed simply the uncontrollable ebullition of ingenuous gratitude. Surprised still more than all around her, at the pleasure which she found she had communicated, some share of it now stole insensibly into her own bosom; and this was by no means lessened by seeing her youthful new admirer soon followed by a lady still younger than himself, who called out, 'Do you think, brother, to monopolize Miss Ellis?' And, with equal delight, and nearly equal ardour, she joined in the acknowledgements made by her brother, for the entertainment which they had received, and both united in declaring that they should never endure to see or hear any other Lady Townly. There was a charm, for there seemed a sincerity in this youthful tribute of admiration, that was highly gratifying to the new actress; and Harleigh thought he read in her countenance the soothing relief experienced by a delicate mind, from meeting with politeness and courtesy, after a long endurance of indignity or neglect. Almost everybody among the audience, one by one, joined this little set, all eager to take a nearer view of the lovely Lady Townly, and availing themselves of the opportunity afforded by this season of compliment, for examining more narrowly whom it was that they addressed. Mrs Maple, meanwhile, suffered the utmost perplexity. Far from foreseeing an admiration which thus bore down all before it, she had conceived that, the piece once finished, the actress would vanish, and be thought of no more. Nor was she without hope, in her utter disdain of the stranger, that the part thus given merely by necessity, would be so ill represented, as to disgust her niece from any such frolics in future. But when, on the contrary, she found that there was but one voice in favour of this unknown performer; when not all her own pride, nor all her prejudice, could make her blind to that performer's truly elevated carriage and appearance; when every auditor flocked to her, with 'Who is this charming Miss Ellis? Present us to this incomparable Miss Ellis?' She felt covered with shame and regret, though compelled, for her own credit, to continue repeating, that she was a young lady of family who had passed over with her from the continent. Provoked, however, she now followed the crowd, meaning to give a hint to the Incognita to retire. But she had the mortification of hearing her gallant new enthusiast pressing for her hand, in a cotillion, which they were preparing to dance; and though the stranger gently, yet steadily, was declining his proposition, Mrs Maple was so much frightened and irritated that such a choice should be in her power, that she called out impatiently, 'My lord, we must have some refreshments before the dancing. Do pray, Lady Aurora Granville, beg Lord Melbury to come this way, and take something.' The young lord and lady, with civil but cold thanks, that spoke their dislike of this interference, both desired to be excused. But great was their concern, and universal throughout the apartment was the consternation, upon observing Miss Ellis change colour, and sink upon a chair, almost fainting. Harleigh, who had strongly marked the grace and dignity with which she had received so much praise, now cast a glance of the keenest indignation at Mrs Maple, attributing to her rude interruption of the little civilities so evidently softening to the stranger, this sudden indisposition. But Mrs Maple either saw it not, or did not understand it, and seized, with speed, the opportunity of saying, that Miss Ellis was exhausted by so much acting, and of desiring that some of the maids might help her to her chamber. Elinor stood suspended, looking not at her, but at Harleigh. Every one else came forward with inquiry, fans, or sweet-scented vials; but Ellis, a little reviving, accepted the salts of Lady Aurora Granville, and, leaning against her waist, which her arm involuntarily encircled, breathed hard and shed a torrent of tears. 'Why don't the maids come?' cried Mrs Maple. 'Selina, my dear, do call them. Lady Aurora, I am quite ashamed. Miss Ellis, what are you thinking of, to lean so against her ladyship? Pray, Mr Ireton, call the maids for me.' 'Call no one, I beg!' cried Lady Aurora. 'Why should I not have the pleasure of assisting Miss Ellis?' And, bending down, she tried better to accommodate herself to the ease and relief of her new acquaintance, who appeared the more deeply sensible of her kindness, from the ungenerous displeasure which it evidently excited in Mrs Maple. And when, in some degree recovered, she rose to go, she returned her thanks to Lady Aurora with so touching a softness, with tearful eyes, and in a voice so plaintive, that Lady Aurora, affected by her manner, and charmed by her merit, desired still to support her; and, entreating that she would hold by her arm, begged permission of Mrs Maple to accompany Miss Ellis to her chamber. Mrs Maple recollecting, with the utmost confusion, the small and ordinary room allotted for Ellis, so unlike what she would have bestowed upon such a young lady as she now described for her fellow voyager, found no resource against exposing it to Lady Aurora, but that of detaining the object of her compassionate admiration. She stammered, therefore, out, that as Miss Ellis seemed so much better, there could be no reason why she should not stay below, and see the dance. Ellis gladly courtsied her consent; and the watchful Harleigh, in the alacrity of her acceptance, rejoiced to see a revival to the sentiments of pleasure, which the acrimonious grossness of Mrs Maple had interrupted. Lord Melbury now took the hand of Selina, and Harleigh that of Lady Aurora. Elinor would not dance, but, seating herself, fixed her eyes upon Harleigh, whose own were almost perpetually wandering to watch those of his dramatic consort. Since the first scene in which the stranger had so ill entered into the spirit of Lady Townly's character, Elinor had ceased to deem her worthy of observation; and, giving herself up wholly to her own part, had not witnessed the gradations of the improvements of Ellis, her rising excellence, nor her final perfection. In her own representation of Lady Wronghead, she piqued herself upon producing new effects, and had the triumph, by her cleverness and eccentricities, her grotesque attitudes and attire, and an unexpected and burlesque manner of acting, to bring the part into a consequence of which it had never appeared susceptible. Happy in the surprise and diversion she occasioned, and constantly occupied how to augment it, she only learnt the high success of Lady Townly by the bursts of applause, and the unbounded admiration and astonishment which broke forth from nearly every mouth, the instant that the audience and the performers were united. Amazed, she turned to Harleigh to examine the merits of such praise. But Harleigh, no longer silent, cautious, or cold, was himself one of the admiring throng; and so openly, and with an air of so much pleasure, that she could not catch his attention for any critical discussion. After 2 country dances, and 2 cotillons, the short ball was broken up, and Lady Aurora hastened to seat herself by Miss Ellis, and Lord Melbury to stand before and to converse with her, followed by all the youthful part of the company, to whom she seemed the sovereign of a little court which came to pay her homage. Harleigh grew every instant more enchanted; for, as she discoursed with her 2 fervent new admirers, her countenance brightened into an animation so radiant, her eyes became so lustrous, and smiles of so much sweetness and pleasure embellished every feature, that he almost fancied he saw her now for the first time, though her welfare, or her distress, had for more than a month chiefly occupied his mind. 'Who art thou?' thought he, as incessantly he contemplated her. 'Where hast thou thus been formed? And for what art thou designed?' Supper being now announced, Mrs Maple commissioned Harleigh to lead Lady Aurora down stairs; adding, with a forced smile of civility, that Miss Ellis must consult her health in retiring. 'Yes, ma'am, and Miss Ellis knows,' cried Lady Aurora, offering her arm, 'who is to be her chevalier.' Again embarrassed, Mrs Maple saw no resource against exposing her shabby chamber, but that of admitting its occupier to the supper table. She hastily, therefore, asked whether Miss Ellis thought herself well enough to sit up a little longer; adding, 'For my part, I think it will do you good.' 'The greatest!' cried Ellis, with a look of delight; and, to the speechless consternation of Mrs Maple, Lord Melbury, calling her the queen of the night, took her hand, to conduct her to the supper room. Ellis would have declined this distinction, but that the vivacity of her ardent new friend precipitated her to the staircase, ere she was aware that she was the first to lead the way thither. Gaily, then, he would have placed her in the seat of honour, as lady president of the evening; but, more now upon her guard, she insisted upon standing till the visitors should be arranged, as she was herself a resident in the house. Lord Melbury, however, quitted her not, and would talk to no one else; and finding that his seat was destined to be next to that of Mrs Maple, who called him to her side, he said that he never supped, and would therefore wait upon the ladies; and drawing a chair behind that of Ellis, he devoted himself to conversing with her, upon her part, upon the whole play, and upon dramatic works, French and English, in general, with the eagerness with which such subjects warm the imagination of youth, and with a pleasure which made him monopolize her attention. Harleigh listened to every word to which Ellis listened, or to which she answered; and scarcely knew whether most to admire her good sense, her intelligent quickness, her elegant language, or the meaning eyes, and varied smiles which she spoke before she spoke, and shewed her entire conception of all to which she attended. No one now could address her; she was completely engrossed by the young nobleman, who allowed her not time to turn from him a moment. Such honours shown to a pauper, a stroller, a vagabond, and all, in the present instance, from her own unfortunate contrivance, Mrs Maple considered as a personal disgrace; a sensation which was threefold increased when the party broke up, and Lady Aurora, taking the chair of her brother, rallied him upon the envy which his situation had excited; while, in the most engaging manner, she hoped, during her sojourn at Brighthelmstone, to frequently have the good fortune of taking her revenge. Then, joining in their conversation, she became so pleased, so interested, so happy, that twice Mrs Howel, the lady under whose care she had been brought to Lewes, reminded her ladyship that the horses were waiting in the cold, before she could prevail upon herself to depart; and even then that lady was forced to take her gently by the arm, to prevent her from renewing the conversation which she most unwillingly finished.
'Pardon me, dear madam,' said Lady Aurora, 'I am quite ashamed; but I hope, while I am so happy as to be with you, that you will yourself conceive a fellow feeling how difficult it is to tear oneself away from Miss Ellis.' 'What honour your ladyship does me!' cried Ellis, her eyes glistening; 'and oh! how happy you have made me!' 'How kind you are to say so!' returned Lady Aurora, taking her hand. She felt a tear drop upon her own, from the bent down eyes of Ellis. Startled and astonished, she hoped that Miss Ellis was not again indisposed. Smilingly, yet in a voice that denoted extreme agitation, 'Lady Aurora alone,' she answered, 'can be surprised that so much goodness, so unlooked for, so unexpected, should be touching.' 'O Mrs Maple!' cried Lady Aurora, in taking leave of that lady, 'what a sweet creature is this Miss Ellis!' 'Such talents, and a sensibility so attractive!' said Lord Melbury, 'never met before!' Ellis heard them, and with a pleasure that seemed exquisite, yet that died away the moment that they disappeared. All then crowded round her, who had hitherto abstained; but she drooped; tears flowed fast down her cheeks; she courtsied the acknowledgements which she could not pronounce to her complimenters and enquirers, and mounted to her chamber. Mrs Maple concluded her already so spoiled, by the praises of Lord Melbury and Lady Aurora Granville, that she held herself superior to all other; and the company in general imbibed the same notion. Many disdain, or affect to disdain, the notice of people of rank for themselves; but all are jealous of it for others. Not such was the opinion of Harleigh. Her pleasure in their society seemed to him no more than renovation to feelings of happier days. Who, thought he again, canst thou be? And why, thus evidently accustomed to grey society, why art thou thus strangely alone? Thus friendless? Thus desolate? Thus mysterious? End of chapter 11. Recording by Roxana Nazari.
Chapter 49 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 49. Juliet was making inquiries of the young workwomen, for a recommendation to some small lodging, when she was surprised by the receipt of a letter from Mrs Pearson, soliciting her company immediately at Lewes, where poor Flora, she said, was taken dangerously ill of a high fever, and was raving, continually, for Miss Ellis. A return post chaise, to the postillion of which Mrs Pearson had given directions to call at Mrs Hart's, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, would bring her for nearly nothing, if she would have so much charity as to come and comfort the poor girl; and Mrs Pearson would find a safe conveyance back at night, if Miss Ellis could not oblige them by sleeping at the house. But she hoped that Mrs Hart would not refuse to spare her from her work, for a few hours, as it might produce a favourable turn in the disorder. Juliet read this letter with real concern. Had she rescued the poor, weak, and wilful Flora from immediate moral, only to devote her to immediate physical, destruction? And what now could be devised for her relief? Her intellects were too feeble for reason; her temper was too petulant for entreaty. Nevertheless, the benevolent are easily urged to exertion; and Juliet would not refuse the summons of the distressed mother, while she could flatter herself that any possible means might be suggested for serving the self-willed, and half-witted, but innocent daughter. She set out, therefore, upon this plan, far from sanguine of success, but persuaded that the effort was a duty. By her own calculations from memory, she was arrived within about a mile of Lewes, when the horses suddenly turned down a narrow lane. She demanded of the postillion why he did not proceed straight forward. He answered, that he knew a short cut to the house of Mrs Pearson. Uneasy, nevertheless, at quitting thus alone the high road, she begged him to go the common way, promising to reward him for the additional time which it might require. But he drove on without replying, though, growing now alarmed, she called, supplicated, and menaced in turn. She looked from window to window, to seek some object to whom she might apply for aid. None appeared, save a man on horseback, whom she had already noticed from time to time near the side of the chaise, and to whom she was beginning to appeal, when she surprised him making signs to hurry on the postilion. She now believed the postilion himself to be leagued with some highwayman, and was filled with affright and dismay. The horses galloped on with increased swiftness, the horseman always keeping closely behind the chaise, till they were stopped by a small cart, from which Juliet had the joy to see two men alight, forced, by the narrowness of the road, to take off their horse, and drag back their vehicle. She eagerly solicited their assistance, and made an effort to open the chaise door. This, however, was prevented by the pursuing horseman, who, dismounting, opened it himself, and, to her inexpressible terror, sprung into the carriage. What, then, was her mingled consternation and astonishment, when, instead of demanding her purse, he gaily exclaimed, "Why are you frightened, you beautiful little creature?" And she saw Sir Lisle Sycamore. A change, but not a diminution of alarm, now took place, yet assuming a firmness that sought to conceal her fears. "Quit the chaise, Sir Lisle!" she cried, "instantly, or you will compel me to claim protection from those two men." "Protection, you pretty little vixen!" cried he, yet more familiarly. "Who should protect you like your own adorer?" Juliet, leaning out, as far as was in her power, from the chaise window, called with energy for help. "What do you mean?" cried he, striving to draw her back. "What are you afraid of? You don't imagine me such a blundering cavalier as to intend to carry you off by force?" The postilion was assisting the two men to fix their horse, for dragging back their cart; but her cries reached their ears, and one of them, advancing to the chaise, exclaimed, "Good now, if it is not Miss Ellis!" And, to her infinite relief and comfort, she beheld young Gooch. She entreated him to open the door, but, lulling his arms over it, without attending to her, he said, "Well, to see but how things turn out. Here I've been twice this very morning at your new lodgings, to tell you it's now or never, for our junket's to night, and the old gentlewoman that keeps the house, who's none of the good-naturedest, as I take it, would never let me get a sight of you, say what I would. And here, all of the sudden, when I was thinking of you no more than if you had never been born, I come pop upon you, as one might say, within cockcrow of our very door, all alone, with only the young Baronite." Nearly as much shocked now, as, the moment before, she had been relieved, Juliet eagerly declared, that she was not with anybody. She was simply going to lose upon business. "Why then," cried he, "the Baronite must be out his head, begging his pardon, to let you come this way, and the postilion as stupid as a post, for it's quite the contrary. It will lead you to you don't know where. We only turned down it ourselves, just to borrow a few glasses, of Farmer Barnes, because we've more mouths than we have got of our own. For I've invited all our club, which poor dad don't much like. He says I am but a bungler at saving money, any more than at getting it. But I am as rare a hand as any you know, far or near, says the old gentleman, for spending it. The old gentleman likes to say his say. However, I must not leave my horse to his gambols." Then nodding, still without listening to Juliet, he returned to his shay-cart. Juliet now unhasped the chaise door herself, and was springing from the carriage, when Sir Lisle, forcibly holding her, exclaimed, "What would you do, you lovely termagant? Would you make me pass for a devil of a ravisher? No, 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 you handsome little firebrand. Name your terms, and command me. I know you love me, and I adore you. Why then this idle cruelty to us both, to nature itself, and to beauty?' More and more indignant, Juliet uttered a cry for help, that immediately brought back young Gooch, who was followed by an elderly companion. Provoked and resentful, yet amazed and ashamed, the Baronet jumped out of the chaise, saying, with affected contempt, yet stronger pique, 'Yes, help, gentlemen, help! Come quick, quick! Miss Ellis is taken suddenly ill.' The insolent boldness of this appeal was felt only by Juliet, whose scorn, however potent, was less prevalent than her satisfaction, upon beholding her old friend Mr. Tedman. She descended to meet him, with an energetic 'Thank Heaven!' and an excess of gladness, not more tormenting to the Baronet than unexpected by himself. 'Well, this is very kind of you, indeed, my dear,' cried he, heartily shaking hands with her, 'to be so glad to see me, especially after the ungenteel way I was served in by your lodging gentlewoman, making no more ceremony than refusing to let me up, under cover that you saw no gentleman, though I told her what a good friend I had been to you, and how you learnt my daughter the musics, and how I used to bring you things, and lend you money, and that, and how I was willing enough to do the like again, put in case you was in need, but I might just as well have talked to the post, which huffed me a little, I own.' 'Oh, those old gentlewomen,' interrupted Gooch, 'are always like that. One can never make anything of 'em. I don't over like them myself, to tell you the truth.' Juliet assured them that, having no time but for business, her injunctions of non-admission had been uniform and universal, and ought not, therefore, to offend any one. She then requested Mr. Tedman to order that the postillion would return to the high road, which he had quitted against her positive direction, and to have the goodness to insist upon his driving her by the side of his own vehicle, till they reached Lewes. Tedman, looking equally important and elated, again heartily shook hands with her, and said, 'My dear, I'll do it with pleasure; or, I'll engage Tim to send off your shay, and I'll take you in his'n, put in case it will be more to your liking; for I am as little agreeable as you are, to letting them rascals of drivers get the better of me.' Juliet acceded to this proposal, in which she saw immediate safety, with the most lively readiness, entreating Mr. Tedman to complete his kindness, in extricating her from so suspicious a person, by paying him the half-crown, which she had promised him, for carrying her to Lewes. 'Half-a-crown!' repeated Mr. Tedman, angrily refusing to take it. 'It's too much by half, for coming such a mere step, put in case he did not put to o' purpose. You're just like the quality, and they're none of your sharpest, to throw away your money, and know neither the why nor the wherefore.' The Baronet, with a loud oath, said that the postillion was a scoundrel, for having offended the young lady, and menaced to inform against him, if he received a sixpence. The postillion made no resistance; the horses were taken off, and the chaise was drawn back to the high road. The little carriage belonging to young Gooch followed, into which Juliet, refusing all aid but from Mr. Tedman, eagerly sprang; and her old friend placed himself at her side, while Gooch took the reins. Sir Lisle looked on, visibly provoked, and when they were driving away, called out, in a tone between derision and indignation, 'Bravo, Mr. Tedman! You are still, I see, the happy man!' Young Gooch, laughing without scruple, smacked his horse, while Mr. Tedman angrily muttered, 'The quality always allows themselves to say anything. They think nothing of that. All's one to them whether one likes it or not.' The design of Juliet was, when safely arrived at the farm, which was within a very short walk of the town of Lewes, to beg a safe guide to accompany her to the house of Mrs. Pearson, where she resolved to pass the night, and whence she determined to write to Elinor, and solicit an interview, in which she meant to lay open her new difficulties, in the hope of reawakening some interest that might operate in her favour. To save herself from the vulgar forwardness of ignorant importunity, she forbore to mention her plan, till she alighted from the little vehicle, at the gate of the farmyard. 'Goodness, ma'am!' then cried young Gooch, 'you won't think of such a thing as going away, I hope, before you've well come? Why, our sport's all ready. Why, if you'll step a little this way, you may see the 3 sacks, that 3 of our men are to run a race in. There'll be fine scrambling and tumbling, one o' top o' the other. You'll laugh till you split your sides. And if you'll only come here, to the right, I'll shew you the sty where our pig is, that's to be caught by the tail. But it will be well soaped, I can tell you, so it will be no such easy thing.' Slightly thanking him, Juliet applied for aid in procuring her a conductor, to Mr. Tedman, who, though at first he pressed her to stay, as she might get a little amusement so pure cheap, since it would cost nothing but looking on, no sooner heard her pronounce that she was called away by business, than he ceased all opposition, and promised to take care of her to lose himself, when he'd just spoken a word or two to his cousin Gooch. 'For I can't go with you, my dear, only I and you know, without that,' he said, 'just upon coming, for fear it should put them upon joking, which I don't like, for all the quality's so fond of it. Besides which, I must give in my presence, for this little hamper's full of little odd things for the junket, and if I leave 'em out here, to the mercy of nobody knows who, somebody or other 'll be a pilfering, as sure as a gun, put in case they smoke what I've got in my hamper, and they're pretty quick at mischief.' Juliet supplicated him to be speedy. Pleased to have his services accepted, he put his hamper under his arm, and walked on to the house, mindless of the impatient remonstrances of young Gooch, who exclaimed, 'Why now, who'd have thought this of the Squire? It's doing just contrary, for he's the very person I thought would make you stay, for he's come, as one may say, half all purpose for your sake, for he never plump accepted of our invitation till I told him, in my letter, of my having invited of you, and then he said he would come.' Then, lowering his voice into a whisper, he added, 'Between ourselves, ma'am, the poor Squire, my good cousin, don't get much for his money at home, I believe. His daughter's got quite the top end, and she's none of your obligingest. She won't do one mortal thing he desires. She's been brought up at them fine boarding schools, with misses that hold up their heads so high that nothing's good enough for 'em. So she's always ashamed of her papa, because she says he's so mean, as he tells us. The poor Squire, my cousin, don't much like it, but he can't help himself. She's as exact like a fine lady as ever you see, and she won't speak a word to any of her poor relations, because they are so low, he says.' He then added, 'If you won't go while I'm gone, I'll give you as agreeable a surprise as ever you had in your life.' He ran on to the house. In a few minutes, Juliet felt something tickle the nape of her neck, and, imagining it to be an insect, she would have brushed it away with her hand, but received, between her fingers, a pink, and, looking round, saw Flora Pearson, nearly breathless from her efforts to smother a laugh. 'Is it possible?' cried Juliet, in great amazement. 'Miss Pearson! I thought you were ill in bed.' No further efforts were necessary to repress the laugh. Resentment rather than gravity took its place, and, with pouting lips, and a frowning brow, she answered, 'Ill? Yes, I have had enough to make me ill, that's sure. It's more a wonder by half that I ain't dead, for I cried so that my eyes grew quite little, and I looked quite a fright, and I grew so hoarse that nobody could tell a word I said, though I talked enough, I'm sure, for nothing can hinder me of my talking, if it was never so, papa says.' Juliet now, upon closer inquiry, learnt that Flora had neither had a fever, nor desired a meeting, and that Mrs. Pearson had neither written the letter, nor given any orders about a return post-chaise. The passing suspicions, which already had occurred to Juliet in disfavour of Sir Lisle Sycamore, returned now, with redoubled force. That he had made signs to the driver to quit the high road, however dismaying, she had attributed to sudden impulse, upon meeting her alone in a post-chaise, and had not doubted that, upon seeing the sincerity of her resentment, he would have retired with shame and repentance; but a plan, thus concerted, to get her into his power, changed apprehension into certainty, and indignation into abhorrence. The happy accident to which she owed her escape, even from the knowledge, till it was past, of her danger, she now blessed with rapture; and the junket, so disdained and rejected, she now felt that she could never recollect without grateful delight. But how return to Brighthelmstone? What vehicle find? How trust herself to any even when procured? She inquired of Flora whether it were possible that Mrs Pearson could grant her one night's lodging. The smiles, the dimples, and the good humour of the simple girl, all revived, and played about her pretty face at this request. 'O yes!' she cried. 'Miss Ellis, I shall be so glad to have you come; for mamma and I are so dull together that I am quite moped. I don't like it by half as well as I did the shop. So many smart gentlemen and ladies coming in and out every moment, dressed so nice, and speaking so polite. I'm obliged to wear all my worst things now, to save my others, mamma says, for fear of the expense. And it makes me not look as well by half, as I did at Miss Matson's. I looked well enough there, I believe, as people told me, at least the gentlemen. But I go such a dowd here, that it's enough to frighten you. I'm sure when I go to the glass, and that's 100 times a day for aught I know, if it were counted, to see what sort of a figure I make, I could break it with pleasure for seeing me such a disguise, for I look quite ugly unless I happen to be in my smilings.' This prattle was interrupted by a signal from Mr Tedman, that made Juliet hope that he was now ready to depart. But, upon approaching him, he only said, 'Come hither, my dear, and sit down a bit, upon this bench, for we can't go yet. I have not given all my presents, and I don't care to leave 'em,' winking significantly. 'Not that I mean to doubt any body, only it's as well have a sharp eye. We are all honestest with good looking after.' Juliet now was surrounded by young farmers, who offered her cakes or ale, and asked her hand for the ensuing dance, while young Gooch collected around him an admiring audience, to listen to his account, how he and the young gentlewoman, who was so pretty, had acted together in a play. Mr Tedman then bid her divine how his cousin Gooch was employed, and why the presents were not yet delivered; and upon her declared inability to conjecture, 'Would you believe it, my dear?' he cried, 'for all Tim drove us such a good round trot, the quality got the start of us, and now he's in the kitchen with cousin Gooch, taking a cup of ale.' The disturbance of Juliet at this intelligence he thought simply surprise, and continued, 'Nay, it was not easy to guess, sure enough. He must have rid over every thing, hedge, ditch, and the like; but your quality is not over mindful of other people's property. He's come to buy some hay. He come o' purpose, he says; and he's a mortal good customer, for he says nothing but, "Mighty well, that's very reasonable indeed. I thought it had been twice the price." Old Coz chuckles, I warrant him. Your quality's but a poor hand at a bargain. I would not employ 'em between you and I. They never know what they are about.' They were now joined by Mr Gooch, a hale, hearty, cherry-cheeked, dapper farmer, fair in all his dealings, and upright in all his principles, except when they had immediate reference to his professional profits. 'Well,' he cried, 'Squire,' rubbing his hands in great glee, 'I've had a good chapman enough here. I've often seen un at our races, but I little thought of having to chaffer with un. Hows'ever, one may have worse luck with one's money. I don't much understand business; but who's that pretty lass with ye, Squire? Some playmate, I warrant, of cousin Molly? And why did no cousin Molly come too? A'd ha' been a hearty welcome; and perhaps a'd ha' picked up a sweetheart.' 'Stop, father, stop!' cried young Gooch. 'I've something to say to you. You know how you've always stood to it, that you would not believe a word about all those battles, and guillotines, and the like, of Monsieur Robert Spear, in foreign parts, though I told you, over and over, that I had it from our club. Well,
Here's a person now here in your own grounds, that's seen it all with her own eyes, so if you don't believe it, never believe it as long as you live." "Like enough not, Tim," answered the father. "I do no much give my mind to believing all them outlandish fibs told by travellers. I can hear staring stories no by my fireside, and I ain't over friendly to believing 'em there. But bless my heart! For a man for to come, for to go, for to pretend telling me, because it be a great ways off, and I can't find un out, that there be a place where there comes a man who says, every morning of his life, as to many of his fellow creatures as a can set eyes on, whether they be man, woman, or baby, here, mount me 2 or 3 dozen o' you into that cart, and you go and have your heads chopped off, and that they'll make no more ado than go, only because they're bid. Why, if one will believe such staring stuff as that be, one may as well believe that the moon be made of cream cheese, and the like. There's no sense in such a set of lies. For life's life everywhere, even in France, though it be but a poor starving place, at best, without pasture, or cattle, or corn either, fit for a man to eat." "Ay, father, ay, but Bob Spear, as we call him at our club—" you're young, Tim," interrupted Mr. Gooch, "and your youngsters do believe everything. When you've sowed your wild oats, you'll know better. But we mustn't all be calves at the same time. And if there were none for to give milk, there'd be none for to suck. So it be all for the best. And that makes me for to take it the less to heart, when I do see you be such a gudgeon, Tim, with no more sense than to swallow neat down everything that do come in your way. But you'll never thrive, Tim, till you be like to what I be. People do tell such a peck of staring lies, that I do no believe, nor I won't no believe one mortal word by hearsay." "For my part," said Mr. Tedman, "I never inquire into all that, whether it be true, or whether it be false; because it's nothing to me either way, and one wastes a deal of time and idle curiosity, about things that don't concern one, put in case one can't turn them to one's profit." "That's true, coz," said Mr. Gooch. "For as to profit, there be none to come from foreign parts, for they be all main poor thereabout. For, they do tell me, that there be not a man among un as sets his eyes, above once in his life, or thereabout, upon a golden guinea. And as to roast beef and plum pudding, I do hear that they do no know the taste of such a thing, so that they be but a poor stinted race at best, for they can never come to their natural growth." "What then, you do believe what folks tell you sometimes, father?" cried the son, grinning. "To be sure I do, Tim, when they do tell me somewhat that be worth a man's hearing." They were now joined by Mr. Stubbs, who, seeing Juliet, was happy in the opportunity of renewing her favourite inquiries relative to the agricultural state of the continent. Mr. Gooch, extremely surprised, exclaimed, "Odd's heart! Why, sure such a young lass as that be, hadn't been across seas already. Why, I couldn't make out their gibberish, I warrant me; for it be such queer stuff that they do talk, I'll own, that there's no getting at what they be at, unless one larns to speak after the same guise, like to our boarding school misses. I've seen one or two on myself, that passed here about, but their manner o' talk was so out of the way, I could no make out a word they did say. 'T might all be Dutch for me, and I found 'em vast ignorant. They knew no more than my horse when land ought to be manured, from when it ought for to lie foul. I did ask un a many questions, but I could no answer me, for to be understood." "But for all that, Master Gooch," said Mr. Stubbs, "my late lord has told me that France is sincerely a fine country, if they knew how to make the most of it. But the waste lands are quite out of reason, for they are such a boggling set of farmers, that they grow nothing but what comes, as one may say, of itself." "France a fine country, Maister Stubbs? Well, that be a word I did no count to hear from a man of your sense. Why'n't be as poor a place as ye might wish to set eyes on, all overrun with weeds and frogs and the like. Why, ye be as Frenchified as Tim, making out them monsieurs to be a parcel of Jack the Giant killers, lopping off heads for mere play, as a body may say. However, here be one that's come to our hop, that be a finer spark than there be in all France, I warrant me. For I makes a bow as like to a Mounseer as if I was twin brother to un, and I was so ready to pay down his money handsomely, I could no but say a'd be welcome to our junket, for 'a says 'a does like such a thing more than all them new-fangled balls and concerts.' 'Oh, and you believe that upon hearsay, do you, father?' cried Tim, sneeringly. 'Yes, to be sure I do, Tim. When a man do say a thing that ha' got some sense in it, why should I no believe un, Tim?'
Juliet, who, from what had preceded, had concluded the baronet to be gone, earnestly now pressed Mr. Tedman to fulfil his kind engagement. But in vain. Mr. Gooch brought his best silver tankard, to insist upon his cousin's drinking success to the new purchase, that occasioned the junket; and Tim was outrageous at the proposal of retiring, just as the feats were going to commence.
'Before 5 minutes are over,' said he, 'the pig will begin.' 'Well,' answered Mr. Tedman, 'it is but a silly thing, to be sure, things of that sort, and I never give my mind to them; but still, as it's a thing I never saw, put in case you've no objections, we'll just stay for the pig, my dear.'
Flora, having now gathered that the quality meant Sir Lisle Sycamore, began dancing and singing, in a childish ecstasy of delight, that shewed her already, in idea, Lady Sycamore. Turning to Juliet with sudden and angry recollection, her smiles, gaiety, and capering, gave way to a bitter fit of crying, and she exclaimed,
'But if he is here, it will be nothing to me, I dare say, if Miss Ellis is here the while; for he won't look at me almost when she is by, will he? For some people play one so false, that one might as well be as ugly as the cat, almost, when they are in the way.'
'Don't be fretted, Miss Flora,' cried young Gooch, soothingly, 'for I shall ask Miss Ellis to dance myself; for as I shall begin the hop, because of its being our own, I think I've a good right to choose my partner; so don't be fretted so, Miss Flora, for you'll have the Baronite left to you whether he will or no. But come, don't let's lose time. If you'll follow me, you won't want sport, I can tell you, for the beginning's to be a syllabub under the cow.' Flora was not too proud to accept this consolation; but Juliet positively declared that she should not dance, and earnestly entreated that some one might be found to conduct her to Mrs. Pearson's. Flora, recovering her spirits, with the hopes of getting rid of her rival, whispered,
'If you're in real right earnest, Miss Ellis, and don't say you want to go only to make a fool of me, which I shall take pretty unkind, I assure you, why I can show you the way so you can't miss it if you'd never so. And I'm sure I shall be glad enough to have you go, if I must needs speak without a compliment. Only don't tell mamma who's here, for she don't like persons of quality, she says, because of their bad designs. But I'm sure if she was to hear 'em talk as I do, she'd think quite another opinion. Wouldn't she?'
Fortunately for the intentions of Juliet, which were instantly to make known to Mrs. Pearson the new danger of her daughter, Flora waited not for any answer to this injunction, but set out, prattling incessantly as they went on, to put the willing Juliet on her way to Lewes. The cry, however, from young Gooch of 'Come, where are the young ladies? The pig's ready!' caught the ears of Flora, with charm not to be resisted; and, hastily pointing out a stile, to pass into the meadow, and another, to pass thence to the high road, she capered briskly back, fearing to miss some of the sport, if not a seat next to the baronet. End of Chapter 49. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 50 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 50. Juliet, as earnest to avoid, as Flora felt eager to pursue, the opening feats, hurried from the destined spot, after charging the simple damsel not to make known her departure. Unavailing, however, was the caution, and immaterial alike the prudence or the indiscretion of Flora. Juliet had no sooner crossed the first stile, than she perceived Sir Lisle Sycamore sauntering in the meadow. She would promptly have returned to the farm, but a shout of noisy merriment reached her ears from the company that she was quitting, and pointed out the danger of passing the evening in the midst of such turbulent and vulgar revelry. She hastened therefore on, but neither the lightness of her step, nor the swiftness of her speed, could save her from the quick approach of the baronet. 'My angel!' he cried, 'whither are you going? And why this prodigious haste? What is it my angel fears? Can she suppose me rascal enough, or fool enough, to make use of any violence? No, my angel, no! I only ask to be regaled, from your own sweet lips, with the delicious tale of divine partiality, that the quaint old knight began revealing. I sigh, I pant to hear confirmed ' 'Hold, Sir Lisle!' interrupted Juliet. 'If Sir Jaspar is the author of this astonishing mistake, I trust he will have the honour to rectify it. When I named you to him, it was but with a view to rescue a credulous young creature from your pursuit, whom I feared it might injure; not to expose to it one whom it never can endanger, however deeply it may offend.' Struck and disappointed at the courage and coolness of this explanation, Sir Lisle looked mortified and amazed; but, upon seeing her reach the stile, he sprang over it, and, recovering his usual effrontery, offered her his hand. Juliet knew not whether her risk were greater to proceed or to return; but while she hesitated, a phaeton, which was driving by, stopt, and an elderly lady, addressing the baronet, in a tone of fawning courtesy, enquired after his health, and added, 'So you are come to this famous junket, Sir Lisle?' Sir Lisle forced a laugh, and bowed low, though he muttered, loud enough for Juliet to hear, 'What cursed spies!' Juliet now perceived Mrs and Miss Brinville, and neither innocence, nor contempt of calumny, could suppress a rising blush, at being surprised, by persons already unfavourably disposed towards her, in a situation apparently so suspicious. The countenance of the mother exhibited strong chagrin at the sight of Juliet, while the daughter, in a tone of pique, said, 'No doubt but you are well amused, Sir Lisle?' They drove on; not, however, very fast, and with so little self-command, as frequently to allow themselves to look back. This indelicacy, however ill adapted to raise them in the esteem of the baronet, at least rescued Juliet from his persecution. Disconcerted himself, he felt the necessity of decency, and quitting her, with affected carelessness, he hummed an air, while grumbling curses, and swinging his switch to and fro, walked off, not more careful that the ladies in the phaeton should see him depart, than assiduous to avoid with them any sort of junction. The relief caused to Juliet by his retreat, was cruelly clouded by her terror of the false suggestions to which this meeting made her liable. Neither mother nor daughter would believe it accidental, nor credit it to have been contrived without equal guilt in both parties. 'Is there no end, then,' she cried, 'to the evils of defenceless female youth? And even where actual danger is escaped, must slander lie in wait, to misconstrue the most simple actions, by surmising the most culpable designs?' Neither to follow the footsteps of Sir Lisle, nor to remain where he might return, she was going back to the farm, when she was met by Flora, who, with a species of hysterical laughter, nearly of kin to crying, called out, 'So, Ma'am! So, Miss Ellis! I've caught you at last! I've surprised you at last, a courting with my sweetheart!' Pitying her credulous ignorance, Juliet would have cleared up this mistake, but the petulant Flora would not listen. 'I'll speak to the gentleman myself!'
she cried, running forward to the stile, for I have found out your design, so it's of no use to deny it. I saw you together all the way I came, so you may as well not try to make a ninny of me, Miss Ellis, for it i'n't so easy.' Catching a glimpse of the baronet as he descended the road, she jumped over the stile to run after him. But seeing him look round, and, though he perceived her, quietly walk on, she stopped, crying bitterly, 'Very well, Miss Ellis, very well, you've got your ends, I see that, and I don't thank you for it, I assure you, for I liked him very well, and it i'n't so easy to find a man of quality every day, so it i'n't doing as you'd be done by, for nobody likes much to be forsaken no more than I believe, for it i'n't so agreeable, and I had rather you had not served me so by half, in particular for a man of quality.' Juliet, though vainly, was endeavouring to appease and console her, when a young lady, bending eagerly from the window of a post chaise which was passing by, ejaculated, 'Ellis!' and Juliet, with extreme satisfaction, perceived Elinor. The chaise stopped, and Juliet advanced to it with alacrity; but before she could speak, the impatient Elinor, still looking pale, meagre, and wretched, burst forth, with rapid and trembling energy, into a string of disordered, incoherent, scarcely intelligible interrogatories. 'Ellis, what brings you to this spot? Whither is it you go? What project are you forming? What purpose are you fulfilling? Whom are you flying? Whom are you following? What is it you design? What is it you wish? Why are you here alone? Where? Leaning, then, still further out of the window, she fixed, nearly haggard, yet piercing eyes upon those of Juliet, and, in a hollow voice, dictatorially added, 'Where, tell me, I charge you, where is Harleigh?' Consternation at sight of her altered countenance, and affright at the impetuosity of her questions, produced a hesitation in the answer of Juliet, that, to the agitated Elinor, seemed the effect of surprised guilt. Her pallid cheeks then burnt with the mixed feelings of triumph and indignation, yet her voice sought to disguise her wounded feelings, and in subdued, though broken accents, ''Tis well,' she cried, 'you no longer, at least, seek to deceive me, and I thank you.' Deaf to explanation or representation, she then hurried her weak frame from the chaise, aided by her foreign lackey, and, directing Juliet to follow, crossed the road to a rising ground upon the downs, seated herself, sent off her assistant, and made Juliet take a place by her side, while Flora returned, crying and alone, to the farm. 'Now then,' she said, 'that you try no more to delude, to cajole, to blind me, tell me now, and in 2 words, where is Harleigh?' 'Believe me, Madam,' Juliet was tremblingly beginning, when Elinor, casting off the little she had assumed of self-command, passionately cried, 'Must I again be played upon by freezing caution and duplicity? Must I die without end the lingering death of cold inaction and uncertainty? Breathe for ever without living? Where, I demand, is Harleigh? Where have you concealed him? Why will Harleigh, the noble Harleigh, degrade himself by any concealment? Why stoop to the subtlety of circumspection, to spare himself the appearance of destroying one whose head, heart, and vitals all feel the reality of the destruction he inflicts? And yet not he! No, 'tis my own ruthless star! He loves me not! He is not responsible for my misery, though he is master of my fate! Where is he? Where is he? You, who are the tyrant of his, tell me, and at once!' 'I solemnly protest to you, Madam, with the singleness of the most scrupulous truth,' cried Juliet, recovering her presence of mind, 'I am entirely ignorant of his abode, his occupations, and his intentions.' 'And why,' she secretly added, 'am I not equally unacquainted with his feelings and his wishes?' Unable to discredit the candour with which this was pronounced, and filled with wonder, yet involuntarily consoled, the features of Elinor lost their rigidity, and her eyes their fierceness, and, in milder accents, she replied, 'Strange! How strange!
Where then can he be? With whom? How employed? Does he fly the whole world as well as Elinor? Has no one his society? No one his confidence? His society, which, by contrast, makes all existence without it disgusting? His confidence, which, to obtain, I would yet live, though doomed daily to the rack? O Harleigh! Love like mine, who has felt? Love like mine, oh but you, oh matchless Harleigh, ever inspired!' Tears now gushed into her eyes. Ashamed, and angry with herself, she hastily brushed them off with the back of her hand, and, with forced vivacity, continued, 'He thinks, perchance, to sicken me into the pining end of a lovesick consumption, to avert the kindly bowl or dagger, that cut short human misery, for the languors, the sufferings, and despair of a loathsome natural death? And for what? To restore, to preserve me? No! I have no share in the arrangement, no interest, no advantage from the plan. Appearances alone are considered; all else is regarded as immaterial or sacrificed. And he, Harleigh, the noblest, the only noble of men, can level himself with the narrowest and most illiberal of his race, to pay coward obeisance to appearances!' Again she then repeated her personal interrogatories to Juliet, and demanded whether she should set off immediately for Gretna Green, with Lord Melbury, or whether she must wait till he should be of age. 'Neither!' Juliet solemnly answered, and frankly recounted her recent difficulties, and entreated the advice of Elinor, for adopting another plan of life. Elinor, interrupting her, said, 'Nay, 'twas your own choice, you know, to live in a garret, and hem pocket handkerchiefs.' 'Choice, Madam? Alas, deprived of all but personal resource, I fixed upon a mode of life that promised me, at least, my mental freedom. I was not then aware how imaginary is the independence, that hangs for support upon the uncertain fruits of daily exertions. Independent, indeed, such situations may be deemed from the oppressions of power, or the tyrannies of caprice and ill humour; but the difficulty of obtaining employment, the irregularity of pay, the dread of want, ah! what is freedom but a name, for those who have not an hour at command from the subjection of fearful penury and distress?' 'If all this is so,' said Elinor, 'which, unless you wait for Lord Melbury's majority, is more than incomprehensible, what say you now to an asylum safe, at least, from torments of this sort? Will you commission me, at length, to apply to Mrs Ireton?' Juliet, instinctively, recoiled at the very name of that lady; yet a little reflection upon the dangers to which she was now exposed, through unprotected poverty, through the lawless pursuit of Sir Lisle Sycamore, and the vindictive calumnies of the Brinvilles, made the wish of solid safety repress the disgusts of offended sensibility; and, after a painful pause, she recommended herself to the support of Elinor, resolving to accept, for the moment, any proposition that might secure her an honourable refuge from want and misconception. Elinor, looking at her suspiciously, said, 'And Harleigh, will he let you submit to such slavery?' 'Mr Harleigh,' Juliet protested, 'could have no influence upon her determination.' 'But you yourself, who a month or two ago could so ill bear her tauntings, how is it you are thus suddenly endued with so much humility?' 'Alas, Madam, all choice, all taste, all obstacles sink before necessity. When I came over, I had expectations of immediate succour. I knew not that the friend I sought was herself ruined, as well as unhappy. I had hopes, too, of speedy intelligence that might have liberated me from all my difficulties.' She stopt. Elinor exclaimed, 'From whence? From abroad?' Juliet was silent; and Elinor, after a few passing sallies against secrets and mystery, sarcastically bid her consider, before she adopted this new scheme, that Harleigh never visited at Mrs Ireton's, having taken, in equal portions, a dose of aversion for the mother, and of contempt for the son. Juliet calmly replied that such a circumstance could be but an additional motive to seek the situation; and, hopeless, for the moment, of doing better,
seriously begged that proper measures might be taken to accelerate the plan. Elinor, now, from mingled wonder, satisfaction, and scorn, recovered all her wonted vivacity. 'You are really, and bona fide, contented, then,' she cried, 'to be shut up as completely from Harleigh, through his horror of that woman's irascible temper, as if you were separated by bolts, bars, dungeons, towers, and bastilles? I applaud your taste, and wish you the full enjoyment of its fruits. Yet what materials you can be made of, to see the first of men at your feet, and voluntarily to fly him, to be trampled under by those of the most odious of women, I cannot divine. 'Tis an exuberance of apathy that surpasses my comprehension. And can he, the spirited Harleigh, love, adore, such a composition of ice, of snow, of marble?' She could not, however, disguise the elation with which she looked forward to depositing Juliet where information might constantly be procured of her visitors and her actions. They went together to the carriage, and Elinor conveyed her submissive and condemned, yet agonizingly envied rival, to Brighthelmstone. In her usually unguarded manner, Elinor, by the way, communicated the various, but successless efforts by which she had endeavoured to gain intelligence whither Harleigh had rambled. 'If I pursue him,' she cried, 'with the vanity of hope, or with the meanness of flattery, he would do well to shun me; but the pure-minded Harleigh is capable of believing, that the moment is over for Elinor to desire to be his; and, to sustain at once and shew my principles, I never seek his sight, but in presence of her who has blasted even my wishes. Else, thus clamorously to invoke, thus pertinaciously to follow him, might, indeed, merit avoidance; but Elinor now would be as superior to accepting, as she is to forgetting him. Yet his obdurate seclusion,' she continued, 'is the only mark I receive, that I escape his disdain. It shews me that he fears the event of a meeting. He does not, therefore, utterly deride the pusillanimity of my abortive attempt. O, could I justify his good opinion! All others, I doubt not, insult me by the most ludicrous suspicions. They are welcome. They judge me by their little minded selves. But thou, O Harleigh! could I see thee once more, in thy sight, thy loved sight, could I sink, at last, my sorrows and my disgrace to rest, to oblivion, to sleep eternal!' Vainly Juliet essayed to plead the cause of religion, and the duties of life. Unanswered, unmarked, unheard, she talked but to the air. All that was uttered in return, began and ended alike with Harleigh, death, and annihilation. End of chapter 50. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 51 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 51. Juliet could not but be gratified by a circumstance so important to her reputation with the Brinvilles, and with those among the inhabitants of Brighthelmstone to whom she was known, as that of being brought home by Miss Joddrel, after an adventure that must unavoidably raise curiosity, and that threatened to excite slander. Forthwith, however, just a pride wronged, innocence may disdain injurious aspersions. Female fame, like the wife of Caesar, ought never to be suspected. The celerity of the motions of Elinor nearly equalled the quickness of her ideas. Her lackey arrived the next morning, to help to convey Juliet and her baggage immediately to the dwelling of Mrs Ireton, with a note from his mistress, indicating that Mrs Ireton was already prepared to take her for a companion. An humble companion, Elinor wrote, I need not add. I had nearly said a pitiful one; for who would voluntarily live with such an antidote to all the comforts of life, that has spirit, sense, or soul? O envied Ellis! How potent must be the passion, the infatuation, that can make Harleigh view such meanness as grace, and adore it as dignity! O icy Ellis!
but the human heart would want strength to support such pre-eminent horror, were it bestowed upon a mind gifted for its appreciation.' Then again, wishing her joy of her taste, she assured her that it was reciprocated, for Mrs Ireton was all impatience to display, to a new dependent, her fortune, her power, and her magnificence. Juliet, with her answer of thanks for this service, wrote a few lines to Mrs Pearson, which she begged the messenger to deliver. They were to warn the imprudent, or deceived mother of the dangerous state of mind in which her daughter still continued, and to give her notice that Sir Lisle Sycamore, who could not be guarded against too carefully, was still in the neighbourhood. With a mind revolting from a measure which, while prudence, if not necessity, dictated, choice and feeling opposed, she now quitted her mantua maker's abode, to set out for her new destination, seeking to cheer herself that, at least by this step, she should be secured from the licentious pursuit of Sir Lisle Sycamore, the envenomed shafts of calumny of the enraged Brinvilles, the perpetual terror of debts, and the cruel apprehension of want. She had not far to go, but the mortifications, for which she prepared herself, began by the very sight of the dwelling into which she was to enter. Mrs Ireton had taken the house of Mrs Howel. That house in which Juliet had first, after her arrival in England, received consolation in her distresses, been melted by kindness, or animated by approbation. There too, indeed, she had experienced the pain which she had felt the most severely; for there all the soothing consideration, so precious to her sorrows, had abruptly been broken off, to give place to an assault the most shocking upon her intentions, her probity, her character. Here too she had suffered the cruel affront, and heartfelt grief, of seeing the ingenuous, amiable Lord Melbury forget what was due to the rights of hospitality, to his own character, and to the respect due to his sister; and here she had witnessed his sincere and candid repentance; here had been softened, touched, and penetrated by the impressive anguish of his humiliation. These remembrances, and the various affecting and interesting ideas by which they were accompanied, gave a dejection to her thoughts, and a sadness to her air, that would have awakened an interest in her favour, in any one whose heart had been open to the feelings of others. But the person under whose protection she was now to place herself, was a stranger to every species of sensation that was not personal. And where the calls of self upon sensibility are unremitting, what must be the stock that will gift us, also, with supply sufficient for our fellow creatures? She found Mrs Ireton reclining upon a sofa, at the side of which, upon a green velvet cushion, lay a tiny old lapdog, whom a little boy, evidently too wanton to find pleasure but in mischief, was secretly tormenting, by displaying before him the breastbone of a chicken, which he had snatched from the platter of the animal, and which, the moment that he made it touch the mouth of the cur, he hid, with all its fat and its grease, in his own waistcoat pocket. Near to these two almost equally indulged and spoilt animals, stood a nursery maid, with a duster and an hearth broom in her hands, who was evidently incensed beyond her pittance of patience, from clearing away, repeatedly, their joint litter and dirt. Scared, and keeping humbly aloof near a window frame, stood also a little girl, of 10 or 12 years of age, who, as Juliet afterwards heard from the angry nursery maid, was an orphan, that had been put to a charity school by Mrs Ireton, as her particular protégée, and who was now, for the 8th time, by the direction of her governess, come to solicit the arrears due from the very beginning of her school instruction. Yet another trembler, though not one equally, at this moment, to be pitied, held the handle of the lock of the door, not having received intelligible orders to advance, or to depart. This was a young negro, who was the favourite because the most submissive servant of Mrs Ireton, and whose trembling was simply from the fear that his lady might remark a grin which he could not repress, as he looked at the child and the dog. Mrs Ireton herself, though her restless eye roved incessantly from object to object, in search of various food for her spleen, was ostensibly occupied in examining, and decrying, the goods of a mercer; but when Juliet, finding herself unnoticed, was retreating, she called out, 'Oh, you are there, are you? I did not see you, I protest. But come this way, if you please. I can't possibly speak so far off.' The authoritative tone in which this was uttered, joined to what Juliet observed of the general tyranny exercised around her, intimidated and shocked her, and she stood still, nearly confounded. Mrs Ireton, holding her hand above her eyes, as if to aid her sight, and stretching forward her head, said, 'Who is that? Pray who's there? I imagined it had been a person I had sent for, but I must certainly be mistaken, as she does not come to me. Pray, has anybody here a spying glass? I really can't see so far off. I beg pardon for having such bad eyes. I hope you'll forgive it. Let me know, however, who it is, I beg.' Juliet tried to speak, but felt so confused and disturbed what to answer, that she could not clearly articulate a word. 'You won't tell me, then?' continued Mrs Ireton, lowering her voice nearly to a whisper. 'Or is it that I am not heard? Has anybody got a speaking trumpet? Or do you think my lungs so capacious and powerful that they may take its place?' Juliet now, though most unwillingly, moved forward, and Mrs Ireton, surveying her, said, 'Yes, yes, I see who you are. I recollect you now, Mrs. I forget your name, though I protest. I can't recollect your name, I own. I'm quite ashamed, but I really cannot call it to mind. I must beg a little help. What is it? What is your name, Mrs. Hay? Mrs. what?' Colouring and stammering, Juliet answered, that she had hoped Miss Joddrel would have saved her this explanation, by mentioning that she was called Miss Ellis. 'Called?' repeated Mrs Ireton. 'What do you mean by called? Who calls you? What are you called for? Why don't you wait to be called? And where are you called from?' The entire silence of Juliet to these interrogatories, gave a moment to the mercer to ask for orders. 'You are in haste, Sir, are you?' said Mrs Ireton. 'I have your pardon to beg too, have I? I am really very unfortunate this morning. However, pray take your things away, Sir, if it's so immensely troublesome to you to exhibit them. Only be so good as to acquaint your chief, whoever he may be, that you had not time to wait for me to make any purchases.' The man offered the humblest apologies, which were all disdained, and self-defending excuses, which were all retorted. He was peremptorily ordered to be gone, with an assurance that he should answer for his disrespect to his master, who, she flattered herself, would give him a lesson of better behaviour, by the loss of his employment. Harassed with apprehension of what she had to expect in this new residence, Juliet would silently have followed him. 'Stay, Madam, stay!' cried Mrs Ireton. 'Give me leave to ask one question. Whither are you going, Mrs. What's your name?' I feared, Madam, that I had come too soon.'
'Oh, that's it, is it? I have not paid you sufficient attention, perhaps? Nay, it's very likely. I did not run up to receive you, I confess. I did not open my arms to embrace you, I own. It was very wrong of me, certainly. But I am apt to forget myself. I want to flapper prodigiously. I know nothing of life, nothing of manners. Perhaps you will be so good as to become my monitress. 'Twill be vastly kind of you. And who knows but in time you may form me? How happy it will be if you can make something of me!' The maid, now, tired of wiping up splash after splash, and rubbing out spot after spot, finding her work always renewed by the mischievous little boy, was sullenly walking to the other end of the room. "Oh, you're departing too, are you?" said Mrs Ireton. "And pray who dismissed you? Whose commands have you for going? Inform me, I beg, who is it that is so kind as to take the trouble off my hands of ordering my servants? I ought at least to make them my humble acknowledgements. There's nothing so frightful as ingratitude." The maid, not comprehending this irony, grumblingly answered that she had wiped up the grease and the slops till her arms ached, for the little boy made more dirt and nastiness than the cur himself. "The boy? The cur? What's all this?" cried Mrs Ireton. "Who and what is the woman talking of? The boy? Has the boy no name? The cur? Have you no more respect for your lady's lapdog? Grease too? Nastiness! You turn me sick. I am ready to faint. What horrible images you present to me! Has nobody any salts? Any lavender water? How unfortunate it is to have such nerves, such sensations, when one lives with such mere speaking machines!" She then cast her eyes, with a look of silent but pathetic appeal to the sensibility of all who were within sight, against this unheard of indignity; but her speech was soon restored, from the mingled wrath and surprise, upon perceiving her favourite young negro nearly suffocating with stifled laughter, though thrusting both his knuckles into his capacious mouth, to prevent its loud explosion. "So this amuses you, does it, Sir? You think it very comical? You are so kind as to be entertained, are you? How happy I am to give you so much pleasure! How proud I ought to be to afford you such diversion! I shall make it my business to show my sense of my good fortune; and, to give you a proof, Sir, of my desire to contribute to your gaiety, to morrow morning I will have you shipped back to the West Indies; and there, that your joy may be complete, I shall issue orders that you may be stripped till you jump, and that you may jump, you little black imp, between every stripe." The foolish mirth of poor Mungo was now converted into the fearfullest dismay. He dropped upon his knees to implore forgiveness, but he was peremptorily ordered to depart, with an assurance that he should keep up his fine spirits upon bread and water for a fortnight. If disgust now was painted upon every feature of the face of Juliet, at this mixture of forced derision with but too natural inhumanity, the feeling which excited that expression was by no means softened, by seeing Mrs Ireton turn next to the timid young orphan, imperiously saying, "And you, ma'am, what may you stand there for, with your hands before you? Have you nothing better to do with them? Can't you find out some way to make them more useful? Or do you hold it more fitting to consider them as only ornamental? They are very pretty, to be sure. I say nothing to the contrary of that. But I should suppose you don't quite intend to reserve them for mere objects of admiration. You don't absolutely mean, I presume, to devote them to the painter's eye, or to destine them to the sculptor's chisel. I should think not, at least. I should imagine not. I beg you to set me right if I am wrong." The poor little girl, staring, and looking every way around to find some meaning for what she did not comprehend, could only utter a faint "Ma'am," in a tone of so much fear and distress, that Juliet, unable silently to witness oppression so wanton, came forward to say, "The poor child, ma'am, only wishes to understand your commands, that she may obey them." "Oh, they are not clear, I suppose. They are too abstruse, I imagine," contemptuously replied Mrs Ireton. "And you, who are kind enough to offer yourself for my companion, who think yourself sufficiently accomplished to amuse, perhaps instruct me. You also have not the wit to find out what a little chit of an ordinary girl can do better with her hands, than to stand still pulling her own fingers." Juliet now, believing that she had discovered what was meant, kindly took the little girl by the arm, and pointed to the just overturned water basin of the dog.
"But I don't know where to get a cloth, ma'am," said the child.
"A cloth? In my wardrobe, to be sure!" cried Mrs Ireton. "Amongst my gowns and caps and hats? Where else should there be dirty cloths and dusters and dishclouts? Do you know of any other place where they are likely to be found? Why don't you answer?"
"Ma'am?"
"You never heard, perhaps, of such a place as a kitchen? You don't know where it is, nor what it means? You have only heard talk of drawing rooms, dressing rooms, boudoirs; or perhaps sometimes of a corridor, or a vestibule, or an antechamber; but nothing beyond. A kitchen! Oh, fie, fie!"
Juliet now hurried the little girl away, to demand a cloth of the housemaid; but the moment that she returned with it, Mrs Ireton called out,
"And what would you do now, ma'am? Make yourself all dirt and filth that you may go back to your school, to shew the delicate state of my house? To make your mistress and all her brats believe that I live in a pigsty? Or to spread abroad that I have not servants enough to do my work, and that I seize upon you to supply their place? But I beg your pardon. Perhaps that may be your way to shew your gratitude, to manifest your sense of my saving you from the workhouse, to reward me for snatching you from beggary, and want, and starving."
The poor little girl burst into tears, but curtsied, and quitted the room; while Mrs Ireton called after her, to desire that she would acquaint the governess that she should certainly be paid the following week. Juliet now stood in scarcely less dismay than she had been witnessing all around her, panic struck to find herself in the power of a person whose character was so wantonly tyrannic and irascible. The fortunate entrance of some company enabled her, for the present, to retreat, and to demand, of one of the servants, the way to her chamber. End of chapter 51. Recording by Roxana Nazari.
Chapter 52 of The Wanderer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 52. From the heightened disgust which she now conceived against her new patroness, Juliet severely represented the step that she had taken. And if her entrance into the family contributed so little to her contentment, her subsequent introduction into her office was still less calculated to exhilarate her spirits. Her baggage was scarcely deposited in a handsome chamber, of which the hangings and decorations, as of every part of the mansion, were sumptuous for the spectator, but in which there was a dearth of almost everything that constitutes comfort to the immediate dweller, ere she was summoned back by a hasty order to the drawing-room. Mrs Ireton, who was reading a newspaper, did not for some time raise her head. Through a glance of her eye procured her the satisfaction of seeing that her call had been obeyed. Juliet at first stood modestly waiting for commands, but receiving none, sat down, though at a humble distance, determined to abide by the consequences, be they what they might, of considering herself as at least above a common domestic. This action shortened the term of neglect. Mrs Ireton, letting the newspaper fall, exclaimed in a tone of affected alarm, "Are you ill, ma'am? Are you disordered? I hope you are not subjected to fits?" Juliet coldly answered no. "I am very glad to hear it indeed. Very happy, upon my word. I was afraid you were going to faint away. But I find that you are only delicate, only fatigued by descending the stairs. I ought indeed to have sent somebody to help you, somebody you could have leant upon as you came along. I was very stupid not to think of that. I hope you'll pardon me?" Juliet looked down, but kept her place. Mrs Ireton, a little nettled, was silent a few minutes, and then said, "Pray, if I may ask, if it will not be too great a liberty to ask, what have been your pursuits since I had the honour of accompanying you to London? How have you passed your time? I hope you have found something to amuse you?" Juliet sighed a negative. "You have been studying the fine arts, I am told. Painting, drawing, sculpture, or what is it?" Something of that sort, I am informed. Pray what is it? Mrs. Thingamy? I am always forgetting your name. Yet you have certainly a name, but I don't know how it is. I can never remember it. I believe I must beg you to write it down." Juliet again only sighed. "Perhaps I am making a mistake as to your occupations. Very likely I may be quite in the wrong. Indeed, I think I recollect now. What is it you have been doing? Acting? That's it, is it not? Pray what stage did you come out upon first? Did you begin wearing your itinerant buskins in England or abroad?" "Where I began, madam, I have ended at Mrs. Maple's." "And pray, have you kept that same face ever since I saw you in Grosvenor Square? Or have you put it on again only now, to come back to me? I rather suppose you have made it last the whole time. It would be very expensive, I apprehend, to change it frequently. It can by no means be so costly to keep it only in repair. How do you put on your colours? I have heard of somebody who had learnt the art of enamelling their own skin. Is that your method?" Waiting vainly for an answer, she went on. "Pray, if I may presume so far, how old are you? But I beg pardon for so indiscreet a question. I did not reflect upon what I was saying. Very possibly your age may be indefinable. You may be a person of another century, a wandering Jewess. I never heard that the old Jew had a wife or a mother who partook of his longevity, but very likely I may now have the pleasure of seeing one of his family under my own roof. That red and white that you lay on so happily may just as well hide the wrinkles of 2 or 3 grand climacterics, as if only a poor single 60 or 70 years of age. However, these are secrets that I don't presume to inquire into. Every trade has its mystery." These splenetic witticisms producing no reply, Mrs. Ireton more categorically demanded, "Pray, ma'am, pray, Mrs. What's your name, will you give me leave to ask what brings you to my house?" "Miss Joddrel, madam, informed me that you desired my attendance." "Yes, but with what view?" Disconcerted by this interrogatory, Juliet stammered, but could devise no answer. "To what end? What purpose? What intent, I say, may I owe your honour of your presence?" The office pointed out by Elinor of an humble companion now dyed the cheeks of Juliet with shame, but resentment of the palpable desire to hear its mortifying acknowledgment tied her tongue, and though each of the following interrogatories was succeeded by a pause that demanded a reply, she could not bring herself to utter a word. "You are hardly come, I should imagine, without some motive. I may be mistaken, to be sure, but I should hardly imagine you would take the trouble to present yourself merely to afford me the pleasure of seeing you. Not but that I ought to be extremely flattered by such a compliment. 'Twould be vastly amiable, certainly. A lady of your indescribable consequence. 'Twould be difficult to me to shew an adequate sense of so high an honour. I am distressed at the very thought of it. But perhaps you may have some other design. You may have the generosity to attend me some improvement. You may come to favour me with some lessons of declamation. Who knows but you may purpose to make an actress of me, or perhaps to instruct me how to become an adept in your own favourite art of face daubing." "At least," thought Juliet, "I need not give you any lessons of the art of ingeniously tormenting. There you are perfect. What! no answer yet? Am I always so unfortunate as to hit upon improper subjects, to ask questions that merit no reply? I am quite confounded at my want of judgment. Excuse it, I entreat, and aid me out of this unprofitable labyrinth of conjecture by telling me at once to what happy inspiration I am indebted for the pleasure of receiving you in my house." Juliet pleaded again in the direction of Miss Joddrel. "Miss Joddrel, I told you to come, then only to come? only to shew yourself? Well, you are worth looking at, I acknowledge. To those who have seen you formerly, the transformation must always be curious. I only hope you intend to renew it, from time to time, to keep admiration alive. That pretty face you exhibit at present may lose its charms, if it should become familiar. When shall you put on the other again, that I had the pleasure to see you in first?" Fatigued and spiritless, Juliet would have retired, but Mrs. Ireton called after her. "Oh, you are going, are you? Pray may I take the liberty to ask whither?" Again Juliet was silent. "You mean perhaps to repose yourself, or may be to pursue your studies, or perhaps you may have some visits upon your hands, and you may only have done me the favour to enter my house to find time to follow your humour. You may think it sufficient honour for me that I may be at the expense of your board, and find you in lodging and furniture, and fire, and candles, and servants. You may hold this ample recompense for such an insignificant person as I am. I ought to be much obliged to Miss Joddrel, upon my word, for bringing me into such distinction. I had understood her, indeed, that you would come to me as my humble companion." Juliet, cruelly shocked, and turned away her head. "And I was stupid enough to suppose that that meant a person who could be of some use, and some agreeability; a person who could read to me when I was tired, and who, when I had nobody else, could talk to me, and find out 1,000 little things for me all day long, coming and going, prating or holding her tongue, doing everything she was bid, and keeping always at hand." Juliet, colouring at this true, however insulting description of what she had undertaken, secretly revolved in her mind how to renounce at once an office which seemed to invite mortification and licensed sarcasm. "But I perceive I was mistaken. I perceive I knew nothing of the matter. It only means a fine lady, a lady that's so delicate it fatigues her to walk down stairs, a lady who is so independent that she retires to her room at pleasure, a lady who disdains to speak but when she is disposed, for her own satisfaction, to talk, a lady who, indeed, madam," said the tired Juliet, "weighed too little what she attempted, when she hoped to find means of obtaining your favour, but who now sees her error, and entreats at once your pardon and dismission." She then curtsied respectfully, but though called back even with vehemence, steadily left the room. Not, however, with triumph did she return on her own. The justice of the sensibility which urged her retreat could not obviate its imprudence, or avert its consequences. She was wholly without friends, without money, without protection, without succour, and the horror of a licentious pursuit, and the mischiefs menaced by calumniating ill-wishers, still made a lonely residence as unsafe as when her first terror drove her to acquiesce in the proposition of Elinor. Yet, though she could not exult, she could not repent. How desire, how even support a situation so sordid, a situation not only distressing, but oppressive, not merely cruel, but degrading? She was preparing, therefore, for immediate departure, when she was stopped by a footman, who informed her that Mrs. Ireton demanded to see her without delay. The expectation of reproach made her hesitate whether to obey this order, but a desire not to have the air of meriting it by the defiance of a refusal led her again to the dressing-room. Here, however, to her great surprise, instead of the haughty or taunting upbraidings for which she was prepared, she was received with a gracious inclination of the head, while the footman was told to give her a chair. Mrs. Ireton then, fixing her eyes upon a pamphlet which she held in her hand that she might avoid taking any notice of the stiff and decided air with which Juliet stood still, though amazed, and said, "My bookseller has just sent me something to look at, which may serve for a beginning of our readings." Juliet now saw, that however imperiously she had been treated, Mrs. Ireton had no intention to part with her. She saw, too, that that lady was amongst the many, though terrible characters, who think superior rank or fortune authorizes perverseness and legitimizes arrogance, who hold the display of ill humour to be the display and mark of power, and who set no other boundary to their pleasure in the art of tormenting than that which, if passed, might endanger their losing its object. She wished, more than ever, to avoid all connection with a nature so wilfully tyrannic; but Mrs. Ireton, who read in her dignified demeanour that a spirit was awakened which threatened the escape of her prey, determined to shun any discussion. Suddenly, therefore, rising, and violently ringing the bell, she exclaimed, "I dare say those fools have not placed half the things you want in your chamber, but I shall make Whiteley see immediately that all is arranged as it ought to be." She then gave some parading directions that Miss Ellis should want for nothing, and affecting not to perceive the palpable design of Juliet to decline these tardy attentions, graciously nodded her head, and passed into another room. Juliet, not absolutely softened, yet somewhat appeased, again hesitated. A road seemed open, by some exertion of spirit, for obtaining better treatment; and however ungenial to her feelings was a character whose humour submitted to no restraint, save to ensure their own lengthened indulgence, still, in appearing more contemptible, it became less tremendous. She began also to see her office as less debasing. "Why," she cried, "should I exaggerate my torments, by blindly giving in to received opinions, without examining whether here, as in all things else, there may not be exceptions to general rules? A sycophant must always be despicable; a parasite must externally deserve scorn; but may there not be a possibility of uniting the affluent with the necessitous upon more equitable terms? May not some medium be hit upon, between oppression on one side, and servility on the other? If we are not worthless because indigent, why conclude ourselves abject because dependent? Happiness, indeed, dwells not with the undue subordination; but the exertion of talents in our own service can never in itself be vile. It can only become so where it is mingled and contaminated with flattery, with unfitting obsequiousness, and unworthy submissions. They who simply repay being sustained and protected by a desire to please, a readiness to serve, a wish to instruct, without falsehood in their counsels, without adulation in their civilities, without meanness in their manners and conduct, have at least as just a claim to respect and consideration for their services and their labours, as those who merely through pecuniary retribution reap their fruits. This idea better reconciled her with her condition, and she blessed her happy acquaintance with Mr. Giles Arb, which had strengthened her naturally philosophical turn of mind, by leading her to this simple yet useful style of reasoning. The rest of the day was propitious to her new views. The storms with which it had begun subsided, and a calm ensued, in which Mrs. Ireton set apart her cruellest irascibility, and forbore her contemptuous interrogatories. The servants were ordered not to neglect Miss Ellis, and Miss Ellis received permission to carry to her own apartment any books from off the piano forte or tables that might contribute to her amusement. Juliet was not of a character to take advantage of a moment of concession, even in an enemy. The high and grave deportment, therefore, which had thus happily raised alarm, had no sooner answered its purpose, than she suffered it to give place to an air of gentleness, more congenial to her native feelings, and the next morning, subduing her resentment, and submitting, with the best grace in her power, to the business of her office, she cheerfully proposed reading, compiled with the first request that was made her to play upon the piano forte and the harp, and even to sing, though not so promptly, for her voice and sensibility were less ductile than her manners. But she determined to leave nothing untried that could prove that it was not more easy to stimulate her pride by indignity, than to animate her desire to oblige by mild usage. This result on her part which the fear of losing her, on that of Mrs. Ireton, gave time to operate, brought into play by so many brilliant accomplishments, and opened to her patroness which sources of amusement, that while Juliet began to hope she had found a situation which she might sustain till her suspenses should be over, Mrs. Ireton conceived that she had met with a treasure which might rescue her unoccupied hours from weariness and spleen. Chapter 52.
Chapter 53 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 53. This delusion, unfortunately, was not of long duration on either side. Mrs. Ireton no sooner observed that Juliet appeared to be settled, than all zest for detaining her ceased. No sooner became accustomed to hearing at will the harp or the pianoforte, than she found something to say or to do that interrupted the performance every 4 or 5 bars, and had no sooner secured a reader whose voice she could command at pleasure, then she either quarrelled with every book that was begun, or yawned, or fondled, and talked aloud to her little lap-dog during the whole time that any work was read. This quick abatement in the power of pleasing was supported by Juliet with indifference rather than philosophy. Where interest alone is concerned, disappointment is rarely heavy with the young and generous. Age or misfortune must teach the value of pecuniary considerations, to give them force. Yet, though no tender affections, no cherished hopes, no favourite feelings were in the power of Mrs. Ireton, every moment of time, and consequently all means of comfort, were at her disposal. Juliet languished. Therefore, though she would not repine, and though she was not afflicted at heart, she sickened with disgust. The urgency of finding security from immediate insult and want induced her, nevertheless, to persevere in her fortitude for supporting, and her efforts for ameliorating her situation. But the novelty over, all labour was vain, all success was at an end, and in a very short time she would have contributed no more to the expulsion of spleen than any other inmate of the house, had not her superior acquirements opened a more extensive field for the exercise of tyranny and caprice. And in that excuse alone, Juliet soon saw consisted every sensation of pleasure of which Mrs. Ireton was susceptible. Of the many new tasks of Juliet, that which she found the most severe was inventing amusement for another, while sad and dispirited herself. It was her duty to be always at hand, early or late. It was her business to furnish entertainment, whether sick or well. Success, therefore, was unacknowledged, through failure was resented. There was no relaxation to her toil, no rest for her person, no recruit for her spirits. From her sleep alone she could purloin the few minutes that she dedicated to her pen and her Gabriella. If a new novel excited interest, or a political pamphlet awakened curiosity, she was called upon to read whole hours, nay, whole days, without intermission. Even a near extinction of voice did not authorize so great a liberty as that of requesting a few minutes for rest. Mrs. Ireton, who regarded all the world as robust, compared with herself, deemed it as an impertinent rivalry of a delicacy which she held to be unexampled. Ever to pronounce the word fatigue, ever to heave a sigh of lassitude, or ever even to allude to that part of the human frame which is called nerves, unless with some pointed reference to herself. With the same despotic hardness, she ordered Juliet to the harp, or pianoforte, and made her play through she were suffering from the acutest headache, and sing when hoarse and short-breathed from the most violent cold. Yet those commands, however arbitrary and unfeeling, were more supportable than those with which, after every other source of tyrannic authority had been drained, the day was ordinarily concluded. Mrs. Ireton, at the hour of retiring, when weary alike of books and of music, listless, fretful, captious, too sleepy for any exertion, yet too wakeful or uneasy for repose, constantly brought forward the same inquiries which had so often been urged and repelled, in the week that they had spent together upon their arrival from France, repeated the same sneers, revived the same suspicions, and recurred to the same rude interrogatories or offensive insinuations. At meals, the humble companion was always helped last, even when there were gentlemen, even when there were children at the table, and always to what was worst, to what was rejected as ill-cooked, or left as spoilt and bad. No question was ever asked of what she chose or what she disliked. Sometimes she was even utterly forgotten, and as no one ventured to remind Mrs. Ireton of any omission, her helpless protégée upon such occasions rose half famished from the inhospitable board. Upon the entrance of any visitors, not satisfied to let the humble companion glide gently away, the haughty patroness called out in a tone of command, "You may go to your room now. I shall send for you when I am at leisure. Or, you may stand at the window if you will. You won't be in the way, I believe, and I shall want you presently." Or, if she feared that any one of the party had failed to remark this augmentation of her household and of her power, she would retard the willing departure by some frivolous and vexatious commission, as "Stop, Miss Ellis! Do pray tie this string a little tighter," or "Draw up my gloves a little higher, but be so good as not to pinch me, unless you have a particular fancy for it." If dryly, though respectfully, Juliet ever proposed to wait in her own room, the answer was, "In your own room? Oh, well, that may be better. I beg your pardon for having proposed that you should wait in one of mine. I beg your pardon 1,000 times. I really did not think of what I was saying. I hope you'll forgive my inattention." When then, silently, and with difficulty forbearing from shrugging her shoulders, Juliet walked away, she was again stopped by, "One moment, Miss Alice, if it won't be requesting too great a favour. Pray, when I want you, where may I hear of your servants? For, to be sure, you don't mean that mine should scamper up and down all day long for you? You cannot mean that. You must have a lackey of your own, no doubt, some page or spruce footboy at your command, to run upon your errands. Only pray let some of my people know where he may be met with." But if, when the purpose was answered of drawing the attention of her guests upon her new dependent, that attention were followed by any looks of approbation, or marks of civility, she hastily exclaimed, "Oh, pray, don't disturb yourself, sir, or ma'am. 'Tis only a young woman I have engaged to read to me, a young person whom I have taken into my house out of compassion." And then, affably nodding, she would affect to be suddenly struck with something which she had already repeatedly seen, and cry, "Well, I declare, that gown is not ugly, Miss Ellis, How did you come by it? Or, that ribbon's pretty enough. Who gave it to you? Ah, thought Juliet, 'tis conduct such as this that makes inequality of fortune baleful. Where superior wealth falls into liberal hands, where its possessor is an Aurora Granville, it proves a good still more to the surrounders than to the owners. It blesses those that give and those that take. But oh, where it is misused for the purposes of bowing down the indigent, of opposing the helpless, of triumphing over the dependent, then how baneful then is the inequality of fortune. With those thoughts, and deeply hurt, she was 20 times upon the point of retiring, during the first week of her distasteful office, but the sameness of the offences soon robbed the mortifications of their poignancy, and apathy, in a short time, taking place of sensibility, she learnt to bear them, if not with indifference, at least with its precursor contempt. Amongst the most irksome of the toils to which this subjection made her liable was the care, not of the education, nor mind, nor manners, but of the amusements of the little nephew of Mrs. Ireton, whom that lady rather exulted and blushed to see universally regarded as a spoilt child. The temper of this young creature was grown so capricious from incessant indulgence, that no compliance, no luxury, no diversion could afford him more than momentary pleasure, while his passions were become so ungovernable, that upon every contrariety or disappointment he vented his rage to the utmost extent of his force, upon whomsoever or whatsoever, animate or inanimate, he could reach. All the mischief thus committed, the injuries thus sustained, the noise and disturbance thus raised, were to be borne throughout the house without a murmur. Whatever destruction he caused, Mrs. Ireton was always sure was through the fault of someone else. What he mutilated or broke, she had equal certainty must have been merely by accident, and those he hurt or ill-used must have provoked his anger. If any one ventured to complain, 'twas the sufferer, not the inflictor, who was treated as culpable. It was the misfortune of Juliet to excite, by her novelty, the attention of this young tyrant, and by her powers of entertainment, exerted inadvertently, from a love of obliging, to become his favourite. The hope of softening his temper and manners, by amusing his mind, had blinded her, at first to the trouble, the torment rather, of such preeminence, which soon proved one of the most serious evils of her situation. Mrs. Ireton, having raised in his young bosom expectations never to be realized, by passing the impossible decree that nothing must be denied to her eldest brother's eldest son, had authorized demands from him, and licensed wishes, destructive both to his understanding and his happiness. When the difficulties which this decree occasioned devolved upon a domestic, she left him to get rid of them as he could, only reserving to herself the right to blame the way that was taken, be it what it might. But when the embarrassment fell to her own lot, when the spoilt urchin claimed what was every way unattainable, she had been in the habit of sending him abroad, for the immediate relief of her nerves. The favour into which he took Juliet now offered a new and more convenient resource. Instead of order the carriage, and let the child go out, Miss Ellis was called upon to play with him, to tell him stories, to shew him pictures, to build houses for him with cards, or to suffer herself to be dragged unmeaningly, yet wilfully and forcibly, from walk to walk in the garden, or from room to room in the house. Still tired and quarrelly even with her compliance, he recruited his wearied caprices with sleep. Nor even here ended the encroachments upon her time. Her attention, her liberty, not only the spoilt child, but the favourite dog was put under her superintendence, and she was instructed to take charge of the airings and exercise of Bihu, and to carry him where the road was rough or miry, that he might not soil those paws, which had the exclusive privilege of touching the lady of the mansion, and even of pulling, patting, and scratching her robes and attire for his recreation. To many, in the place of Juliet, the spoilt child and the spoilt cur would have been objects of detestation, but against the mere instruments of malice she harboured no resentment. The dog, though snarling and snapping at every one but his mistress, Juliet saw as vicious only from evil habits, which were imbibed, nay taught, rather than natural. The child, though wantonly revelling in mischief of every kind, she considered but as a little savage, who, while enjoying the splendour and luxury of civilized life, was as unformed, as rough, as untaught, and therefore as little responsible for his conduct, as if just caught and brought wild and untamed from the woods. The animal, therefore, she exculpated; the child she pitied. It was the mistress of the mansion alone, who, wilful in all she did, and conscious of all she inflicted, provoked bitterer feelings, and to these the severest poignancy was accidentally added to Juliet by the cruel local circumstance of receiving continual indignity in the very house, nay, the very room, where, in sweetest intercourse, she had been accustomed to be treated upon terms of generous equality by Lady Aurora Granville. End of chapter 53.
Chapter 54 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 54. Juliet had passed but a short space, by the measure of time, in this new residence, though by that of suffering and disgust it had seemed as long as it was irksome, when one morning she was informed, by the nursery maid, that a grand breakfast was to be given, about 2 o'clock, to all the first gentry in and near Brighthelmstone. Mrs Ireton herself, making no mention of any such purpose, issued her usual orders for the attendance of Juliet, with her implements of amusement, and went, at an early hour, to a light building, called the Temple of the Sun, which overlooked the sea, from the end of the garden. This temple, like every place which Mrs Ireton capriciously, and even for the shortest interval, inhabited, was now filled with materials for recreation, which, ingeniously employed, might have whiled away a winter, but which, from her fluctuating whims, were insufficient even for the fleet passage of a few hours. Books that covered 3 window-seats, songs and sonatas that covered those books, various pieces of needlework, a billiard-table, a chess-board, a backgammon-board, a cup and ball, etc., etc., all in turn were tried, all in turn rejected, and invectives the most impatient were uttered against each, as it ceased to afford her pleasure, as if each, with living malignity, had studied to cause her disappointment. About noon she took the arm of Juliet, to descend the steps of the temple. Upon opening the door, Ireton appeared sauntering in the garden. Juliet, vexed at his sight, which Elinor had assured her that she would never encounter, severely felt the mortification of being seen in her present situation, by one who had so repeatedly offended her by injurious suspicions and familiar impertinence. Mrs Ireton, hastily relinquishing the arm of Juliet, from expecting that of her son, at whose sight she was evidently surprised, now resolved, with her most brilliant flourishes, to exhibit the new object of her power. "Why don't you take care of the child, Miss Ellis?" she cried aloud.
Do you design to let him break his neck down the stone steps? I beg your pardon, though, for asking the question. It may be very mal a propos. It may be necessary, perhaps, to some of your plans to see a tragedy in real life. You may have some work in agitation that may require that sort of study. I am sorry to have stood so unopportunely in your way. Quite ashamed, upon my word, to have prevented your taking a few hints from the child's dislocating a limb or two, or just fracturing his skull. 'Twould have been a pretty melancholy sight enough for an elegiac muse. I really beg your pardon for being so uncouth as to think of such a trumpery circumstance as saving the child's life.
Juliet, during this harangue, assiduously followed the young gentleman, who, with a shout of riotous rebellion, ran down the steps, and jumping into a parterre, selected, by his eye, the most beautiful of the flowers for treading under his feet, and, at every representation of Juliet, flung at her as many pinks, carnations, and geraniums as his merciless little fingers could grasp. Ireton, approaching, looked smilingly on, negligently nodding, and calling out, 'Well done, Loddard! Bravo, my little pickle!' Loddard, determined to merit this honourable testimony of his prowess, continued his sport, with augmented boldness. His wantonness, however, though rude, was childish. Juliet, therefore, though tormented, gave it no serious resentment. But she was not equally indifferent to the more maturely malicious insolence of Ireton, who, while he openly enjoyed the scene, negligently said to Loddard, 'What, my boy, hast got a new nurse?' Mrs Ireton, having stood some time leaning upon the balustrade of the steps which she was descending, in vain expectations of the arm of her son, who had only slightly bowed to her, with an 'How do, ma'am?' to which he waited not for an answer, now indignantly called out, 'So I am to be left to myself, am I? In this feeble and alarming state to which I am reduced, incapable to withstand a gust of wind, or to baffle the fall of a leaf, I may take care of myself, may I? I am too stout to require any attention, too robust, too obstreperous to need any help. If I fall down, I may get up again, I suppose. If I faint, I may come to myself again, I imagine. You will have the goodness to permit that, I presume. I may be mistaken, to be sure, but I should presume so. Don't you hear me, Mistress Ellis? But you are deaf, maybe. I am alarmed to the last degree. You are suddenly seized, perhaps, with the loss of one of your senses.' This attack, begun for her son, though, upon his romping with the little boy, in total disregard to its reproach, ending for Juliet, made Ireton now, throwing back his head, to stare, with a sneering half laugh, at Juliet, exclaim, 'Fie, Mrs Betty, how can you leave Mrs Ireton unaided in such peril? Fie, Mrs Polly, fie, Mrs. What is your new nurse's name, my boy?' The boy, who never held his tongue but when he was desired to speak, would make no answer but by running violently after Juliet, as she sought to escape from him, flinging flowers, leaves, grass, or whatever he could find, at her, with boisterous shouts of laughter, and with all his little might. Mrs Ireton, brought nearly to good humour by the sight of the perplexity and displeasure of Juliet, only uttered, 'Pretty dear! How playful he is!' But when, made still more daring by this applause, the little urchin ventured to touch the hem of her own garments, she became suddenly sensible of his disobedience and wanton mischief, and commanded him from her presence. As careless of her wrath as he was ungrateful for her favour, the young gentleman thought of nothing so little as of obedience. He jumped and skipped around her, in bold defiance of all authority, laughing loudly in her face, making 1,000 rude grimaces, yet screaming, as if attacked by a murderer, when she attempted to catch him, though the moment that he forced himself out of her reach, hallooing his joyous triumph in her ears, with vociferous exultation. Juliet was ordered to take him in hand, and carry him off; an order which, to quit the scene, she prepared with pleasure to obey, But the young gentleman, though he pursued her with fatiguing fondness when she sought to avoid him, now ran wildly away. Mrs Ireton, enraged, menaced personal chastisement, but upon his darting at Juliet, and tearing her gown, she turned abruptly aside, in the apprehension of being called upon for reparation, and gently saying, "What a frisky little rogue it is!" affected to observe him no longer. The torn robe proved potent attraction to the little dog, who, yelping with its unmeaning fury, flew at and began gnawing it, with as much vehemence, as if its destruction were essential to his well-being. A party of company was now announced, and begged to join Mrs Ireton in the garden; and, tripping foremost from the advancing throng, came Selina. Ireton, flapping his hat over his eyes, leisurely sauntered away. Mrs Ireton returned to the Temple, to receive her guests with more state; and Juliet, hoping, though doubtfully, some relief and countenance, bent forward to greet her young friend. Selina, with a look of vivacity and pleasure, eagerly approached; but while her hands were held out, in affectionate amity, and her eyes invited Juliet to meet her, she stopt, as if from some sudden recollection, and after taking a hasty glance around her, picked a flower from a border of the parterre, and ran back with it to present to Lady Aramede. Juliet, scarcely disappointed, retreated, and the party advanced in a body. She would fain have hidden herself, but had no power. The boy, with romping violence, forcibly detaining her, by loud shrieks, which rent the air, when she struggled to disengage herself from his hold; and, as every visitor, however stunned or annoyed, uttered in approaching him the admiring epithets of 'dear little creature,' 'sweet little love,' 'pretty little dear,' etc., the boy, in common with children of a larger growth, concluding praise to be approbation, flung himself upon Juliet with all his force, protesting that he would give her a green gown; while all the company, upon Mrs Ireton's appearing at an open window of the Temple, unanimously joined in extolling his strength, his agility, and his spirited character. The wearied and provoked Juliet now seriously and strenuously sought to disengage herself from the stubborn young athletic; but he clung round her waist, and was jumping up at her shoulders, to catch at the ribbon of her hat, when Lady Kendover and her niece, who were the last of the company that arrived, entered the garden. Lady Barbara Frankland no sooner perceived Juliet, and her distress, than, swift as the wind, breaking from her aunt, she flew forward to give her succour, seizing the sturdy little assailant by his arms, when unprepared to defend himself, and twisting him adroitly from his prey, exclaiming, 'You spoilt little wicked creature! Beg pardon of that lovely Miss Ellis directly, this moment!' 'Ellis! Dear, if it is not Ellis!' cried Selina, now joining them. 'How glad I am to see you, my dear Ellis! What an age it is since we met!' Juliet, whose confidence was somewhat more than staggered in the regard of Selina, coldly courtsied to her, while, with the warmest gratitude, she began expressing her acknowledgements for the prompt and generous kindness of Lady Barbara; when the boy, recovering from his surprise, and furious at any controul, darted at her ladyship with vindictive violence, attempting, and intending, to practise upon her the same feats which had nearly subdued Juliet. But the situation was changed; the exclamations were reversed; and 'Oh, you naughty little thing!' 'How can you be so rude?' 'Fie, child, fie!' were echoed from mouth to mouth, which every step bent forward to protect poor Lady Barbara from the troublesome little creature. The boy was then seriously made over to his maid, to be new dressed, with a promise of peaches and sugar plums if he would be so very good a child as to submit to the repugnant operations of his toilette, without crying or fighting. The butler now appeared, to announce that the breakfast was ready; and Juliet saw confirmed that the party had been invited and expected, though Mrs Ireton meant to impress her with the magnificent idea that this was her common way of life. The company all re-entered the house, and all without taking the smallest notice of Juliet, Lady Barbara excepted, who affectionately shook hands with her, and warmly regretted that she did not join the party. Juliet, to whom the apparent mystery of her situation offered as much apology for others as it brought distress to herself, went back, far more hurt than offended, to the Temple. Hence, presently, from under one of the windows, she heard a weak but fretful and angry voice, morosely giving impatient reprimands to some servant, while imperiously refusing to listen to even the most respectful answer. Looking from the window, she saw, and not without concern, from the contrast to the good humour which she had herself experienced, that this choleric reproacher was Sir Jasper Harrington. The nursery maid, who came, soon afterwards, in search of some baubles, which her young master had left in the Temple, complained that her mistress's rich brother-in-law, Sir Jasper, who never entered the house but upon grand invitations, had been at his usual game of scolding, and finding fault with all the servants, till they all wished him at Jericho, sparing nobody but Nanny, whom the men called the Beauty. He was so particular, when he was in his tantrums, the maid added, that he was almost as cross as the old lady herself, except indeed to his favourites, and those he could never do enough for. But he commanded about him at such a rate, that Mrs Ireton, she was sure, would never let him into the house, if it were not in the hope of wheedling him into leaving the great fortune, that had fallen to him with the name of Harrington, to the young squire, though the young squire was well enough off without it, being certain of the Ireton estate, because it was entailed upon him, if his uncle, Sir Jasper, should die without children. Juliet did not hear this history of the ill temper of her generous old beau without chagrin, but the prattling nursery maid ceased not recording what she called his tantrums, till the well-known sound of his crutches announced his approach, when she hastily made her exit. With the awkward feeling of uncertain opinion, softened off, nevertheless, by the remembrance of strong personal obligation, Juliet presented herself at the door, to show her intention of descending. Occupied by the pain of labouring up the steps, he did not raise his head, or perceive her, till he had reached the threshold of the little building. His still brilliant eyes became then brighter, and the air of harsh asperity which, while mounting, his countenance still retained from recent anger, was suddenly converted into a look of the most lively pleasure, and perfect good humour. After touching his hat, and waving his hand, with an old-fashioned but well-bred air of gallantry, he laughingly confessed that he had ascended with the view of recruiting his strength and spirits by a private visit to the god Morpheus, to enable him to get through the weighty enterprise of encountering a throng of frivolous females, without affronting them by his yawns. "How little," he continued, "did I imagine myself coming to sleep's most resistless conqueror delight! If I rouse not now, I must have more soporiferous qualities than the sleepers, or even than the sleeping beauty in the wood, who took a nap of 40 years. Then, entreating her to be seated, he dropped upon the easy chair, which had been prepared for Mrs Ireton, and crossed his crutches, as if by accident, in a manner that prevented her from retreating. She was the less, however, impatient of this delay, as she saw that the windows looking from the house into the garden were filled with company, which she desired nothing so little as to pass in review. Taking, therefore, a place as far from him as was in her power, she made herself an occupation in arranging some mulberry leaves for silkworms. The baronet, whose face expressed increasing satisfaction at his situation, courteously sought to draw her into discourse. "My little friends," cried he, smiling, "who are always at work, have continually been tormenting me of late with pinches and twitches upon my utter neglect of my sister-in-law, Mrs Ireton. I could not, for my life, imagine why they took so prodigious an interest in my visiting her, but they nipped and squeezed and worried me without intermission, accusing me of misbehaviour, saying she was my sister-in-law, and ill, and hypochondriac, and that it was by no means pretty behaved in me, not to show her more respect. It was in vain I represented that she was rich and did not want me, or that she was disagreeable and that I did not want her. 'Twas all one. They insisted I should go. And this morning, when I would have excused myself from coming to her fine breakfast, they beset me in so many ways that I was forced to comply. And now I see why. Poor earthly mundane mortal that I was, I took them for envious sprites, jealous of my repose. But I see now, they were only recreative little sylphs, amusing themselves with whipping and spurring me on to my own good. And is this, thought Juliet, the man who bears a character of impatience and ill humour? This man, whose imagination is so playful, and whose desire to please can only be equalled by his desire to serve? And where, he continued, have you all this time been eclipsed? From sundry circumstances that perversely obtruded themselves upon my knowledge, in defiance of the ill reception I gave them, I was led at first to conclude that you had been spirited away by Sir Lisle Sycamore. He fixed his eyes upon her curiously, but the colour that rose in her cheeks betrayed no serious consciousness. It showed open resentment. Oh, I soon saw, he resumed, as if he had been answered, though she had not deigned to disclaim an idea that she deemed fitted simply for contempt, by the mortified silence of my young gallant, that the fates had not been propitious to his wishes. In characters of this description, success never courts the shade. It basks in the sunshine, and seeks the broadest day. How is it that you have thus picked the vain spark? He came to me in such a flame, to upbraid me for what he called the cursed ridiculous dance that I had led him, that I fairly thought he meant to call me out. I began directly to look about me for the stoutest of my crutches, to parry for a last minute or two his broadsword, and to deliberate which might be the thickest of my leather cushions, to hold up in my defence, for reverberating the ball, in case he should prefer pistols. But he deigned, most fortunately, to content himself with only abusing me, hinting that such superannuated old geese, as those who had passed their grand climacteric, ought not to meddle with affairs of which they must have lost even the memory. I let him bounce off without any answer, very thankful to the sisters three, to feel myself in a whole skin. Looking at her then, with an expression of humorous reproach, "You will permit me, I hope, at least," he added, "to flatter myself that, when your indulgence to the garrulity of age has induced you to bear with my loquacity till I am a little hoarser, your consideration for sore throats and heated lungs will prevail upon you to utter a little word or two in your turn." Juliet, laughing, answered that she had been too well amused to be aware how little she had seemed to merit his exertions. "Tell me, then," cried he, with looks that spoke him enchanted by this reply, "through what extraordinary mechanism in the wheel of fortune you have been rolled to this spot? The benevolent sprites who have urged me hither have not given me a jot of information how you became known to Mrs Ireton. By what strange spell have you been drawn in, to seem an inmate of her mansion? And what philters and potions have you swallowed, to make you endure her never-ending vagaries?" Half smiling, half sighing, Juliet looked down, not willing to accept, though hardly able to resist, the offered license for complaint. "Make no stranger," the old baronet laughingly added, "of me, I beg. She is my sister-in-law, to be sure, but the law, with all its subtleties, had not yet entailed our affections with our estates to our relations, nor articled our tastes with our jointures to our dowagers. Use, therefore, no manner of ceremony. How do you bear with her freaks and fancies? Or rather, for that is the essential point, why do you bear with them?" "Can that," said Juliet, "be a question?" "Not a wise one, I confess," he returned, "for what but necessity could link together two creatures, who seem formed to give a view of human nature diametrically opposite the one from the other? These indeed must be imps, and imps of darkness, who, busy still, delight to join the gentle to the rude, that can have coupled so unharmonizing a pair. Hymen with all the little active sinister devils in his train, that yoke together pell-mell for life, hobbling age with bounding youth, choleric violence with trembling timidity, haggard care with thoughtless merriment, Hymen himself, that marrying little lawyer, who takes upon him to unite what is most discordant, and to tie together all that is most heterogeneous, even he, though provided with what is so justly called a license, for binding together what nature itself seems to sunder, he, even he, I assert, never buckled in the same noose, two beings so completely and equally dissimilar, both without and within. Since such, however, has been the ordinance of these fantastic workers of wonders, will you let me ask, in what capacity it has pleased their impships to conjure you hither? Juliet hesitated, and looked ashamed to answer. You are not, I hope, cried he, fixing upon her his keen eyes, one of those ill-starred damsels, whose task, in the words of Madame de Maintenon, is to amuse the unamusable. You are not, I hope. He stopped, as if seeking a phrase, and then, rather faintly added, her companion. Her humble servant, sir, with a forced smile, said Juliet, and yet, humbled as I feel myself in that capacity, not humble enough for its calls. The smiles of the old baronet vanished in a moment, and an expression of extreme severity took their place. She uses you ill, then? He indignantly cried, and grasping the knobs of his two crutches, he struck their points against the floor, with a heaviness that made the little building shake, ejaculating in a hoarse inward voice, "Curse her!" Juliet stared at him, affrighted by his violence. "Can it be possible," he cried, "that so execrable a fate should be reserved for so exquisite a piece of workmanship? Sweet witch! Were I but 10 years younger, I would snatch you from her infernal claws. Or rather, could I cut off 20. Yet even then the disparity would be too great. 30 years younger, or perhaps 40, my hand and fortune should teach that fury her distance." Juliet, surprised, and doubting whether what dropped from him were escaped sincerity, or purposed irony, looked with so serious a perplexity, that, struck and ashamed, he checked himself, and recovering his usually polite equanimity, smiled at his own warmth, saying, "Don't be alarmed, I beg. Don't imagine that I shall forget myself, nor want to hurry away, lest my animation should be dangerous. The heat that, at 25, might have fired me into a fever, now raises but a kindly glow, that stops or keeps off stagnation. The little sprites who hover around me, though they often mischievously spur my poor fruitless wishes, always take care, by seasonable twitches, in some vulnerable gouty part, to twirl me from the region of hope and romance, to very sober real life." Fearful of appearing distrustful, Juliet looked satisfied, and again he went on. "Since, then, 'tis clear that there can be no danger in so simple an intercourse, why should I not give myself the gratification of telling you, that every sight of you does me good, renovates my spirits, purifies my humours, sweetens my blood, and braces my nerves. Never talk to me with mockery of fairyism, witchcraft, and sylphs. The real influence of lovely youth is 1,000 times more wonderful, more potent, and more incredible. When I have seen you only an instant, I feel in charity with all mankind for the rest of the day, and at night my kind little friends present you to me again, renew every pleasing idea, revive the most delightful images, and paint you to me just as I see you at this moment." Juliet, embarrassed, talked of returning to the house. "Do you blush?" cried he, with quickness, and evidently increasing admiration. "Is it possible that you are not enough habituated to praise, to hear it without modest confusion? I have seen full many a lady, but you, oh you, so perfect and so peerless, are created of every creature best. My whole life has been spent in worshipping beauty, till within these very few years, when I have gotten something like a surfeit, and meant to give it over. For I have watched and followed beauties, till I have grown sick of them. I have admired fine features, only to be disgusted with vapid vanity. A face with a little meaning, those ugly as sin and Satan, I have lately thought worth 40 of them. But you, fair sorceress, you have conjured me round again to my old work. I have found the spell irresistible. You have such intelligence of countenance, such spirit with such sweetness, smile so delicious though rare, look so speaking, grace so silent, that I forget you are a beauty, and fasten my eyes upon you, only to understand what you say when you don't utter a word. That's all. Don't be uneasy, therefore, at my staring; though, to be candid, we know ourselves so little, that 'tis possible, had you not first caught my eyes as a beauty, I might never have looked at you long enough to find out your wit. A footman now came to acquaint Sir Jaspar that the rice soup, which he had ordered, was ready, and that the ladies were waiting for the honour of his company to breakfast. I heartily wish they would wait for my company till I desire to have theirs, Sir Jaspar muttered; but, sensible of the impropriety of such a refusal, arose, and, taking off his hat, with a studied formality, which he hoped would impress the footman with a respect for its object, followed his messenger, whispering nevertheless as he quitted the building, "Leave you for a breakfast! I would almost as willingly be immersed in the witch's cauldron, and boiled into morsels, to become a breakfast myself, for the amusement of the audience at a theatre." End of chapter 54. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 55 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 55. Juliet, who perceived that the windows were still crowded with company, contentedly kept her place, and taking up the second volume of the Guardian, found, in the lively instruction, the chaste morality, and the exquisite humour of Addison, an enjoyment which no repetition can cloy. In a short time, to her great discomposure, she was broken in upon by Ireton, who, drawing before the door, which he shut, an easy chair, cast himself indolently upon it, and, stretching out his arms, said, "Aha! the fair Ellis! How art thee, my dear?" Far more offended than surprised by this freedom, Juliet, perceiving that she could not escape, affected to go on with her reading, as if he had not entered the building. "Don't be angry, my dear," he continued, "that I did not speak to you before all those people. There's no noticing a pretty girl in public, without raising such a devil of a clamour, that it's enough to put a man out of countenance. Besides, Mrs Ireton is such a very particular quiz, that she would be sure to contrive I should never have a peep at you again, if once she suspected the pleasure I take in seeing you. However, I am going to turn a dutiful son, and spend some days here; and, by that means, we can squeeze an opportunity, now and then, of getting a little chat together." Juliet could no longer refrain from raising her head, with amazement, at this familiar assurance; but he went on, totally disregarding the rebuke of her indignant eye. "How do you like your place here, my dear? Mrs Ireton's rather qualmish, I am afraid. I can never bear to stay with her myself, except when I have some point to carry. I can't devise what the devil could urge you to come into such a business. And where's Harleigh? What's he about? Gone to old Nick, I hope, with all my heart. But you, why are you separated? What's the reason you are not with him?" Yet more provoked, though determined not to look up again, Juliet fixed her eyes upon the book. Ireton continued, "What a sly dog he is, that Harleigh! But what the deuce could provoke him to make me cut such a silly figure before Lord Melbury, with my apologies and all that? He took me in, Paz. I thought he'd nothing to do with you; and if you had not had that fainting fit at the concert, which I suppose you forgot to give him notice of, that put him so off his guard, I should have believed all he vowed and swore, of having no connection with you, and all that, to this very moment." This was too much. Juliet gravely arose, put down her book, and said with severity, "Mr Ireton, you will be so good as to let me pass." "No, not I, my dear," he answered, still lolling at his ease. "We must have a little chat together first.
'Tis an age since I have been able to speak with you. I have been confounded discreet, I promise you. I have not told your secret to a soul.'
'What secret, sir?' cried Juliet, hastily.
'Why, who you are and all that.'
'If you knew, sir,' recovering her calmness, she replied, 'I should not have to defend myself from the insults of a son while under the protection of his mother.'
'Ha, ha, ha!' cried he, 'what a droll piece of dainty delicacy thee art! I'd give a cool 100 this moment, only to know what the deuce puts it into thy little head to play this farce such a confounded length of time before one comes to the catastrophe.'
Juliet, with a disdainful gesture, again took her book.
'Why, won't you trust me, my dear? You shan't repent it, I promise you. Tell me frankly now, who are you, hey?'
Juliet only turned over a new leaf of her book.
'How can you be so silly, child? Why won't you let me serve you? You don't know what use I may be of to you. Come, make me your friend. Only trust me and I'll go to the very devil for you with pleasure.'
Juliet read on.
'Come, my love, don't be cross. Speak out. Put aside these dainty airs. Surely you ain't such a fool as to think to take me in, as you have done Milbury and Harleigh.'
Juliet felt her cheeks now heated with increased indignation.
'As to Milbury, 'tis a mere schoolboy, ready to swallow anything; and as to Harleigh, he's such a queer, out of the way genius, that he's like nobody. But as to me, my dear, I'm a man of the world; not so easily played upon, I promise you. I have known you from the very beginning; found you out at first sight; only I did not think it worth while telling you so, while you appeared so confounded ugly. But now that I see you are such a pretty creature, I feel quite an interest for you. So tell me who you are, will you?'
Somewhat piqued, at length, by her resolute silence,
'Nay,' he added, with affected scorn, 'don't imagine I have any view. Don't disturb yourself with any freaks and qualms of that sort. You are a fine girl, to be sure. Devilish handsome, I own. But still too grave, grim, what the deuce is the word I mean? For my taste. I like something more buckish. So pray make yourself easy. I shan't interfere with you 2 sparks. I am perfectly aware I should have but a bad chance. I know I am neither as good a pigeon to pluck as Milbury, nor as marvellous a wight to overcome as Harleigh. But I can't for my life make out why you don't take to one o' t'other of 'em, and put yourself at your ease. I'm deadly curious to know what keeps you from coming to a finish. Milbury would be managed the easiest, but I strongly suspect you like Harleigh best. What do you turn your back for? That I mayn't see you blush? Come, come, don't play the baby with a man of the world like me.'
To the infinite relief of the disgusted Juliet, she now heard the approach of some footstep. Ireton, who heard it also, nimbly arose, and, softly moving his chair from the door, cast half his body out of the window, and lolling upon his elbows, began humming an air, as if totally occupied in regarding the sea. A footman, who entered, told Juliet that his lady desired that she would come to the parlour, to play and sing to the company, while they breakfasted. Juliet, colouring at this unqualified order, hesitated what to answer, while Ireton, turning round, and pretending not to have heard what was said, maliciously made the man repeat, 'My lady, sir, bid me tell Miss Ellis that she must come to play and sing to the company.'
'Play and sing?' repeated Ireton. 'Oh, the devil! Must we be bored with playing and singing too? But I did not know breakfast was ready, and I am half starved.'
He then sauntered from the building; but the moment that the footman was out of sight, turned back to say,
'How devilish provoking to be interrupted in this manner! How can we contrive to meet again, my dear?'
The answer of Juliet was shutting and bolting the door. His impertinence, however, occupied her mind only while she was under its influence. The insignificance of his character, notwithstanding the malice of his temper, made it sink into nothing. To give way to the new rising difficulty,
how she might bear to obey, or how risk to refuse, the rude and peremptory summons which she had just received. "Ought I," she cried, "to submit to treatment so mortifying? Are there no boundaries to the exactions of prudence upon feeling? Or rather, is there not a mental necessity, a call of character, a cry of propriety, that should supersede, occasionally, all prudential considerations, however urgent? Oh, if those who receive, from the unequal conditions of life, the fruits of the toils of others, could, only for a few days, experience, personally, how cruelly those toils are embittered by arrogance, or how sweetly they may be softened by kindness, the race of the Mrs Iretons would become rare, and Lady Aurora Granville might, perhaps, be paralleled." Yet, with civility, with good manners, had Mrs Ireton made this request, not issued it as a command by a footman. Juliet felt that, in her present dependent condition, however ill she might be disposed for music, or for public exhibition, she ought to yield. And even now, the horror of having another asylum to seek, the disgrace of seeming driven, thus continually, from house to house, though they could not lessen her repugnance to indelicacy and haughtiness, cooled all ardour of desire for trying yet another change, till she should have raised a sufficient sum for joining Gabriella, and softening, nay delighting, the future toils to which she might be destined by the society of that cherished friend. In a few minutes she was visited by Selina, who, rapturously embracing her, declared that she could not stay away from her any longer, and volubly began her usual babble of news and tales, to all which Juliet gave scarcely the coldest attention, till she had the satisfaction of hearing that the health of Elinor was re-established. Selina then owned that she had been sent by Mrs Ireton, to desire that Miss Ellis would make more haste. Juliet worded a civil excuse, which Selina, with hands uplifted from amazement, carried back to the breakfast room. Soon afterwards, peals of laughter announced the vicinity of the Miss Crawleys, who merrily called aloud upon Ireton to come and help them to haul the Ellis, will ye, nill ye, to the piano forte, to play and sing. Happy in this intimation of their purpose, Juliet bolted the door, and would not be prevailed upon to open it, either by their vociferous prayers, or their squalls of disappointment. But, in another minute, a slight rustling sound drawing her eyes to a window, she saw Ireton preparing to make a forced entry. She darted now to the door, and, finding the passage clear, as the Miss Crawleys had gone softly round, to witness the exploit of Ireton, seized the favourable moment for eluding observation, and was nearly arrived at the house, before the besiegers of the cage perceived that the bird was flown. End of chapter 55. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 56 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 56. The two sisters no sooner discovered the escape of their prey, than, screaming with violent laughter, they began a romping race in its pursuit. Near the entrance into the hall, Juliet was met by Selina, with commands from Mrs Ireton that she would either present herself immediately to the company, or seek another abode. In the minds of strong sensibility, arrogance rouses resentment more quickly even than injury. A message so gross, an affront so public, required, therefore, no deliberation on the part of Juliet, and she was answering that she would make her preparations to depart, when the Miss Crawleys, rushing suddenly upon her, exclaimed with clamorous joy, "She's caught! She's caught! The Ellis is caught!" And each of them seizing a hand, they dragged her, with merry violence, into the breakfast room. Her hoydening conductors failed not to excite the attention of the whole assembly, though it fell not, after the first glance, upon themselves. Juliet, to whom the exercise and confusion gave added beauty, and whom no disorder of attire could rob of an air of decency, which, inherent in her nature, was always striking in her demeanour, was no sooner seen, than, whether with censure or applause, she monopolized all remark. Mrs Ireton haughtily bid her approach. Averse, yet unwilling to risk the consequences of a public breach, she slowly advanced. "I am afraid, ma'am," said Mrs Ireton, with a smile of derision, "I am afraid, ma'am, you have hurried yourself. It is not much above an hour, I believe, since I did myself the honour of sending for you. I have no conception how you have been able to arrive so soon. Pray how far do you think it may be from hence to the Temple? 10 or 12 yards, I verily believe. You must really be ready to expire." Having constrained herself to hear thus much, Juliet conceived that the duty even of her humble station could require no more. She made, therefore, a slight reverence, with intention to withdraw. But Mrs Ireton, offended, cried, "Whither may you be going, ma'am? And pray, ma'am, if I may take the liberty to ask such a question, who told you to go? Was it I? Did anybody hear me? Did you, Lady Aramide? Or you, Miss Brinville? Or only Miss Ellis herself? For to be sure I must have done it. I take that for granted. She would not, certainly, think of going without leave, after I have sent for her. So I make no doubt but I did it, though I can't think how it happened, I own. 'Twas perfectly without knowing it, I confess. In some fit of absence, perhaps in my sleep, for I have slept too, perhaps, without knowing it." Sarcasms so witty, uttered by a lady at an assembly in her own house, could not fail of being received with applause, and Mrs Ireton, looking around her triumphantly, regarded the disconcerted Juliet as a completely vanquished vassal. In a tone, therefore, that marked the most perfect self-satisfaction. "Pray, ma'am," she continued, "for what might you suppose I did myself the favour to want you? Was it only to take a view of your new costume? 'Tis very careless and picturesque, to be sure, to rove abroad in that agreeable déshabille, just like that, the maiden all forlorn; or rather to speak with mere exactitude, like the man all tattered and torn, for 'tis more properly his costume you adopt, than the neat tidy maiden's." The warm-hearted young Lady Barbara, all pity and feeling for Juliet, here broke from her quiet and cautious aunt, and, with irrepressible eagerness, exclaimed, "Mrs Ireton, 'twas Mr Loddard, your own little naughty nephew, who deranged in that manner the dress of that elegant Miss Ellis." The Miss Crawleys now, running to the little boy, called out, "The Loddard! 'Tis the Loddard has set up the new costume." Mrs Ireton, though affecting to laugh, had now done with the subject; and while she was taking a pinch of snuff, to gain time to suggest some other, Sir Jasper Harrington, advancing to Juliet, said, "Has this young lady no place?" And, gallantly taking her hand, he led her to his own chair, and walked to another part of the room. A civility such as this from Sir Jasper made all the elders of the company stare, and all the younger titter; but the person the most surprised was Mrs Ireton, who hastily called out, "Miss Ellis would not do such a thing! Take Sir Jasper's own seat? That has his own particular cushions? She could not do such a thing. I should think not, at least. I may judge ill, but I should think not. A seat prepared for Sir Jasper by my own order!
Miss Ellis can dispense without having an easy chair and 3 cushions, I should presume. I may be wrong, to be sure, but I should presume so.' 'Madam,' answered Sir Jaspar, 'in days of old I never could bear to sit when I saw a lady standing; and though those days are past, alas! and gone, still I cannot, even to escape a twitch of the gout, see a fair female neglected, without feeling a twitch of another kind, that gives me yet greater pain.' 'Your politeness, Sir Jaspar,' replied Mrs Ireton, 'we all know; and if it were for one of my guests but Miss Ellis can hardly desire, I should suppose, to see you drop down with fatigue, while she is reposing upon your arm chair. Not that I pretend to know her way of thinking; I don't mean that. I don't mean to have it imagined I have the honour of her confidence; but I should rather suppose she could not insist upon turning you out of your own seat, only to give you a paroxysm of the gout.' However internally moved, Juliet endured this harangue in total silence, convinced that where all authority is on the side of the aggressor, resistance only provokes added triumph. Her looks, therefore, though they shewed her to be hurt and offended, evinced a dignified forbearance, superior to the useless reproach, and vain retaliation, of unequal contention. She rose, nevertheless, from the seat which she had only momentarily, and from surprise occupied, and would have quitted the room, but that she saw she should again be publicly called back, and hers was not a situation for braving open enmity. She thankfully, however, accepted a chair which was brought to her by Sir Marmaduke Crowley, and placed next to that which had been vacated by the old baronet, who then returned to his own. She now hoped to find some support from his countenance, as his powerful situation in the house, joined to his age, would make his smallest attention prove to her a kind of protection. Her expectation, however, was disappointed. He did not address to her a word, or appear to have ever beheld her before; and his late act of politeness seemed exerted for a perfect stranger, from habitual good breeding. 'And is it you,' thought the pensive Juliet, 'who, but a few minutes since, spoke to me with such flattery, such preference, with an even impassioned regard? And shall this so little assembly guide and awe you? There, where I wished upon me your compliments; while here, where a smile would be encouragement, where notice would be charity, you affect to have forgotten, or appear never to have seen me. Ah!' mentally continued the silent moralist, 'if we reflected upon the difficulty of gaining esteem, upon the chances against exciting affection, upon the union of time and circumstance necessary for obtaining sincere regard, we should require courage to withhold, not to follow, the movement of kindness, that, where distress sighs for succour, where helplessness solicits support, gives power to the smallest exertion, to a single word, to a passing smile, to bestow a favour, and to do a service that catch, in the brief space of a little moment, a gratitude that never dies.' But while thus to be situated was pain and dejection to Juliet, to see her seated, however unnoticed, in the midst of this society, was almost equally irksome to Mrs Ireton, who, after some vain internal fretting, ordered the butler to carry about refreshments, consoled with the certainty that he would as little dare present any to Juliet, as omit to present them to every one else. The smiles and best humour of Mrs Ireton now soon returned, for the dependent state of Juliet became more than ever conspicuous, when thus decidedly she was marked as the sole person, in a large assembly, that the servants were permitted, if not instructed, to neglect. Juliet endeavoured to sit tranquil, and seem unconcerned; but her fingers were in continual motion, her eyes, meaning to look nowhere, looked everywhere; and Mrs Ireton had the gratification to perceive that,
However she struggled for indifference, she was fully sensible of the awkwardness of her situation. But this was no sooner remarked by Lady Barbara Frankland, than, starting with vivacity from her vainly watchful aunt, she flew to her former instructress, crying, "Have you taken nothing yet, Miss Ellis? Oh, pray then let me choose your ice for you." She ran to a sideboard, and selecting the colour most pleasing to her eyes, hastened with it to the blushing, but relieved and grateful Juliet, to whom this benevolent attention seemed instantly to restore the self-command, that pointed indignities, and triumphant derision, were sinking into abashed depression. The sensation produced by this action in Mrs Ireton was as ungenial as that which it caused to Juliet was consolatory. She could not for a moment endure to see the creature of her power, whom she looked upon as destined for the indulgence of her will, and the play of her authority, receive a mark of consideration which, if shown even to herself, would have been accepted as a condescension. Abruptly, therefore, while they were standing together, and conversing, she called out, "Is it possible, Miss Ellis, that you can see the child in such imminent danger, and stay there amusing yourself?" Lady Kendover hastily called off her young niece, and Juliet, sighing, crossed over the room, to take charge of the little boy, who was sitting astraddle out of one of the windows. "But I had flattered myself," cried Sir Marmaduke Crowley, addressing Mrs Ireton, "that we should have a little music." Mrs Ireton, to whom the talents of Juliet gave pleasure in proportion only to her own repugnance to bringing them into play, had relinquished the projected performance, when she perceived the general interest which was excited by the mere appearance of the intended performer. She declared herself, therefore, so extremely fearful lest some mischief should befall her little nephew, that she could not possibly trust him from the care of Miss Ellis. Half the company now, urged by the thirst of fresh amusement, professed the most passionate fondness for children, and offered their services to watch the dear, sweet little boy, while Miss Ellis should play or sing; but the averseness of Ellis remained uncombated by Mrs Ireton, and, therefore, unconquered. The party was preparing to break up, when Mr Giles Arbe entered the room, to apologize for the non-appearance of Miss Arbe, his cousin, who had bid him bring words, he said, that she was taken ill. Ireton, by a few crafty questions, soon drew from him that Miss Arbe was only gone to a little private music meeting at Miss Sycamore's, though, affrighted when he had made the confession, he entreated Mrs Ireton not to take it amiss, protesting that it was not done in any disrespect to her, but merely because his cousin was more amused at Miss Sycamore's. Mrs Ireton, extremely piqued, answered that she should be very careful, in future, not to presume to make an invitation to Miss Arbe, but in a total dearth of other entertainment, in a famine, or public fast. But, the moment he sauntered into another room, to partake of some refreshments, "That old savage," she cried, "is a perfect horror. He has not a single atom of common sense; and if he were not Miss Arbe's cousin, one must tell one's butler to show him the door. At least, such is my poor opinion. I don't pretend to be a judge, but such is my notion." "Oh, I adore him!" cried Miss Crawley. "He makes me laugh till I'm ready to die. He has never a guess what he is about, and he never hears a word one says. And he stares so when one laughs at him. Oh, he's the delightfullest, stupidest, dear little wretch that breathes." "Oh, I can't look at him without laughing," exclaimed Miss Di. "He is the best thing in nature. He is delicious, enchanting, delightful. Oh, so dear a fool!" "He is quite unfit," said Mrs Maple, "for society; for he says everything that comes uppermost, and has not the least idea of what is due to people." "Oh, he is the sweetest tempered, kindest hearted creature in the world!" exclaimed Lady Barbara. My aunt's woman has heard, from Miss Arb's maid, all his history. He has quite ruined himself by serving poor people in distress. He is so generous, he can never pronounce a refusal." "But he dresses so meanly," said Miss Burnville, "that mamma and I have begged Miss Arbe not to bring him any more to see us. Besides, he tells everything in the world to everybody." "Poor Miss Arbe ain't to blame, I assure you, Miss Burnville," said Selina, "for she dislikes him as much as you do; only when her papa invited him to live with them, he was very rich, and it was thought he would leave all his fortune to them. But since then, Miss Arbe says, he's grown quite poor, for he has dawdled away almost all his money, in one way or another, letting folks out of prison, setting people up in business, and all that."
"Oh, he's the very king of quizzes," cried Ireton. "He drags me out of the spleen when I feel as if there were no possibility I could yawn on another half hour."
Sir Jasper now, looking with an air of authority towards Ireton, said, "It would have been your good star, if not your evil genius, by which you would have been guided, Mr Ireton, had you been attracted to this old gentleman as to an example, rather than as a butt for your wit. He has very good parts, if he knew how to make use of them, though he has a simplicity of manners, that induces common observers to conclude him to be nearly an idiot. And, indeed, an absent man seems always in a state of childhood; for, as he is never occupied with what is present, those who think of nothing else, naturally take it for granted that what passes is above his comprehension, when perhaps it is only below his attention. But with Mr Arbe, though his temper is incomparably good and placid, absence is neither want of understanding, nor of powers of observation; for, when once he is awakened to what is passing, by anything that touches his feelings of humanity, or his sense of justice, his seeming stupor turns to energy, his silence is superseded by eloquence, and his gentle diffidence is supplanted by a mental courage, which electrifies with surprise, from its contrast with his general docility, and which strikes, and even awes, from an apparent dignity of defying consequence, though in fact it is but the effect of never weighing them. Such, however, as he is, Mr Ireton, with the singularities of his courage, or the oddities of his passiveness, he is a man who is useful to the world from his love of doing good, and happy in himself from the serenity of a temper unruffled by any species of malignity." Ireton ventured not to manifest any resentment at this conclusion; but when, by his embarrassed air, Sir Jasper saw that it was understood, he smiled, and more gaily added, "If the Fates, the sisters three, and such little branches of learning, had had the benevolence to have fixed my own birth under the influence of the same planet with that of Mr Giles Arbe, how many twitchings, goadings, and worries should I have been spared, from impatience, ambition, envy, discontent, and ill will!" The subject was here dropped, by the re-entrance of Mr Arbe, who, observing Selina, said that he wanted prodigiously to inquire about her poor aunt, whom lately he had met with nowhere, though she used to be everywhere. "My aunt, Sir? She's there," said Selina, pointing to Mrs Maple. No, I don't mean that aunt. I mean your young aunt, that used to be so all alive and clever. What's become of her?" "Oh, I dare say it's my sister you are thinking of." "Ay, it's like enough, for she's young enough, to be sure, only you look such a mere child. Pray, how is she now? I was very sorry to hear of her cutting her throat." A titter, which was immediately exalted into a hearty laugh by the Miss Crawleys, was all the answer. "It was not right to do such a thing," he continued, "very wrong indeed. There is no need to be afraid of not dying soon enough, for we only come to be gone. I pitied her, however, with all my heart, for love is but a dangerous thing. It makes older persons than she is go astray one way or another, and it was but unkind of Mr Harleigh not to marry her, whether he liked her or not, to save her from such a naughty action. And pray what is become of that pretty creature that used to teach you all music? I've inquired for her at Miss Matson's often, but I always forgot where they said she was gone. Indeed, they make me a little angry about her, which probably was the reason that I could never recollect what they told me of her direction." "Angry, Mr. Giles?" repeated Mrs Ireton, with an air of restored complacency. "What was it, then, they said of her? Not that I am very curious to hear it, as I presume you will believe. You won't imagine it, I presume, a matter of the first interest to me." "Oh, what they said of her was very bad indeed, and that's the reason I give no credit to it." "Well, well, but what was it?" cried Ireton. "Why, they told me that she was turned toad-eater." Universal and irresistible smiles throughout the whole company, to the exception of Lady Barbara and Sir Jaspar, now heightened the embarrassment of Juliet into pain and distress. But the young Loddard every moment struggled to escape into the garden through the window, and she did not dare quit her post. "So I asked them what they meant," Mr. Giles continued, "for I never heard of anybody's eating toads, though I am assured our neighbours, on t'other bank, are so fond of frogs. But they made it out that it only meant a person who would swallow anything, bad or good, and do whatever he was bid, right or wrong, for the sake of a little pay." This definition by no means brought the assembly back to its gravity; but while Juliet, ashamed and indignant, kept her face turned consistently towards the garden, Ireton called out, "Why don't you speak to your little friend Loddard, Mr. Giles? There he is at the window." Mr. Giles now, notwithstanding her utmost efforts to avoid his eyes, perceived the blushing Juliet, though, doubting his sight, he stared and exclaimed, "Good la! That lady's very like Miss Ellis, and I protest 'tis she herself, and just as pretty as ever, and with the same innocent face that not a soul can either buy or make, but God Almighty himself." He then inquired after her health and welfare, with a cordiality that somewhat lessened the pain caused by the general remark that was produced by his address. But the relief was at an end upon his adding, "I wanted to see you prodigiously, for I have never forgotten your paying your debts so prettily, against your will, that morning. It fixed you in my good opinion. I hope, however, it is a mistake, what they tell me, that you are turned what they call toad-eater, and have let yourself out, at so much a year, to say nothing that you think, and to do nothing that you like, and to beg pardon when you are not at fault, and to eat all the offals, and to be beat by the little gentleman, and worried by the little dog. I hope all that's mere misapprehension, my dear, for it would be but a very mean way of getting money." The calmness of conscious superiority, with which Juliet heard the beginning of these interrogatories, was converted into extreme confusion, by their termination, from the appearance of justice which the incidents of the morning had given to the attack. "For now," continued he, "that you have paid all your debts, you ought to hold up your head; for when nothing is owing, we are all of us equal, rich and poor; another man's riches no more making him my superior, or benefactor, if I do not partake of them, than my poverty makes me his servant, or dependent, if I neither work for, nor am benefited by him. And I am your witness that you gave every one his due, so don't let anybody put you out of your proper place." The mortification of Juliet, at this public exhortation, upon a point so delicate, was not all that she had to endure. The little dog, who, though incessantly tormented by the little boy, always followed him, kept scratching her gown, to be helped up to the window, that he might play with, or snarl at him more at his ease; and the boy, making a whip of his pocket-handkerchief, continually attracted, though merely to repulse him; while Juliet, seeking alternately to quiet both, had not a moment's rest. "Why now, what's all this, my pretty lady?" cried Mr. Giles, perceiving her situation. "Why do you let those two plagueful things torment you so? Why don't you teach them to be better behaved?" "Miss Ellis would be vastly obliging, certainly," with a supercilious brow, said Mrs Ireton, To correct my nephew, I don't in the least mean to contest her abilities for superintending his chastisement. Not in the least, I assure you. But only as I never heard of my brother's giving her such a carte blanche, and as I don't recollect having given it myself, although I may have done it again, perhaps in my sleep, I should be happy to learn by what authority she would be invested with such powers of discipline. By what authority? That of humanity, ma'am. Not to spoil a poor ignorant little fellow creature, nor a poor innocent little beast. It would be immensely amiable of her, sir, no doubt, said Mrs Ireton, reddening, to take charge of the morals of my household. Immensely. I only hope you will be kind enough to instruct the young person, at the same time, how she may hold her situation. That's all. I only hope that. How? Why, by doing her duty. If she can't hold it by that, 'tis her duty to quit it. Nobody is born to be trampled upon. I hope, too, soon, said Mrs Ireton, scoffingly. Nobody will be born to be poor. Good, true, returned he, nodding his head. Nobody should be poor. That is very well said. However, if you think her so poor, I can give you the satisfaction to show you your mistake. She mayn't, indeed, be very rich, poor lady, at bottom, but still... No, indeed, I am not, hastily cried Juliet, frightened at the communication which she saw impending. But still, continued he, if she is poor, it is not for want of money, nor for want of credit neither, for she has bank-notes in abundance in one of her work-bags, and not a penny of them is her own, which shows her to be a person of great honour. Every one now looked awakened to a new curiosity, and Selina exclaimed, Oh la! Have you got a fortune then, my dear Miss Ellis? Oh, I dare say, then, my guess will prove true at last, for I dare say you are a princess in disguise. As far as disguise goes, Selina, answered Mrs Maple, we never have, I think, disputed, but as to a princess... A princess? repeated Mrs Ireton. Upon my word, this is an honour I had not imagined. I own my stupidity. I can't but own my stupidity, but I really had never imagined myself so much honoured as to suspect that I had a princess under my roof, who was so complaisant as to sing, and play, and read to me at my pleasure, and to study how to amuse and divert me. I confess I had never suspected it. I'm quite ashamed of my total want of sagacity, but it had never occurred to me. And why not, ma'am? cried Mr Giles. Why may not a princess be pretty and complaisant, and know how to sing and play and read, as well as another lady? She is just as able to learn as you, or any common person. I never heard that a princess took her rank in the place of her faculties. I know no difference, except that, if she does the things with good nature, you ought to love and honour her the double, in consideration of the great temptation she has to be proud and idle, and to do nothing. We envy all the great, when we ought only to revere them if they are good, and to pity them if they are bad. For they have the same infirmities that we have, and nobody that dares put them in mind of them, so that they often go to the grave before they find out they are nothing but poor little men and women like the rest of us. For my part, when I see them worthy and amiable, I look up to them as prodigies, whereas a common person, such as you or I, ma'am... Mrs Ireton, unable to bear this phrase, endeavoured to turn the attention of the company into another channel, by abruptly calling upon Juliet to go to the piano-forte. Juliet entreated to be excused. Excused? And why, ma'am? What else have you got to do? What are your avocations? I shall really take it as a favour to be informed. Don't tease her, pretty lady, don't tease her, cried Mr Giles. If she likes to sing, it's very agreeable, but if not, don't make a point of it, for it's not a thing at all essential. Like it? repeated Mrs Ireton, superciliously. We must do nothing then but what we like, even when we are in other people's houses, even when we exist only through the goodness of some of our superiors. Still we are to do only what we like. I am quite happy in the information. Extremely obliged for it, indeed. It will enable me, I hope,
to rectify the gross error of which I have been guilty, for I really did not know I had a young lady in my house, who is to make her will and taste the rule for mine, and as I suppose to have the goodness to direct my servants, as well as to take the trouble to manage me. I knew nothing of all this, I protest. I thought, on the contrary, I had engaged a young person who would never think of taking such a liberty as to give her opinion, but who would do as she ought, with respect and submission, whatever I should indicate." "Good la, ma'am," interrupted Mr. Giles, "why that would be leading the life of a slave! And that, I suppose, is what they meant all this time by a toad-eater. However, don't look so ashamed, my pretty dear, for a toad-eater maker is still worse. Fie, fie! What can rich people be thinking of to lay out their money in burying their fellow creatures' liberty of speech and thought, and then paying them for a bargain which they ought to despise them for selling?" This unexpected retort turning the smiles of the assembly irresistibly against the lady of the mansion, she hastily renewed her desire that Juliet would sing. "Sing, ma'am?" cried Mr. Giles. "Why, a merry Andrew could not do it after being so affronted. Bless my heart! Tell a human being that she must only move to and fro like a machine, only say what she is bid like a parrot, employ her time calling forth her talents, exact her services, yet not let her make any use of her understanding, neither say what she approves, nor object to what she dislikes. Poor pretty young thing! You are never so much to be pitied in the midst of your worst distresses, as when you are relieved upon such terms. Fie upon it, fie! How can great people be so little?" The mingled shame and resentment of Mrs Ireton at a remonstrance so extraordinary and so unqualified, were with difficulty kept within the bounds of decorum; for though she laughed, and affected to be extremely diverted, her laugh was so sharp and forced, that it wounded every ear; and, through the amusement that she pretended to receive, it was obvious that she suffered torture in restraining herself from ordering her servants to turn the orator out of the room. With looks much softened, though in a manner scarcely less fervent, Mr. Giles then, approaching Juliet, repeated, "Don't be cast down, I say, my pretty lady. You are none the worse for all this. The thing is but equal at last, so we must not always look at the bad side of our fate. State everything fairly. You have got your talents, your prettiness, and your winning ways, but you want these ladies' wealth. They have got their wealth, their grandeur, and their luxuries, but they want your powers of amusing. You can't well do without one another, so it's best we friends on both sides." Mrs Ireton, now, dying to give some vent to her spleen, darted the full venom of her angry eyes upon Juliet, and called out, "You don't see, I presume, Miss Ellis, what a condition Bijou has put that chair in. 'Twould be too great a condescension for you, I suppose, just to give it a little pat of the hand to shake off the crumbs. Though it is not your business, I confess that it is not your business. Perhaps, therefore, I am guilty of an indiscretion in giving you such a hint. Perhaps I had better let Lady Kendover, or Lady Aramede, or Mrs Brinville, or any of the other ladies, sit upon the dirt and soil their clothes. You may think, perhaps, that it will be for the advantage of the mercer or the linen draper. You may be considering the good of trade. Or perhaps you may think I may do such sort of menial offices for myself." However generally power may cause timidity, arrogance, in every generous mind, awakens spirit. Juliet, therefore, raising her head, and, clearing her countenance, with a modest but firm step, moved silently towards the door. Astonished and offended, "Permit me, madam!" cried Mrs Ireton, "permit me, Miss Ellis, if it is not taking too great a liberty with a person of your vast consequence, permit me to inquire who told you to go?" Juliet turned back her head, and quietly answered, "A person, madam, who has not the honour to be known to you. Myself." And then steadily left the room. End of chapter 56. Recording by Roxana Nazari.
Chapter 57 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 57. An answer so little expected, from one whose dependent state had been so frequently discussed, caused a general surprise, and an almost universal demand of who the young person might be, and what she could mean. The few words that had dropped from her had as many commentators as hearers. Some thought their inference important, others their mystery suspicious, and others mocked their assumption of dignity. Tears started into the eyes of Lady Barbara, while those of Sir Jaspar were fixed, meditatively, upon the head of his crutch. But the complacent smile of admiration, exhibited by Mr. Giles, attracted the notice of the whole assembly, by the peals of laughter which it excited in the Miss Crawleys. With rage difficultly disguised without, but wholly ungovernable within, Mrs Ireton would instantly have revenged what she considered as the most heinous affront that she had ever received, by expelling its author ignominiously from her house, but for the still sharpened curiosity with which her pretensions to penetration became piqued, from the general cry of "How very extraordinary that Mrs Ireton has never been able to discover who she is!" When Juliet, therefore, conceiving her removal from this mansion to be as inevitable as her release from its tyranny was desirable, made known, as soon as the company was dispersed, that she was ready to depart, she was surprised by a request, from Mrs Ireton, to stay a day or two longer, for the purpose of taking care of Mr Loddard the following morning, as Mrs Ireton, who had no one with whom she could trust such a charge, had engaged herself to join a party to see Arundel Castle. Little as Juliet felt disposed to renew her melancholy wanderings, her situation in this house appeared to her so humiliating, nay degrading, that neither this message, nor the fawning civilities with which, at their next meeting, Mrs Ireton sought to mitigate her late asperity, could prevail with her to consent to any delay beyond that which was necessary for obtaining the counsel of Gabriella, to whom she wrote a detailed account of what had passed, adding, "How long must I thus waste my time and my existence, separated from all that can render them valuable, while fastened upon by constant discomfort and disgust? O friend of my heart, friend of my earliest years, earliest feelings, juvenile happiness, and, alas, maturer sorrows! Why must we thus be sundered in adversity? O how, with threefold toil, should I revive by the side of my beloved Gabriella, dear to me by every tie of tender recollection, dear to me by the truest compassion for her sufferings, and reverence for her resignation, and dear to me, thrice dear, by the sacred ties of gratitude, which bind me for ever to her honoured mother, and to her venerated, saint-like uncle, my pious benefactor." She then tenderly proposed their immediate reunion, at whatever cost of fatigue or risk it might be obtained, and besought Gabriella to seek some small room, and to inquire for some needlework, determining to appropriate to a journey to town the little sum which she might have to receive for the long and laborious fortnight, which she had consigned to the terrible enterprise of aiming at amusing, serving, or interesting one whose sole taste of pleasure consisted in seeking, like strife, in Spenser's Faerie Queen, occasion for dissension. With the apprehension, however, of losing, the desire of retaining her always revived, and now, as usual, proved some check to the recreations of spleen, in which Mrs Ireton ordinarily indulged herself. Yet, even in the midst of intended concession, the love of tormenting was so predominant, that, had the resolution of Juliet still wavered, whether to seek some new retreat,
or still to support her present irksome situation, all indecision would have ceased from fresh disgust at the sneers which insidiously found their way through every effort at civility. What had dropped from Mr. Giles' Arb, relative to the bank notes, had excited curiosity in all, tinted, in some, with suspicion, and, in Mrs Ireton, blended with malignity and wrath, that a creature whom she pleased herself to consider, and yet more to represent, as dependent upon her bounty for sustenance, should have any resources of her own. Nor was this displeasure wholly free from surmises the most disgraceful, though to those she forbore to give vent, conscious that to suggest them would stamp with impropriety all further intercourse with their object. And a moment that offered new food for inquisition, was the last to induce Mrs Ireton to relinquish her protégée. She confined her sarcasms, therefore, when she could not wholly repress them, to oblique remarks upon the happiness of those who were able to lay by private stores for secret purposes, lamenting that such was not her fate, yet congratulating herself that she might now sleep in peace with respect to any creditors, since, should she be threatened with an execution, her house had a rich inmate, by whom she flattered herself that she should be assisted to give bail. Already the next morning, her resolution with regard to her nephew was reversed, and, the child desiring the change of scene, she gave directions that Miss Ellis should prepare herself to take him in charge during the excursion. But Juliet was now initiated in the services and the endurance of an humble companion in public. She offered, therefore, to amuse and to watch him at home, but decidedly refused to attend him abroad; and her evident indifference whether to stay or begone herself, forced Mrs Ireton to deny the humoured boy his intended frolic. Little accustomed to any privation, and totally unused to disappointment, the young gentleman, when his aunt was preparing to depart, had recourse to his usual appeals against restraint or authority, clamorous cries, and unappeasable blubbering. Juliet, to whose room he refused to mount, was called upon to endeavour to quiet him, and to entice him into the garden, that he might not hear the carriage of his aunt draw up to the door. But this commission the refractory spirit of the young heir made it impossible to execute, till he overheard a whisper to Juliet, that she would take care, should Mr Loddard choose to go to the Temple, to place the silkworms above his reach. Suddenly, then, he sprang from his consolers and attendants, to run forward to the forbidden fruit, and with a celerity that made it difficult for Juliet, even with the utmost speed, and longer limbs, to arrive at the spot in time to prevent the mischief for which she saw him preparing. She had just, however, succeeded in depositing the menaced insects upon a high bracket, when a footman came to whisper to her the commands of his lady, that she would detain Mr Loddard till the party should be set off. Before the man had shut himself out, Ireton, holding up his finger to him in token of secrecy, slipped past him into the little building, and, having turned the key on the inside, and put it into his pocket, said,
'I'll stand sentinel for little Pickle,'
and flung himself loungingly upon an arm-chair. Confounded by this action, yet feeling it necessary to appear unintimidated, Juliet affected to occupy herself with the silkworms, of which the young gentleman now, eager to romp with Ireton, thought no more.
'At last, then, I have caught you, my skittish dear,'
cried Ireton, while jumping about the little boy, to keep him in good humour.
'I have had the devil of a difficulty to contrive it. However, I shall make myself amends now, for they are all going to Arundel Castle, and you and I can pass the morning together.'
The indignant look which this boldness excited, he pretended not to observe, and went on.
'I can't possibly be easy without having a little private chat with you. I must consult you about my affairs. I want devilishly to make you my friend. You might be capitally useful to me, and you would find your account in it, I promise you. What sayst thee, my pretty one?'
Juliet, not appearing to hear him, changed the leaves of the silkworms.
Can you guess what it is brings me hither to old madam my mother's? It is not you with all your beauty, you arch prude, though I have a great enjoyment in looking at you and your blushes, which are devilishly handsome my own. Yet, to say the truth, you are not, altogether, I don't know how it is, but you are not, upon the whole, quite exactly to my taste. Don't take it ill, my love, for you are a devilish fine girl, I own that, but I want something more skittish, more wild, more eccentric. If I were to fix my fancy upon such symmetry as you, I should be put out of my way every moment. I should always be thinking I had some Minerva tutoring, or some Juno awing me. It would not do at all. I want something of another cast, something that will urge me when I am hippish, without keeping me in order when I am whimsical. Something frisky, flighty, fantastic, yet panting, blushing, dying with love for me.
Neither contempt nor indignation were of sufficient force to preserve the gravity of Juliet at this unexpected ingenuousness of vanity.
You smile, he cried, but if you knew what a deuced difficult thing it is, for a man who has got a little money, to please himself, you would find it a very serious affair. How the deuce can he be sure whether a woman, when once he has married her, would not, if her settlement be to her liking, dance at his funeral? The very thought of that would either carry me off in a fright within a month, or make me want to live for ever, merely to punish her. It's a hard thing having money, a deuced hard thing. One does not know who to trust. A poor man may find a wife in a moment, for if he sees any one that likes him, he knows it is for himself. But a rich man, as Sir Jaspar says, can never be sure whether the woman who marries him would not, for the same pin money, just as willingly follow him to the outside of the church as to the inside.
At the name of Sir Jaspar, Juliet involuntarily gave some attention, though she would make no reply.
From the time, continued Ireton, that I heard him pronounce those words, I have never been able to satisfy myself, nor to find out what would satisfy me, at least not till lately. And now I know what I want. The difficulty of the business is to get it. And this is what I wish to consult with you about, for you must know, my dear, I can never be happy without being adored.
Juliet, now, was surprised into suddenly looking at him, to see whether he were serious.
Yes, adored, loved to distraction. I must be idolized for myself alone, yet publicly worshipped, that all mankind may see, and envy, the passion I have been able to inspire.
Suspecting that he meant some satire upon Elinor, Juliet again fixed her eyes upon her silkworms.
So you don't ask me what it is that makes me so devilish dutiful all of a sudden in visiting my mamma. You think, perhaps, I have some debts to pay. No, I have no taste for gaming. It's the cursedest fatiguing thing in the world. If one don't mind what one's about, one is blown up in a moment, and to be always upon one's guard is worse than ruin itself. So I am upon no coaxing expedition, I give you my word. What do you think it is, then, that brings me hither? Cannot you guess? Hey? Why, it is to arrange something, somehow or other, for getting myself from under this terrible yoke, that seems upon the point of enslaving me. My neck feels galled by it already. I have naturally no taste for matrimony, and now that the business seems to be drawing to a point, and I am called upon to name my lawyer, and cavilled with to declare to my utmost sixpence what I will do, and what I will give, to make my wife merry and comfortable upon my going out of the world, I protest I shudder with horror. I think there is nothing upon earth so mercenary as a young nymph upon the point of becoming a bride.
Except, Juliet here could not resist saying, except the man, young or old, who is her bridegroom.
Oh, that's another thing, quite another thing. A man must needs take care of his house, and his table, and all that. But the hardest thing I know, is the condition tied to a man's obtaining the hand of a young woman. He can never solicit it but by giving her a prospect of his deathbed. And she never consents to live with him till she knows what she may gain by his dying. 'Tis the most shocking style of making love that can be imagined. I don't like it, I swear.
What, now, would you advise me to do?" "I?" "Yes. You know the scrape I'm in, don't you? Sir Jaspar's estate, in case he should have no children, is entailed upon me; and, in case I should have none neither, is entailed upon a cousin, the heaviest dog you ever saw in your life, whom he hates and despises, and whom I wish at old Nick with all my heart, because I know he, and all his family, will wish me at the devil myself if I marry, and, if I have children, will wish them and my wife there. I hate them all so heartily, that whenever I think of them, I am ready, in pure spite, to be tied to the first girl that comes in my way. But when I think of myself, I am taken with a fit of fright, and in a plaguy hurry to cut the knot off short. And this is the way I've got the character of a male jilt. But I don't deserve it, I assure you, for of all the females with whom I have had these little engagements, there's not one whom I have seriously thought of marrying after the first half hour. They none of them hit my fancy further than to kill a little time." The countenance of Juliet, though she neither deigned to speak nor to turn to him, marked such strong disapprobation, that he thought proper to add, "Don't be affronted for little Selina, Joddrel. I really meant to marry her at the time, and I should really have gone on, and buckled too, if the thing had been any way possible; but she turns out such a confounded little fool, that I can't think of her any longer." "And was it necessary," Juliet could not refrain from saying, "to engage her first, and examine whether she could make you happy afterwards?" "Why, that seems a little awkward, I confess; but it's a way I have adopted; though I took the decision, I own, rather in a hurry, with regard to little Selina, for it was merely to free myself from the reproaches of Sir Jaspar, who, because he is 75, and does not know what to do with himself, is always regretting that he did not take a wife when he was a stripling, and always at work to get me into the yoke. But the truth is, I promised, when I went abroad, to bring him home a niece from France or Italy, unless I went further east, and then I would look him out a fair Circassian. Now, as he has a great taste for anything out of the common way, and retains a constant hankering after beauty, he was delighted with the scheme. But I saw nothing that would do, nothing I could take to. The pretty ones were all too buckish, and the steady ones a set of the yellowest frights I ever beheld." "Alas for the poor ladies!" "Oh, you are a mocker, are you? So, to lighten the disappointment to Sir Jaspar, I hit upon the expedient of taking up with little Selina, who was the first young thing that fell in my way; and I was too tired to be difficult. Besides, what made her the more convenient was her extreme youth, which gave me a year to look about me, and see if I could do any better. But she's a poor creature, a sad poor creature indeed, quite too bad. So I must make an end of the business as fast as possible. Besides, another thing that puts me in a hurry is, the very devil would have it so, but I have fallen in love with her sister." Juliet, at a loss how to understand him, now raised her eyes, and, not without astonishment, perceived that he was speaking with a grave face. "Oh, that noble stroke! That inimitable girl! Happy, happy Harleigh! That fellow fascinates the girl the more, the less the notice he takes of them. I take but little notice of them neither, but somehow or other they never do that sort of thing for me. If I could meet with one who would take such a measure for my sake, and before such an assembly, I really think I should worship her." Then, lowering his voice, "You may be amazingly useful to me, my angel," he cried, "in this new affair. I know you are very well with Harleigh, though I don't know exactly how. But if, nay, hear me before you look so proud, if you'll help me, a little, how to go to work with the divine Elinor, I'll bind myself down to make over to you, in case of success, mark that, as round a sum as you may be pleased to name." The disdain of Juliet at this proposition was so powerful, that, though she heard it as the deepest of insults, indignation was but a secondary feeling, and a look of utter scorn, with a determined silence to whatever else he might say, was the only notice it received. He continued, nevertheless, to address her, demanding her advice how to manage Harleigh, and her assistance how to conquer Elinor, with an air of as much intimacy and confidence as if he received the most cordial replies. He purposed, he said, unless she could counsel him to something better, making an immediate overture to Elinor, by which means, whether he should obtain or not, the only girl in the world who knew how to love, and what love meant, he should at least, in a very summary way, get rid of the little Selina. Juliet knew too well the slightness of the texture of the regard of Selina for Ireton to be really hurt at this defection. Yet she was not less offended at being selected for the confidant of so dishonourable a proceeding, nor less disgusted at the unfeeling insolence by which it was dictated. An attempt at opening the door at length silenced him, while the voice of Mrs Ireton's woman called out, "Goodness, Miss Ellis, what do you lock yourself in for? My lady has sent me to you."
Juliet cast up her eyes, foreseeing the many disagreeable attacks and surmises to which she was made liable by this incident, yet immediately said aloud, "Since you have thought proper, Mr Ireton, to lock the door, for your own pleasure, you will, at least, I imagine, think proper to open it for that of Mrs Ireton."
"Deuce take me if I do!" cried he, in a low voice. "Manage the matter as you will. I have naturally no taste for a prude, so I always leave her to work her way out of a scrape as well as she can. But I'll see you again when they are all off." Then throwing the key upon her lap, he softly and laughingly escaped out of the window. Provoked and vexed, yet helpless, and without any means of redress, Juliet opened the door. "Goodness, Miss Ellis!" cried the abigail, peeping curiously around. "How droll for you to shut yourself in! My lady sent me to ask whether you have seen anything of Mr Ireton in the garden or about, for she has been ready to go for ever so long, and he said he was setting off first on horseback. But his groom is come, and is waiting for orders, and none of us can tell where he is." "Mr Ireton," Juliet quietly answered, "was here just now, and I doubt not but you will find him in the garden." "Yes," cried the boy, "he slid out of the window." "Goodness! Was he in here then, Master Loddard? Well, my lady'll be in a fine passion if she should hear of it." This was enough to give the tidings a messenger. The boy darted forward, and reached the house in a moment. The abigail ran after him. Juliet, too, followed, dreading the impending storm, yet still more averse to remaining within the reach and power of Ireton. And the knowledge that he would now, for the rest of the morning, be sole master of the house, filled her with such horror, of the wanton calumny to which his unprincipled egotism might expose her, that, rather than continue under the same roof with a character so unfeelingly audacious, she preferred risking all the mortifications to which she might be liable in the excursion to Arundel Castle. Advanced already into the hall, dragged thither by her turbulent little nephew, and the hope of detecting the hiding place of Ireton, stood the patroness whom she now felt compelled to soothe into accepting her attendance. Not aware of this purposed concession, and nearly as much frightened as enraged, to find with whom her son had been shut up, Mrs Ireton, in a tone equally querulous and piqued, cried, "I beg you 1,000 pardons, ma'am, for the indiscretion of which I have been guilty, in asking for the honour of your company to Arundel Castle this morning. I ought to make 1,000,000 of apologies for supposing that a young lady, for you are a lady, no doubt, every body is a lady now, of your extraordinary turn and talents, the insupportable insipidity of a tête-à-tête with a female, or the dull care of a bantling, when a splendid, flashy, rich, young travelled gentleman, choosing also to remain behind, may be tired, and want some amusement. 'Twas grossly stupid of me, I own, to expect such a sacrifice. You, who, besides these prodigious talents, that make us all appear like a set of vulgar, uneducated beings by your side, you, who revel also in the luxury of wealth, who wanton in the stores of Plutus, who are accustomed to the magnificence of unaccounted hoards, how must the whole detail of our existence appear penurious, pitiful to you? I am surprised how you can forbear falling into fits at the very sight of us. But I presume you reserve the brilliancy of an action of that éclat for objects better worth your while to dazzle by a stroke of that grand deception. I must have lost my senses, certainly, to so ill appreciate my own insignificance. I hope you'll pity me, that's all. I hope you'll have so much unction as to pity me.' If, at the opening of this harangue, the patience of Juliet nearly yielded to resentment, its length gave power to reflection, which usually wants but time for checking impulse, to point out the many and nameless mischiefs to which quitting the house under similar suspicions might give rise. She quietly, therefore, answered that though to herself it must precisely be the same thing, whether Mr Ireton were at home or abroad, if that circumstance gave any choice to Mrs Ireton, she would change her own plans, either to go or to stay, according to the directions which she might receive. A superiority to accusation or surmise, thus cooled and decided, no sooner relieved the apprehensions of Mrs Ireton by its evident innocence, than it excited her wrath by its deliberate indifference, if not contempt; and she would now disdainfully have rejected the attendance which, the moment before, she had anxiously desired, had not the little master of the house, who had seized the opportunity of this harangue to make his escape, caught a glimpse of the carriage at the door, and put an end to all contest, by stunning all ears with an unremitting scream till he forced himself into it, when, overpowering every obstacle, he obliged his aunt and Juliet to follow, while he issued his own orders to the postillion to drive to Arundel Castle. Even the terror of calumny, that most dangerous and baneful foe to unprotected woman, would scarcely have frightened Juliet into this expedition, had she been aware that, as soon as she was seated in the landau, with orders to take the whole charge of Mr Loddard, the little dog, also, would have been given to her management. 'Bijou will like to take the air,' cried Mrs Ireton, languidly, 'and he will serve to entertain Loddard by the way. He can go very well on Miss Ellis's lap. Pretty little creature! 'Twould be cruel to leave him at home alone.' This terrible humanity, which, in a hot day, in the middle of July, cast upon the knees of Juliet a fat, round, well furred, and over-fed little animal, accustomed to snarl, scratch, stretch, and roll himself about at his pleasure, produced fatigue the most pitiless, and inconvenience the most comfortless. The little tyrant of the party, whose will was law to the company, found no diversion so much to his taste, during the short journey, as exciting the churlish humour of his fellow favourite, by pinching his ears, pulling his nose, filliping his claws, squeezing his throat, and twisting round his tail. And all these feats, far from incurring any reprimand, were laughed at and applauded. For whom did they incommode? No one but Miss Ellis. And for what else was Miss Ellis there? Yet this fatigue and disgust might have been passed over, as local evils, had they ceased with the journey, and had she then been at liberty to look at what remains of the venerable old castle, to visit its ancient chapel, to examine the genealogical records of the Long Gallery, to climb up to the antique citadel, and to enjoy the spacious view thence presented of the sea; but she immediately received orders to give exercise to Bijou, and to watch that he ran into no danger; though Selina, who assiduously came forward to meet Mrs Ireton, without appearing even to perceive Juliet, officiously took young Loddard in charge, and conducted him, with his aunt, to a large expecting party, long arrived, and now viewing the citadel. End of chapter 57. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 58 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 58. Relieved, nevertheless, that whatever means effected, by a separation, Juliet, with her speechless, though far from mute companion, went forth to seek some obscure walk. But her purpose was defeated by the junction of a little spaniel, to which Bijou attached himself, with a fondness so tenacious, that her utmost efforts either to disengage them, or to excite both to follow her, were fruitless. Bijou would not quit the spaniel, nor the spaniel his post near the mansion. Not daring to go on without her troublesome little charge, the approach of a carriage made her hasten to a garden seat, upon which, though she could not be hidden, she might be less conspicuous. The carriage, familiar to her from having frequently seen it at Miss Matson's, was that of Sir Jaspar Harrington. Not satisfied, though she had no right to be angry, at the so measured politeness which he had shown her the preceding day, when further notice would have softened her mortifying embarrassment, she was glad that he had not remarked her in passing. She heard him inquire for Mrs Ireton's party, which he had promised to join; but affrighted at the sound of the citadel, he said that he would alight, and wait upon some warm seat in the grounds. In descending from his chaise, one of his crutches fell, and a bonbonnerie, of which the contents were dispersed upon the ground, slipped from the hand of his valet. It was then, and not without chagrin, that Juliet began further to comprehend the defects of a character which she had thought an entire composition of philanthropy and courtesy. He reviled rather than scolded the servant to whom the accident had happened, and treated the circumstances as an event of the first importance. He cast an equal share of blame, and with added sharpness, upon the postillion, for not having advanced an inch nearer to the stone steps, and uttered invectives even virulent against the groom, that he had not come forward to help. Angry, because vexed with all around, he used as little moderation in his wrath, as reason in his reproaches. How superficially, thought Juliet, can we judge of dispositions, where nothing is seen but what is meant to be shown? Where nothing is pronounced but what is prepared for being heard? Had I fixed my opinion of this gentleman only upon what he intended that I should witness, I should have concluded that he had as much urbanity of humour as of manners. I could never have imagined that the most trifling of accidents could, in a moment, destroy the whole harmony of his temper. In the midst of the choleric harangue of the baronet, against which no one ventured to remonstrate, the little dogs came sporting before him; and, recollecting Bijou, he hastily turned his head towards the person upon the garden seat, whom he had passed without any attention, and discerned Juliet. He hobbled towards her without delay, warmly expressing his delight at so auspicious a meeting; but the air and look, reserved and grave, with which, involuntarily, she heard him, brought to his consciousness what the pleasure of her sight had driven from it, his enraged attack upon his servants, which she must unavoidably have witnessed, and of which her countenance shewed her opinion. He stood some moments silent, leaning upon his crutches, and palpably disconcerted. Then, shrugging his shoulders, with a half smile, but a piteous look, 'Many,' he cried, 'are the tricks which my quaint little imps have played me; many the quirks and villainous wiles I owe them; but never yet with all the ingenuity of their malice, have they put me to shame and confusion such as this.' Rising to be gone, yet sorry for him, and softened, the disapprobation of Juliet was mingled with a concern, from her disposition to like him, that made its expression, in the eyes of her old admirer, seem something nearly divine. He looked at her with reverence and with regret, but made no attempt to prevent her departure. To separate, however, the dogs, or induce the spaniel to go further, she still found impossible; and, not daring to abandon Bijou, was fain quietly to seat herself again upon a garden chair, nearer to the house. Sir Jaspar, for some minutes, remained, pensively, upon the spot where she had left him, Then, again shrugging his shoulders, as if bemoaning his ill luck, and again hobbling after her, "There is nothing," he cried, "that makes a man look so small as a sudden self-conviction that he merits ridicule or disgrace. What intemperance would be averted, could we believe ourselves always, not only from above, but by one another overhead? Don't take an aversion to me, however, nor suppose me worse than I am, nor worse than the herd of mankind. You have but seen an old bachelor in his true colours, not with the gay tints, not with the spruce smiles, not with the gallant bows, the courteous homage, the flowery flourishes, with which he makes himself up for show, but with the grim colouring of facetious age, and suspicious egotism." The countenance of Juliet showing her now to be shocked that she had given rise to these apologies, that of Sir Jasper brightened, and dragging a chair to her side, "I came hither," he cried, "in the fair hope to seize one of those happy moments that the fates, now and then, accord to favoured mortals, for holding interesting and dulcet discourse with the most fascinating enchantress that a long life, filled up with fastidious, perhaps fantastic researches after female excellence, has cast in my way. Would not one have thought 'twas some indulgent sylph that directed me, that inspired me with the idea, and then seconded the inspiration, by contriving that my arrival should take place at the critical instant, when that siren was to be found alone? Who could have suspected 'twas but the envious stratagem of some imp of darkness and spite, devised purposely to expose a poor antiquated soul, with all his infirmities, physical and moral, to your contempt and apathy?" Peering now under her hat, his penetrating eyes discerned so entire a change in his favour, that he completely recovered his pleasantry, his quaint archness, and his gallantry. "If betrayed," he continued, "by these perfidious elves, where may a poor forlorn solitary wight, such as I am, find a counsellor? He has no bosom friend, like the happy mortal, whose kindly star has guided him to seek, in lively, all attractive youth, an equal partner for melancholy, all revolting age. He has no rising progeny, that, inheritors of his interests, naturally share his difficulties. He has nothing at hand but mercenary dependence. Nothing at heart but jealous suspicion of others, or secret repining for himself. Such, fair censurer, such is the natural state of that unnatural character, an old bachelor. How then, when not upon his guard, or, in other words, when not urged by some outward object, some passing pleasure, or some fairy hope, how, tell me, in the candour of your gentle conscience, how can you expect from so decrepit and unwilling a hermit the spontaneous benevolence of youth?" "But what is it I have said, sir," cried Juliet, smiling, "that makes you denounce me as a censurer?" "What is it you have said? Ask, rather, what it is you have not said, with those eyes that speak with an eloquence that 1,000 tongues might emulate in vain. They administered to me a lesson so severe, because just, that, had not a little pity, which just now beamed from them, revived me, the malignant goblins, who delight in drawing me into these scrapes, might have paid for their sport by losing their prey. But what invidious little devils ensnare me even now, into this superannuated folly, of prating about so worn out an old subject, when I meant only to name a being bright, blooming, and juvenile?" The recollection of his nearly complete neglect, the preceding day, in presence of Mrs Ireton and her society, again began to cloud the countenance of Juliet, as she listened to compliments thus reserved for private delivery. Sir Jasper soon penetrated into what passed in her mind, and, yet again shrugging his shoulders, and resuming the sorrowful air of a self-convicted culprit, "Alas!" he cried, "under what pitiful star did I first begin limping upon this nether sphere? And what foul fiend is it, that, taking upon him the name of worldly cunning, has fashioned my conduct, since here I have been hopping and hobbling? I burnt yesterday with desire to make public my admiration of the fair flower that I saw nearly trampled under foot; and I should have considered as the most propitious moment of my life, that in which I had raised its drooping head, by withering, with a blast, all the sickly noxious surrounding weeds. But those little devils, that never leave me quiet, kept twitching and tweaking me every instant, with representations of prudence and procrastination, with the danger of exciting observation, and the better judgment of obtaining a little private discourse, previous to any public display. Not able to divine to what this might be the intended prelude, Juliet was silent. Sir Jaspar, after some hesitation, continued. In that motley assembly you had two antique friends, equally cordial and almost equally admiring and desirous to serve you, but by different means, perhaps with different views. One of them, stimulated by the little fairy elves, that alternately enlighten and mislead him, not seeing yet his way, and embarrassed in his choice of measures, was lying in wait, cautiously to avail himself of the first favourable moment, for soliciting your fair leave to dub himself your knight errant. The other, urged solely, perhaps by good nature and humanity, with an happy absence of mind, that precludes circumspection, coming forward in your defence, and for your honour, with unsuspecting, unfearing, untemporizing zeal. Alas, in my conscience, which these tormenting little imps are for ever goading on, to inflict upon me some disagreeable compliment, I cannot, all simple as he is, but blush to view the intrinsic superiority of the unsophisticated man of nature, over the artificial man of the world, how much more truly a male character. Looking at her then with examining earnestness, to which of these antediluvian wights, he continued, you will commit the gauntlet, that must be flung in your defence, I know not. Either of us, alas, might be your great-grandfather. But, helpless old captives as we are in your chains, we each feel a most sincere, nay inordinate desire, to break those fetters with which, at this moment, you seem yourself to be shackled. And for this I am not wholly without a scheme, though it is one that demands a little previous parleying. Juliet positively declined his services, but gratefully acknowledged those from which she had already, though involuntarily, profited. You cannot, surely, he cried, have a predilection for your present species of existence, and least of all under the galing yoke of this spirit-breaking dame, into whose ungentle power I cannot see you fallen without losing sleep, appetite, and pleasure. How may I conjure you into better hands? How release you from such bondage? And yet, this pale, withered, stiff, meagre hag, so odious, so tyrannical, so irascible, but a few years, in my calculation, but a few years since, had all the enchantment of blithe, blooming loveliness. You, who see her only in her decline, can never believe it, but she was eminently fair, gay, and charming. Juliet looked at him, astonished. Her story, he continued, already envelops the memoirs of a beauty, in her 4 stages of existence. During childhood, indulged in every wish, admired where she should have been chidden, caressed where she should have been corrected, coaxed into pettishness and spoilt into tyranny. In youth, adored, followed, and applauded, till, involuntarily, rather than vainly, she believed herself a goddess. In maturity, there's the test of sense and temper in the waning beauty. In maturity, shocked and amazed to see herself supplanted by the rising bloomers, to find that she might be forgotten, or left out, if not assiduous herself to come forward, to be consulted only upon grave and dull matters, out of the reach of her knowledge and resources, alternately mortified by involuntary negligence, and affronted by reverential respect. Such has been her maturity. Such, amongst faded beauties, is the maturity of thousands. In old age, if a lady may be ever supposed to suffer the little loves and graces to leave her so woefully in the lurch as to permit her to know such a state, in old age, without stores to amuse, or powers to instruct, though with a full persuasion that she is endowed with wit, because she cuts wounds, and slashes from unbridled, though pent-up resentment at her loss of adorers, and from a certain perverseness, rather than quickness of parts, that gifts her with the sublime art of ingeniously tormenting, with no conscience of her own infirmities, or patience for those of others. She is dreaded by the gay, despised by the wise, pitied by the good, and shunned by all. Then, looking at Juliet with a strong expression of surprise, "What will-o'-the-wisp," he cried, "has misled you into this briery thicket of brambles, nettles, and thorns, where you cannot open your mouth but you must be scratched, nor your ears but you must be wounded, nor stir a word but you must be pricked and worried? How is it that, with the most elegant ideas, the most just perceptions upon every subject that presents itself, you have a taste so whimsical?" "A taste? Can you then, sir, believe a fate like mine to have any connexion with choice?" "What would you have me believe, fair enigma? Tell me, and I will fashion my credulity to your commands. But I only hear of you with Mrs Maple. I only see you with Mrs Ireton. Mrs Maple, having weaker parts, may have less power, scientifically, to torment than Mrs Ireton. But nature has been as active in personifying ill will with the one, as art in embellishing spite with the other. They are equally egotists, equally wrapped up in themselves, and convinced that self alone is worth living for in this nether world. What a fate! To pass from Maple to Ireton was to fall from Cecilia to Charybdis." The blush of Juliet manifested extreme confusion. To see herself represented, even though it might be in sport, as a professional parasite. Reading, with concern in her countenance, the pain which he had caused her, he exclaimed, "Sweet witch! Loveliest siren! Let me hasten to develop a project, inspired, I must hope, by my better genius. Tell me but frankly who and what you are, and then—" Juliet shook her head. "Nay, nay, should your origin be the most obscure, I shall but think you more nearly allied to the gods. Jupiter, Apollo, and such like personages, delighted in a secret progeny. If, on the contrary, in sparkling correspondence with your eyes, it is brilliant, but has been clouded by fortune, how ravished shall I be to twirl round the wheels of that capricious deity, till they reach those dulcet regions, where beauty and merit are in harmony with wealth and ease. Tell me, then, what country first saw you bloom, what family originally reared you, by what name you made your first entrance into the world, and I will turn your champion against all the spirits of the air, all the fiends of the earth, and all the monsters of the vast abyss. Leave, then, to such as need those goaders, the magnetism of mystery and wonder, and trust, openly and securely, to the charm of beauty, the fascination of intelligence, the enchantment of grace, and the witchery of beauty." Juliet was still silent. "I see you take me for a vain, curious old caitiff, peeping, peering, and prying into business in which I have no concern. Charges such as these are ill cleared by professions. Let me plead, therefore, by facts. Should there be a person, young, rich, à la mode, and not ugly, whose expectations are splendid, who moves in the sphere of high life, who could determine your difficulties with honour, by casting at your feet that vile dross, which, in fairy hands, such as yours, may be transmuted into benevolence, generosity, humanity, if such a person there should be, who in return for these grosser and more substantial services, should need the gentler and more refined ones of soft society, mild hints, guidance unseen, admonition unpronounced, would you, and could you, in such a case, condescend to reciprocate advantages, and their reverse? Would you, and could you, if you snatched from unmerited embarrassments, to partake of luxuries which your acceptance would honour, bear with a little coxcomical nonsense, and with a larger portion still of unmeaning perverseness and malicious nothingness? I need not, I think, say that the happy mortal whom I wish to see thus charmed and thus formed, is my nephew Ireton." Uncertain whether he meant to mock or to elevate her, Juliet simply answered that she had long, though without knowing why, found Mr Ireton her enemy, but had never foreseen that an ill will as unaccountable as it was unprovoked, would have extended so far and so wide as to spread all around her the influence of irony and derision.
Hold, fair infidel!' cried Sir Jasper, 'unless you mean to give me a fit of the gout.'
He then solemnly assured her, that he was so persuaded that her excellent understanding, and uncommon intelligence, united, in rare junction, with such youth and beauty, would make her a treasure to a rich and idle young man, whose character, fluctuating between good and bad, or rather between something and nothing, was yet unformed; that, if she would candidly acknowledge her real name, story, and situation, he should merely have to utter a mysterious injunction to Ireton, that he must see her no more, in order to bring him to her feet.
'He acts but a part,' continued the Baronet, 'in judging you ill. He piques himself upon being a man of the world, which he persuades himself he manifests to all observers, by a hearty, however vague spirit of detraction and censoriousness, deeming, like all those whose natures have not a kindlier bent, suspicion to be sagacity.'
Juliet was entertained by this singular plan, yet frankly acknowledged, after repeating her thanks, that it offered her not temptation, and continued immovable, to either address or persuasion, for any sort of personal communication. A pause of some minutes ensued, during which Sir Jasper seemed deliberating how next to proceed. He then said, 'You are decided not to hear of my nephew? He is not, I confess, deserving you; but who is? Yet, a situation such as this, a companion such as Mrs Ireton, any change must surely be preferable to a fixture of such a sort. What then must be done? Where youth itself, even when joined to figure and to riches, is rejected, how may it be hoped that age and infirmity, even though joined with all that is gentlest in kindness, all that is most disinterested in devotion, may be rendered more acceptable?' Confused, and perplexed how to understand him, Juliet was rising, under pretence of following Bijou; but Sir Jasper, fastening her gown to the grass by his two crutches, laughingly said, 'Which will you resist most stoutly, your own cruelty, or the kindness of my little fairy friends? Who at this moment, with 1,000 active gambols, are pining, gluing, plastering, in sylphic mosaic work, your robe between the ground and my sticks, so that you cannot tear it away without leaving me, at least, some little memorial that I have had the happiness of seeing you.' Forced either to struggle, or to remain in her place, she sat still, and he continued, 'Don't be alarmed, for I shall certainly not offend you. Listen, then, with indulgence, to what I am tempted to propose; and, whether I am impelled by my evil genius, or inspired by my guardian angel.' Juliet earnestly entreated him to spare her any proposition whatever, but vainly; and he was beginning, with a fervour almost devout, an address to all the sylphs, elves, and aerial beings of his fanciful idolatry, when a sudden barking from Bijou making him look round, he perceived that Mrs Ireton, advancing on tiptoe, was creeping behind his garden chair. Confounded by an apparition so unwished, he leant upon his crutches, gasping and oppressed for breath; while Juliet, to avoid the attack of which the malevolence of Mrs Ireton's look was the sure precursor, would have retreated, had not her gown been so entangled in the crutches of Sir Jasper, that she could not rise without leaving him the fragment that he had coveted. In vain she appealed with her eyes for release. His consternation was such, that he saw only, what least he wished to see, the scowling brow of Mrs Ireton, who, to his active imagination, appeared to be Megara herself, just mounted from the lower regions. 'Well, this is really charming! Quite edifying, I protest!' burst forth Mrs Ireton, when she found that she was discovered. This is a sort of intercourse I should never have divined. You'll pardon my want of discernment. I know I am quite behind hand in observation and remark. But I hope, in time, and with so much good instruction, I may become more sagacious. I am glad, however, to see that I don't disturb you, Miss Ellis. Extremely glad to find that you treat your place so amiable without ceremony. I am quite enchanted to be upon terms so familiar and agreeable with you. I may sit down myself, I suppose, upon the grass meanwhile. 'Twill be really very rural and pretty.
Juliet now could no longer conceal her confined situation, for, pinioned to her place, she was compelled to petition the baronet to set her at liberty. The real astonishment of Mrs Ireton, upon discovering the cause and means of her detention, was far less amusing to herself, than that which she had affected, while concluding her presumptuous protégé to be a voluntary intruder upon the time, and encroacher upon the politeness of the baronet. Her eyes now opened, with alarm, to a confusion so unusual in her severe and authoritative brother-in-law, whom she was accustomed to view awing others, not himself awed. Suggestions of the most unpleasant nature occurred to her suspicious mind, and she stood as if thunderstruck in her turn, in silent suspension how to act, or what next to say, till Selina came running forward, to announce that all the company was gone to look at the Roman Catholic chapel, and to inquire whether Mrs Ireton did not mean to make it a visit. If Sir Jaspar, Mrs Ireton hesitatingly answered, would join the party, she would attend him with pleasure. Sir Jaspar heard not this invitation. In his haste to give Juliet her freedom, his feeble hands, disobedient to his will, and unable to second the alacrity of his wishes, struck his crutches through her gown, and they were now both, in equal confusion, employed in disentangling it, and ashamed to look up, or to speak. Selina, perceiving their position, with the unmeaning glee of a childish love of communication, ran tittering away, to tell it to Miss Brinville, who, saying that there was nothing worth seeing in the Roman Catholic chapel, was sauntering after Mrs Ireton, in hopes of finding entertainment more congenial to her mind. The sight of this lady restored to Mrs Ireton the scoffing powers which amazement, mingled with alarm, had momentarily chilled; and, as Miss Brinville peeringly approached, to verify the whisper of Selina, exclaiming, 'Dear, what makes poor Sir Jaspar stoop so?' His loving sister-in-law answered, 'Sir Jaspar, Miss Brinville? What can Sir Jaspar do? I beg pardon for the question, but what can a gentleman do when a young woman happens to take a fancy to place herself so near him, that he can't turn round without incommoding her? Not that I mean to blame Miss Ellis. I hope I know better. I hope I shall never be guilty of such injustice. For how can Miss Ellis help it? What could she do? Where could she turn herself in so confined a place as this? In so narrow a piece of ground? How could she possibly find any other spot for repose?' A contemptuous smile at Juliet from Miss Brinville shewed that lady's approbation of this witty sally, and the junction of Mrs Maple, whose participation in this kind of enjoyment was known to be lively and sincere, exalted still more highly the spirit of poignant sarcasm in Mrs Ireton, who, with smiles of ineffable self-complacency, went on, 'There are people indeed, I am afraid, I don't know, but I am afraid so, there are people who may have the ill nature to think, that the charge of walking out a little delicate animal in the grounds, did not imply an absolute injunction to recline, with lounging elegance, upon an easy chair. There are people, I say, who may have so little intelligence as to be that way of thinking. 'Tis being abominably stupid, I own, but there is no enlightening vulgar minds. There is no making them see the merit of quitting an animal for a gentleman, especially for a gentleman in such penury, who has no means to recompense any attentions with which he may be indulged.' Juliet, more offended now, even than confused, would willingly have torn her gown to hasten her release;
but she was still sore, from the taunts of Mrs Ireton, upon a recent similar mischief. They were presently joined by the Aramedes, and Mrs Ireton, secure of new admirers, felt her powers of pleasantry increase every moment. "I hope I shall never fail to acknowledge," she continued, "how supremely I am indebted to those ladies who have had the goodness to recommend this young person to me. I can never repay such kindness, certainly; that would be vastly beyond my poor abilities, for she has the generosity to take an attachment to all that belongs to me. It was only this morning that she had the goodness to hold a private conference with my son. Nobody could tell where to find him. He seemed to have disappeared from the whole house. But no, he had only, as Mr Loddard afterwards informed me, stepped into the Temple with Miss Ellis." Sir Jaspar now, surprised and shocked, lifted up his eyes, but their quick penetration instantly read innocence in the indignation expressed in those of Juliet. Mrs Ireton, however, saw only her own triumph in the malicious simpers of Miss Brinville, the spiteful sneers of Mrs Maple, and the haughty scorn of Lady Aramede. Charmed, therefore, with her brilliant success, she went on. "How I may be able to reward kindness so extraordinary, I can't pretend to say. I am so stupid, I am quite at a loss what to devise that may be adequate to such services. For the attentions bestowed upon my son in the morning, I see equally displayed to his uncle at noon. Though there's some partiality, I think, too, shown to Ireton. I won't affirm it, but I am rather afraid there's some partiality shown to Ireton; for though the conference has been equally interesting, I make no doubt, with Sir Jaspar, it has not had quite so friendly an appearance. The open air is very delightful, to be sure, and a beautiful prospect helps to enliven one's ideas. But still, there is something in complete retirement that seems yet more romantic and amicable. Ireton was so impressed with this idea, as I am told, for I don't pretend to speak from my own personal knowledge upon subjects of so much importance, but I am told, Mr Loddard informs me, that Ireton was so sensible to the advantage of having the honours of an exclusive conference, that he not only chose that retired spot, but had the precaution also to lock the door. I don't mean to assert this. It may be all a mistake, perhaps. Miss Ellis can tell best." Neither the steadiness of innate dignity, nor the fearlessness of conscious innocence, could preserve Juliet from a sensation of horror, at a charge which she could not deny, though its implications were false and even atrocious. She saw too that, at the words "lock the door," Sir Jaspar again raised his investigating eyes, in which there was visibly a look of disturbance. She would not, however, deign to make a vindication, lest she should seem to acknowledge it possible that she might be thought culpable; but, being now disengaged, she silently, and uncontrollably hurt, walked away. "And pray, ma'am," said Mrs Ireton, "if the question is not too impertinent, don't you see Mr Loddard coming? And who is to take care of Bijou? And where is his basket? And I don't see his cushion." Juliet turned round to answer, "I will send them, madam, immediately." "Amazing condescension!" exclaimed Mrs Ireton, in a rage that she no longer aimed at disguising. "I shall never be able to show my sense of such affability, never. I am vastly too obtuse and impenetrable to find any adequate means of expressing my gratitude. However, since you really intend me the astonishing favour of sending one of my people upon your own errand, permit me to entreat, if it is not too great a liberty to take with a person of your unspeakable rank, permit me to entreat that you will make use of the same vehicle for conveying to me your account; for you are vastly too fine a lady for a person so ordinary as I am to keep under her roof. I have no such ambition, I assure you, not an intention of the kind. So pray let me know what retribution I am to make for your trouble. You have taken vast pains, I imagine, to serve me and please me. I imagine so. I must be prodigiously your debtor, I make no doubt." "What an excess of impertinence!" cried Lady Aramede. "She'll never know her place," said Mrs Maple. "'Tis quite in vain to try to serve such a body." "I never saw such airs in my life!" exclaimed Miss Brinville. Juliet could endure no more. The most urgent distress seemed light and immaterial, when balanced against submission to treatment so injurious. She walked, therefore, straight forward to the castle, for shelter, immediate shelter, from this insupportable attack, disengaging herself from the spoilt little boy, who strove, nay cried to drag her back, forcing away from her the snarling cur, who would have followed her, and decidedly mute to the fresh commands of Mrs Ireton, uttered in tones of peremptory, but vain authority. End of chapter 58. Recording by Roxana Nazari.
Chapter 59 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 59. Offended, indignant, escaped yet without safety, free yet without refuge, Juliet hurried into the noble mansion with no view but to find an immediate hiding place, where, unseen, she might allow some vent to her wounded feelings, and, unmarked, remain till the haughty party should be gone, and she could seek some humble conveyance for her own return. Concluding her in haste for some commission of Mrs Ireton's, the servants let her pass nearly unobserved, and she soon came to a long gallery hung with genealogical tables of the Arundel family, and with various religious relics and historical curiosities. Believing herself alone, and in a place of which the stillness suited her desire of solitude and concealment, she had already shut the door before she saw her mistake. What, then, was her astonishment, what her emotion, when she discerned, seated and examining a part of the hangings, at the further end of the gallery, the gentle form of Lady Aurora Granville. Sudden transport, though mingled with 1,000 apprehensions, instantly converted every dread that could depress into every hope that could revive her. A start evinced that she was seen. She endeavoured to courtesy, and would have advanced, but, the first moment over, fear, uncertainty, and conflicting doubts took place of its joy, and robbed her of force. Her dim eyes perceived not the smiling pleasure with which Lady Aurora had risen at her approach. Her breast heaved quick, her heart swelled almost to suffocation, and wholly disordered, she leaned against the window frame cut in the immensely thick walls of the castle. Lady Aurora now ran fleetly forward, exclaiming in a voice of which the tender melody spoke the softness of her soul, "Miss Ellis, my dear Miss Ellis! Have I indeed the happiness to meet with you again? Oh, if you could know how I have desired, have pined for it! But are you ill? You cannot be angry. Miss Ellis, sweet Miss Ellis, can you ever have believed that it has been my fault that I have appeared so unkind, so hard, so cruel?" With a fullness of joy that, in conquering doubt, overpowered timidity, Juliet now, with rapturous tears and resistless tenderness, flung herself upon the neck of Lady Aurora, whom she encircled with her arms and strained fondly to her bosom. But the same vent that gave relief to internal oppression brought her to a sense of external impropriety. She felt that it was rather her part to receive than to bestow such marks of affection. She drew back, and her cheeks were suffused with the most vivid scarlet, when she observed the deep colour which dyed those of Lady Aurora at this action, though evidently with the blushes of surprise, not of pride. Ashamed, and hanging her head, Juliet would have attempted some apology, but Lady Aurora, warmly returning her embrace, cried, "How happy and how singular a chance that we should have fixed upon this day for visiting Arundel Castle! We have been making a tour to the Isle of Wight and to Portsmouth, and we did not intend to go to Brighthelmstone, so that I had no hope, none upon earth, of such a felicity as that of seeing my dear Miss Ellis. I need not, I think, say it was not I who formed our plan, when I own that we had no design to visit Brighthelmstone, though I knew from Lady Barbara Franklin's that Miss Ellis was there." "Alas, I fear," answered Juliet, The design was to avoid Brighthelmstone, and to avoid it lest a blessing such as I now experience should fall to my lot. Ah, Lady Aurora, by the pleasure, the transport, rather, with which your sudden sight has made me appear to forget myself, judge my anguish, my desolation, to be banished from your society, and banished as a criminal." Lady Aurora shuddered and hid her face. "Oh, Miss Ellis," she cried, "what a word! Never may I hear it so applied again, lest it should alienate me from those I ought to respect and esteem. And you so good, so excellent, would be sorry to see me estrange myself, even though it were for your own sake, from those to whom I owe gratitude and attachment. I must try to shew my admiration of Miss Ellis in a manner that Miss Ellis herself will not condemn. It will not that by speaking to her without any disguise. And will she not have the goodness to encourage me to do it? For the world I would not take a liberty with her. For the universe I would not hurt her. But if it were possible she could condescend to give, however slightly, however imperfectly, some little explanation to Mrs. Howell." Juliet here, with a strong expression of horror, interrupted her. "Mrs. Howell! Oh no, I cannot speak with Mrs. Howell. I had nearly said I can see Mrs. Howell no more. But happier days would soon subdue resentment, and, indeed, what I feel even now may more justly be called terror. Appearances have so cruelly misrepresented me that I have no right to be indignant, nor even surprised that they should give rise to false judgments. I have no right to expect, in a second instance, unknown, friendless, lonely as I am, a trusting angel, a Lady Aurora." The tears of Lady Aurora now flowed as fast as her own. "If I have been so fortunate," she cried, "as to inspire such sweet kindness in so noble a mind, even in the midst of its unhappiness, I shall always prize it as the greatest of honours, and try to use it so as to make me become better, that you may never wound me by retracting it, nor be wounded yourself by being ashamed of your partiality." With difficulty Juliet now forbore casting herself at the feet of Lady Aurora, the hem of whose garment she would have kissed with ecstasy, had not her own pecuniary distresses, and the rank of her young friend, made her recoil from what might have the semblance of flattery. She attempted not to speak, conscious of the inadequacy of all that she could utter for expressing what she felt. She left to the silent eloquence of her streaming, yet transport glittering eyes, the happy task of demonstrating her gratitude and delight. With calmer, though extreme pleasure, Lady Aurora perceived the impression which she had made. "See," she cried, again embracing her, "see whether I trust in your kindness when I venture once more to renew my earnest request, my entreaty, my petition. Oh, Lady Aurora, who can resist you? Not I. I am vanquished. I will tell you all. I will unbosom myself to you entirely. No, my Miss Ellis, no, not to me. I will not even hear you. Have I not said so? And what should make me change? All I have been told by Lady Barbara Frankland of your exertions has but increased my admiration. All she has written of your sufferings, your disappointments, and the patient courage with which you have borne them, has but more endeared you to my heart. No explanation can make you fairer, clearer, more perfect in my eyes. I take, indeed, the deepest interest in your welfare. But it is an interest that makes me proud to wait, not curious to hear. Proud, my Miss Ellis, to shew my confidence, my trust in your excellencies. If, therefore, you will have the goodness to speak, it must be to others, not to me. I should blush to be of the number of those who want documents, certificates, to love and honour you." Again Juliet was speechless. Again all words seemed poor, heartless, unworthy to describe the sensibility of her soul. At this touching proof of a tenderness so consonant to her wishes, yet so far surpassing her dearest expectations, she hung over her ingenuous young friend. She sighed, she even sobbed with unutterable delight, while tears of rapture rolled down her glowing cheeks, and while her eyes were lustrous with a radiance of felicity that no tears could dim. Charmed and encouraged, Lady Aurora continued. To those, then, who have not had the happiness to see you so justly, who dwell only upon the singularity of your being so alone and so young, oh, how often have I told them that I was sure you as little knew as merited their evil constructions! How often have I wished to write to you! How certain have I felt that all your motives to concealment, even the most respectable, would yield to so urgent a necessity, as that of clearing away every injurious surmise. Speak, therefore, my Miss Ellis, though not to me. Even from them, when you have trusted them, I will hear nothing till the time of your secrecy is over, that I may give them an example of the discretion they must observe with others. Yet speak, have the goodness to speak, that everybody, my uncle Denmeath himself, even Mrs. Howell, may acknowledge and respect your excellencies and your virtues as I do. And then, my Miss Ellis, who shall prevent, who will even desire to prevent my shewing to the whole world my sense of your worth, and my pride in your friendship? The struggles that now heaved the breast of Juliet were nearly too potent for her strength. She gasped for breath. She held her hand to her heart, and when, at length, the kind caresses and gentle pleadings of Lady Aurora brought back her speech, she painfully pronounced, "Shall I repay goodness so exquisite by feeling with regret the sweet mind that intends me only honour and consolation? Must the charm of such unexpected kindness, even while it penetrates my heart with almost piercing delight, entail from its resistless persuasion a misery upon the rest of my days, that may render them a burthen from which I may hourly sigh, nay pray to be delivered?" Seized with horror and astonishment, Lady Aurora exclaimed, "Oh, heaven, no! I must be a monster if I would not rather die, immediately die, than cause you any evil, Miss Ellis, my dear Miss Ellis. Forget I have made such a request, and forgive my indiscretion. With all your misfortunes, Miss Ellis, all your so undeserved griefs, you are quite a stranger to sorrow compared to that which I should experience, if, through my means, you should be exposed to any fresh injury." "Angelic goodness!" cried Juliet, deeply affected. I blush to hear you without casting myself entirely into your power, without making you immediate arbitress of my fate. Yet, since you demand not my confidence for your own satisfaction, can I know that to spread it beyond yourself, your generous self, might involve me in instantaneous earthly destruction, and voluntarily suffer your very benevolence to become its instrument? With regard to Lord Denmeath, your uncle, I must say nothing, but with regard to Mrs. Howell, let me conjure your ladyship to consent to my utterly avoiding her, that I may escape the dreadful accusations and reproaches that my cruel situation forbids me to repel. I have no words to paint the terrible impression she has left upon my mind. All that I have borne from others is short of what I have suffered from that lady. The debasing suspicions of Mrs. Maple, the taunting tyranny of Mrs. Ireton, though they make me blush to owe, or rather to earn from them the subsistence without which I know not how to exist, have yet never smote so rudely and so acutely to my inmost heart as the attack I endured from Mrs. Howell. They rob me, indeed, of comfort, of rest, and of liberty, but they do not sever me from Lady Aurora. Alas, my Miss Ellis, and I have too joined in the general persecution against such afflicted innocence. I feel myself the most unpardonable of all not to have acquiesced without one ungenerous question or even conjecture, and full reliance upon the right and the necessity of your silence. I ought to have foreseen that if it were not improper you should comply, your own noble way of thinking would have made all entreaty as useless as it has been impertinent. Yet, when prejudice alone parts us, how could I help trying to overcome it? And even my brother, though he would forfeit, I believe, his life in your defence, and though he says he is sure you are all purity and virtue, and though he thinks that there is nothing upon earth that can be compared with you, even he has been brought to agree to the cruel resolution that I should defer knitting myself closer to my Miss Ellis, till she is able to have the goodness to let us know." She stopped, alarmed, for the cheeks of Juliet were suddenly dyed with the deepest crimson, though the transient tint faded away as she pronounced, "Lord Melbury, even Lord Melbury!" and they became pale as death, while, in a faint voice and with stifled emotion, she added, "He is right. He acts as a brother, and as a brother to a sister whom he can never sufficiently appreciate. And yet, the more I esteem his circumspection, the more deeply I must be wounded that calumny, that mystery, that dire circumstance should make me seem dangerous where otherwise. Unable longer to constrain her feelings, she sunk upon a seat and wept. "Oh, Miss Ellis, what have I done?" cried Lady Aurora. "How have I been so barbarous, so inconsiderate, so unwise? If my poor brother had caused you this pain, how should I have blamed him? And how grievously would he have repented? How severely, then, ought I to be reproached, I who have done it myself, without his generous precipitancy of temper to palliate such want of reflection?" The sudden entrance of Selina here interrupted the conversation. She came tripping forward to acquaint Lady Aurora that the party had just discerned a magnificent vessel, and that everybody said if her ladyship did not come directly it would be sailed away. At sight of Juliet she ran to embrace her, with the warmest expressions of friendship, unchecked by a coldness which she did not observe, though now, from the dissatisfaction excited by so unseasonable an intrusion, it was far more marked than while it had been under the qualifying influence of contempt. But when she found that neither caresses nor kind words could make her share with Lady Aurora, even for a moment, the attention of Juliet, she became a little confused, and, drawing her apart, asked what was the matter. Consciously, without waiting for any answer, running into a string of simple apologies for not speaking to her in public, which she should always, she said, do with the greatest pleasure, for she thought her the most agreeable person in the whole world, if it were not that, nobody knowing her, it would look so odd. All answer, save a smile half disdainful, half pitying, was precluded by the appearance of the Ormondys, Mrs. Ireton, and Miss Brinville, who announced to Lady Aurora that the ship was already out of sight. Upon perceiving Juliet, they were nearly as much embarrassed as herself, for though she instantly retreated, it was evident that she had been sitting by the side of Lady Aurora in close and amicable conference. An awkward general silence ensued, when Juliet, hearing other footsteps, was moving off, but Lady Aurora, following and holding out her hand, affectionately said, "Are you going, Miss Ellis? Must you go, and will you not bid me adieu?" Touched to the soul at this public mark of kindness, Juliet was gratefully returning, when the voice of Lord Melbury spoke his near approach. Trembling and changing colour, her folded hands demanded excuse of Lady Aurora for precipitate yet reluctant flight. But she had still found neither time nor means to escape, when Lord Melbury, who was playing with young Ledyard, entered the gallery, saying, "Aurora, your genealogical studies have lost you a most beautiful sea view." The boy, spying Juliet, whom he was more than ever eager to join when he saw that she strove to avoid notice, darted from his lordship, calling out, "Ellis, Ellis! Look, look! Here's Ellis!" Lord Melbury, with an air of the most animated surprise and delight, darted forward also, exclaiming, "Miss Ellis, how unexpected a pleasure! The moment I saw Mrs. Ireton, I had some hopes I might see also Miss Ellis, but I had already given it up as delusory." Again the fallen countenance of Juliet brightened into sparkling beauty. The idea that even Lord Melbury had been infected by the opinions which had been circulated to her disadvantage had wounded, had stung her to the quick; but to find that notwithstanding he had been prevailed upon to acquiesce that his sister, while so much mystery remained, should keep personally aloof, his own sentiments of esteem remained unshaken; and to find it by so open and so prompt a testimony of respect and regard, displayed before the very witnesses who had sought to destroy or invalidate every impression that might be made in her favour, was a relief the most exquisitely welcome to her disturbed and fearful mind. Eager and rapid inquiries concerning her health, uttered with the ardour of juvenile vivacity, succeeded this first address. The party standing by looked astonished, even abashed, while the face of Lady Aurora recovered its wonted expression of sweet serenity. Mrs. Ireton now was seized with a desire the most violent to repossess a protégée whose history and situation seemed daily to grow more wonderful. With a courtesy, therefore, as foreign from her usual manners as from her real feelings, she said, "Miss Ellis, I am sure, will have the goodness to help me home with my 2 little companions. I am sure of that. She cannot be so unkind as to leave the poor little things in the lurch." Indignant as Juliet had felt at the treatment which she had received, resentment at this moment found no place in her mind. She was beginning, therefore, a civil, however decided excuse, when Mrs. Ireton, suspicious of her purpose, flung herself languishingly upon a seat, and complained that she was seized with such an immoderate pain in her side, that, if somebody would not take care of the 2 little souls, she would arrive at Brighthelmstone a corpse. The Aramides, Miss Brinville, and Selina all declared that it was impossible to refuse so essential a service to a health so delicate. The fear, now, of a second public scene, with the dread lest Lord Melbury might be excited to speak or act in her favour, forced the judgment of Juliet to conquer her inclination, in leading her to defer the so often given dismission till her return to Brighthelmstone. She acceded, therefore, though with cruel unwillingness, to what was required. Mrs. Ireton instantly recovered, and with the more alacrity from observing that Lady Barbara Frankland joined the group at this moment of victory. "Take the trouble, then, if you please, ma'am," she replied, in her usual tone of irony. "If it will not be too great a condescension, take the trouble to carry Bijou to the coach, and bid Simon keep him safe while you come back. If it is not asking quite too great a favour, for Mr. Leddard, and pray bring my wrapping cloak with you, ma'am. You'll be so good, I hope, as to excuse all these liberties." "I hope so, at least. I flatter myself you'll excuse them. And, if the cloak should be heavy, I dare say Simon will give you his arm. Simon is a man of gallantry, I make no doubt. Not that I pretend to know, but I take it for granted he is a man of gallantry." Juliet looked down, repentant to have placed herself, even for another moment, in a power so merciless. Lord Melbury and Lady Aurora, each hurt and indignant, advanced, uttering kind speeches, while Lady Barbara, still younger and more unguarded, seizing the little dog, exclaimed, "No, I'll carry Bijou myself, Mrs. Ireton. Poor Miss Ellis looks so tired. I'll take care of him all the way to Brighthelmstone myself. Dear, pretty little creature." Then, skipping behind Lady Aurora, "Nasty whelp," she whispered. "How I'll pinch him for being such a plague to that sweet Miss Ellis. Perhaps that will mend him." The satisfaction of Lady Aurora at this trait glistened in her soft eyes, while Lord Melbury, enchanted, caught the hand of the spirited little lady, and pressed it to his lips. Though ashamed of his own vivacity, he let it go before she had time to withdraw it. She coloured deeply, but visibly with no unpleasant sensation, and, grasping the little dog, hid her blushes by uttering a precipitate farewell upon the bosom of Lady Aurora, who smilingly, though tenderly, kissed her forehead. An idea that teemed with joy and happiness rose high in the breast of Juliet, as she looked from Lord Melbury to Lady Barbara. Ah, there indeed, she thought, Felicity might find a residence. There, in the rare union of equal worth, equal attractions, sympathizing feelings, and similar condition. "And I too," cried Lord Melbury, "must have the honour to make myself of some use. If Mrs. Ireton, therefore, will trust Mr. Leddard to my care, I will convey him safely to Brighthelmstone, and overtake my sister in the evening, and by this means we shall lighten the fatigue of Mrs. Ireton without increasing that of Miss Ellis." He then took the little boy in his arms, playfully dancing him before the little dog in those of Lady Barbara. The heart of Juliet panted to give utterance to the warm acknowledgments with which it was fondly beating, but mingled fear and discretion forced her to silence. All the evil tendencies of malice, envy, and ill will pent up in the breast of Mrs. Ireton now struggled irresistibly for vent. Yet to insist that Juliet should take charge of Mr. Leddard, for whom Lord Melbury had offered his services, or even to force upon her the care of the little dog, since Lady Barbara had proposed carrying him herself, appeared no longer to exhibit dependency. Mrs. Ireton, therefore, found it expedient to be again taken ill. And after a little fretful moaning, "I feel quite shaken," she cried, "quite in a tremor. My feet are absolutely numbed. Do get me my furred clogs, Miss Ellis, if I may venture to ask such a favour. I would not be troublesome, but you will probably find them in the carriage." though perhaps I have left them in the hall. You will have the condescension to help the coachman and Simon to make a search, and now pray run back, if it won't fatigue you too much, and tie them on for me." If Juliet now coloured, at least it was not singly. The cheeks of Lady Aurora, of Lady Barbara, and of Lord Melbury were equally crimsoned. "Let me, Mrs. Ireton," eagerly cried Lord Melbury, "have the honour to be Miss Ellis's deputy." "No, my lord," said Juliet, with spirit, "grateful and proud as I should feel to be honoured with your lordship's assistance, it must not be in a business that does not belong to me. I will deliver the orders to Simon, and as Mrs. Ireton is now relieved from her anxiety concerning Mr. Leddard, I beg permission once more, and finally, to take my leave." Gravely then curtsying to Mrs. Ireton, and bowing her head with an expression of the most touching sensibility to her 3 young supporters, she quitted the gallery. Chapter 59. Chapter 60 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 60. Juliet was precipitately followed by Lord Melbury. "It is not, then," he cried, "your intention to return to Mrs. Ireton?" "No, my lord, never." She had but just uttered these words, when, immediately facing her, she beheld Mrs. Howell. A spectre could not have made her start more frighted, could not have appeared to her more horrible; and Lord Melbury, who earnestly, at the same moment, had pronounced, "Tell me whither then," stopping abruptly, looked confounded. "May I ask your lordship to take me to Lady Aurora?" Mrs. Howell coldly demanded. "Aurora? Yes, she is there, ma'am, still in the gallery." Mrs. Howell presented him her hand, palpably to force him with her, and stalked past Juliet, without any other demonstration of perceiving her than what was unavoidably manifested by a heightened air of haughty disdain. Lord Melbury, distressed, would still have hung back, but Mrs. Howell, taking his arm, proceeded, as if without observing his repugnance. Juliet, in trembling dismay, glided on till she entered a vacant apartment, of which the door was open. To avoid intrusion, she was shutting herself in, but, upon some one's applying, nearly the next minute, for admittance, the fear of new misconstruction forced her to open the door. What, then, was her shock at again viewing Mrs. Howell! She started back involuntarily, and her countenance depicted undisguised horror. With a brow of almost petrifying severity, sternly fixing her eyes upon Juliet, Mrs. Howell for a dreadful moment seemed internally suspended, not between hardness and mercy, but between accusation and punishment. At length, in a tone from the deep sounds of which Juliet shrunk, but had no means to retire, she slowly pronounced, while her head rose more loftily at every word, "You abscond from Mrs. Ireton, though she would permit you to remain with her. 'Tis to Lord Melbury that you reveal your purpose, and the inexperienced youth whom you would seduce is the only person that can fail to discover your ultimate design, is taking the moment of meeting with him, for quitting the honourable protection which snatches you from want, if not from disgrace. At the same time it offers security to a noble family, justly alarmed for the morals, if not for the honour of its youthful and credulous chief." The terror which, in shaking the nerves, seemed to have clouded even the faculties of Juliet, now suddenly subsided, superseded by yet more potent sensations of quick resentment. "Hold, madam," she cried. "I may bear with cruelty and injustice, for I am helpless, but not with insult, for I am innocent." Mrs. Howell, surprised, paused an instant, but then harshly went on. "This cant, young woman, can only delude those who are ignorant of the world. Whatever you may choose to utter to me of that sort will be perfectly null. What I have to say is simple. What you have to offer must, of course, be complicate. But I have no time to throw away upon rants and rhodomontades, and I have no patience to waste upon impostors. Hear me, then, without reply. "Not to reply, madam, will cost me little," indignantly cried Juliet, "but to hear you, pardon me, madam, force only can exact from me so dreadful a compliance." She looked round, but not having courage to open a further door, nor power to pass by Mrs Howell, walked to a window. Not heeding her resistance and disdaining her emotion, Mrs Howell continued, "My Lord Melbury is not, it is true, like his sister, under my immediate care, but he is here only to join her ladyship, whom my Lord Denmeath has entrusted to my protection, and therefore, though he is as noble in mind as in rank, since he is still in years but a boy, I must in honour consider myself to be equally responsible to my Lord Denmeath for the brother as for the sister. This being the case, I must not leave him to the machinations of an adventurer. In 2 words, therefore, declare yourself for what you are, or return with Mrs Ireton to Brighthelmstone and remain under her roof, since it deigns to permit it, till I have restored my young friends, safe and uninjured, to their uncle. Otherwise—" Juliet, casting up her eyes, as if calling upon heaven for patience, would have opened the window to seek refuge in the air from sounds of which the shock was insupportable. But Mrs Howell, offended into yet deeper wrath, advanced with a mien of such rigid austerity that she lost her purpose in her consternation, and listened irresistibly to what follows. "Otherwise, mark me, young woman, the still unexplained mystery with which you have made your way into the kingdom will authorize an application which you will vainly try to elude, and with which you will not dare to prevaricate. You will take your choice, and in 5 minutes you will be summoned to make it known." With this menace she left the room. In an agony of terror that again absorbed even resentment, Juliet remained motionless, confounded, and incapable of deliberation, till the groom of Mrs Ireton came to inform her that his lady was ready to set out. Juliet, scarcely herself knowing her own intentions, precipitately ejaculated, "The crisis is arrived. I must cast myself upon Lady Aurora." The servant said he did not understand her. "Tell Lady Aurora," she cried, "or Lord Melbury. No, Lady Aurora." She stopped, fearfully balancing upon which to fix. The groom asked what he was to say. "You will say, I must beg you to say," cried Juliet, endeavouring to recollect herself, "that I desire, that I wish, that I take the liberty to request that Lady Aurora will have the goodness to honour me, that I shall be eternally obliged if her ladyship will honour me with a few moments' conversation." The groom went, and almost the next instant she heard the fleet step of Lady Aurora approaching, and her soft voice, with unusual emphasis, pronounced, "Pardon me, dear madame, but I cannot refuse her for 1,000 worlds." "She ought not to refuse her, Mrs Howell," added with fervency the voice of Lord Melbury, "in humanity, in justice, in decency. Aurora ought not to refuse her. Whatever may be your fears of objections to an intimacy, there can be none to common civility, for though we know not what Miss Ellis has been, we see what she now is, a pattern of elegance, sweetness, and delicacy." "A moment, my lord, 1 moment, Lady Aurora," answered Mrs Howell. "We may be overheard here. Honour me with a moment's attention in another room." She seemed drawing them away, and not a word more reached Juliet. A dreadful 10 minutes preceded any farther information. A quick step, then, followed by a tap at the door, reawakened at once terror and hope. She awaited, motionless, its opening, but then saw neither the object she desired, nor that which she dreaded, neither Lady Aurora nor Mrs Howell, but Lord Melbury. Affrighted by the threatened vengeance of Mrs Howell, but irresistibly charmed by his generous defence and trusting esteem, Juliet looked so disturbed, yet through her disturbance so gratified, that Lord Melbury, evidently much agitated himself, approached her with a vivacity of pleasure that he did not seek to repress, and could not have disguised. "Miss Ellis will, I am sure, forgive my intrusion," he cried, "when I tell her that it is made in the name of my sister. Aurora is grieved past all expression not to wait upon you herself. but Mrs. Howell is in such haste to depart, from her fear of travelling after sunset, that it is not possible to detain her. Poor Aurora sends you 1,000 apologies, and entreats you not to think ill of her for appearing thus unfeeling." "Think ill of Lady Aurora?" interrupted Juliet. "I think her an angel." "She is very near it, indeed," cried Lord Melbury. "Ardently as near it, I own, as I wish her, for I don't see without wings, and flying to heaven, how she can well be nearer. However, since you are so kind, so liberal, as to do her that justice, would it be possible that you could communicate through me what you had the goodness to intend saying to her? She is quite broken-hearted at going away with an appearance of such unkindness. Can you give her this consolation?" "Oh, my lord," answered Juliet, with an energy that shewed off all guard, "if I might hope for Lady Aurora's support, for your lordship's protection, with what transport would my overburdened heart, seized with sudden dread of Mrs. Howell—" She stopped abruptly, and fearfully looked around. Enchanted by a prospect of some communication, Lord Melbury warmly exclaimed, "Miss Ellis, I swear to you, by all that I hold most sacred, that if you will do me so great an honour as to trust me to be the bearer of your confidence to my sister, no creature upon earth, besides, shall ever, without your permission, hear what you may unfold. And it shall be my whole study to merit your good opinion, and to shew you my respect." "Oh, my lord! Oh, Lord Melbury!" cried Juliet, "what hopes, what sweet balsamic hopes you pour into my wounded bosom, after sufferings by which I have been nearly, nay, through which I have even wished myself demolished." Lord Melbury, inexpressibly touched, eagerly yet tenderly answered, "Name what there is I can be so happy as to do. Your wishes shall be my entire direction, and if I can offer you any services, I shall console Aurora, and permit me to say myself still more than you." "I will venture, then, my lord, I must venture, to lay upon my perilous situation, and yet I may put your feelings, alas, to a test, alas, my lord, that not all your virtues, nor even your compassion may withstand." Trembling almost as violently as she trembled herself from impatience, from curiosity, from charmed interest, and indescribable wonder, Lord Melbury bent forward, so irresistibly and so palpably, to take her hand, that Juliet, alarmed, drew back, and calling forth the self-command of which her sorrows, her terrors, and her hopes had conjointly bereft her. "If I have been guilty," she cried, "of any discretion, my lord, in this hasty, almost involuntary disposition to confidence, excuse, and do not punish an error that has its source only in a, perhaps, too high wrought esteem." Starting with a look nearly of horror, "You kill me," he cried, "Miss Ellis, if you suspect me to be capable a second time of dishonouring the purest of sisters by forgetting the respect due to her friend." "No, my lord, no," warmly interrupted Juliet. "Whatever you think dishonourable, I am persuaded your lordship would find impracticable. But the stake is so great, the risk so tremendous, and failure would be so fatal." Her perturbation now became nearly overpowering, and, notwithstanding she was prepared and resolved to disclose herself, her ability seemed unequal to her will, and her breast heaved with sighs so oppressive that though she frequently began with "I will now, I must now," she strove vainly to finish her sentence. After anxiously, and with astonishment, waiting some minutes, "Why does Miss Ellis thus hesitate?" cried Lord Melbury. "What can I say or do to remove her scruples?" "I have none, my lord, none. But I have so solemnly been bound to silence, and—" "Oh, but you are bound now to speech," cried he, with spirit, "and to lessen your inquietude, and satisfy your delicacy. I will shew you the way to openness and confidence by making a disclosure first. Will you, then, have more reliance upon my discretion?" "You are too good, my lord," cried Juliet, again brightening up. "But I dream not of such indulgence. 'Tis your benevolence only I apply." "Oh, but I have a fancy to trust you. Aurora will be delighted that I should have found such a confidant. Yet I have nothing positive, nothing fixed to say. It is but an idea, a thought, a kind of distant perspective." He coloured and looked embarrassed, yet evidently with feelings of pleasure. A radiant smile now illuminated the face of Juliet. "Ah, my lord," she cried, "if I might utter a conjecture, I had almost said a wish." "Why not?" cried he, laughing. "Your lordship permits me. Well, then, let me name Lady Barbara Frankland." "Is it possible?" cried he, while the blood mantled in his cheeks, and pleasure sparkled in his eyes. "What can have led you to such a thought? What can you possibly have suspected? She is still so nearly a child." "It is true, my lord, but, also, how amiable a child! How richly endowed with similar qualities to those which, at this instant, engage my gratitude." He bowed with smiling delight. "I will not deny," he cried, "that you have penetrated into my secret, though as yet, in fact, it is hardly even a secret, for we have not, hitherto, you will easily believe, conversed together upon the subject, nor shall we say a word about it, together, till I have made the tour. But I will frankly own that we have been brought up from our very cradles with this notion, mutually. It was the wish of my father, even in our infancy." "Hold it then sacred," cried Juliet with strong emotion. "Happy, thrice happy, in such a wish for your guide." She burst into tears. "How your sorrows," said he tenderly, "affect me, and how they interest me more deeply every moment. Tell me then, sweet Miss Ellis, amiably friend of my sister, tell me why you are thus afflicted, and how, and in what manner there is the least possibility that I may offer you my services, or procure you any consolation." The door here was abruptly opened by Mrs. Howell. Red with constrained rage, yet assuming a courteous demeanour, "Your lordship will pardon," she cried, "my intrusion, but Lady Aurora is so delicate that I am always uneasy at keeping her ladyship out late." Highly provoked, yet deeply confused, Lord Melbury stammered that he was extremely sorry to have detained them, and begged that they would set out, promising to follow immediately. Civilly smiling, though fixing her eyes upon his face in a manner that doubled his embarrassment, she entreated him to use his own influence with Lady Aurora to prevail upon her ladyship to proceed. Too much perturbed to resist, he ran out of the room, casting a glance at Juliet as he passed, expressive of his chagrin at this interruption, and full of sensibility and respect. Juliet, dreadfully affrighted and utterly confounded, had hid her streaming eyes and conscious blushes with her handkerchief upon the entrance of Mrs. Howell, but, when left alone with that tremendous lady, mingled terror and indignation would have urged immediate flight, had she not been apprehensive of seeming to follow, and clandestinely, Lord Melbury. Benign had been as yet the countenance, and melody itself the voice of Mrs. Howell, compared with the expression of the one, or the sounds of the other, while she now pronounced the following words: "The terms, young woman, that I would keep with a person of name and character, the honour and delicacy due to myself in any intercourse with such a one, I set wholly aside in treating with an adventurer. I know all that has passed. I have heard every syllable. Convinced, therefore, of your deep-laid scheme to captivate to his disgrace a youth of an illustrious house, by revealing to him a pretended tale, which you craftily refuse to trust to all who may better judge or try its truth, I shall take, without delay, such measures as it behoves should be taken, by a friend of his family and of himself, to effectually open his eyes to your arts, and to his own danger. In one word, therefore, will you, and this instant, return to Brighthelmstone under the superintendence of Mrs. Ireton?" "No, madame," Juliet without hesitation replied. "Enough. I shall myself take in charge, then, that you do not quit the castle till the arrival of a peace officer, who may conduct you where you may make your confession with rather more propriety than to a young nobleman." Neither native courage nor resentment of hard usage could support Juliet against a menace such as this. She changed colour, and sunk, terrified, upon a chair. Mrs Howell, after a moment's pause, magisterially moved to the door, whence she took the key, which was within side, and was leaving the room. But Juliet, struck with horror at such a preparation for confinement, started up, exclaiming, "If you reduce me, madame, to cry for help, I must cast myself at once upon the protection of Lord Melbury, and then assure yourself, be very sure, he will not suffer this outrage. This effrontery exceeds all credibility. Assure yourself, however, young woman, and be very sure in return, that I shall not be intimidated by an impostor from detecting imposition, nor from consigning it to infamy." With a scoffing smile of power she then left the room, locking the door without. Consternation alone had prevented Juliet from rushing past her and forcing a passage, though such violence was opposite to her nature, as to propriety and to the habits of her sex. Alone, and a prisoner, the first reflection that found way through her disturbance served less to diminish her terror than to awaken new alarm. It represented to her all the blighting horrors of calumny, in being known to place her confidence in Lord Melbury, while forced to exact that he himself should guard her secret. She felt as if cast upon a precipice from which, though a kind hand might save, the least imprudent might precipitate her downfall. She struggled for fortitude, she prayed for patience. "What, indeed," she cried, "are any sufferings that Mrs Ireton can inflict, compared with those I am flying? If I must submit to transient tyranny, or hazard incurring misery as durable as my existence, can I hesitate to which I shall yield?" Hastily now she looked for the bell, and rang it repeatedly, till some one through the door demanded her orders. "Acquaint Mrs Ireton," she answered, "that I am ready to attend to her in Brighthelmstone." The door was almost instantly unlocked, and Mrs Howell again appeared. "I deign not, young woman," she sternly said, "to inquire into the reasons, the arts, or the apprehensions that may have induced your repentance. I am aware that whatever you would tell me is precisely what I ought not to believe. I come merely to give you notice that, if you venture to attempt keeping up any sort of correspondence with Lady Aurora Granville, or with Lord Melbury, nothing can save you from detection and punishment. Mark me well, you will be properly watched." She then retired, shutting but no longer locking the door. All a philosophy of judgment or forbearance that the indignant Juliet possessed was nearly insufficient to keep her firm to her concession upon a harangue thus insulting. Necessity, however, inculcated prudence. "I will await," she cried, "better days. I will learn my ultimate doom ere I seek any mitigation to my passing sorrows. If all end well, this will be as nothing, forgive and forgotten at once. If ill, and so overwhelming a weight of woe, 'twill be still less material." End of chapter 60.
Chapter 61 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 61. Juliet was aroused from this species of patient despondency by the groom of Mrs Ireton, who broke in upon her with orders to inquire whether it were her intention to detain his lady at the castle all night, adding that all the rest of the party had been gone some time. Juliet followed him to the hall, where she was greeted as usual with sharp reproaches, conveyed through ironical compliments. Upon reaching the portico, she perceived, hastily returned, and dismounting his horse, Lord Melbury. He held back with an air of irresolution till Mrs Ireton, to whom he distantly bowed, was seated, and then, suddenly springing forward, offered his hand to her depressed and neglected dependant. Blushingly, yet gratefully, she accepted his assistance, and having placed her in the coach, and made a slight compliment to Mrs Ireton, the carriage drove off; and the final amazement over, the envenomed taunts of that lady were indulged in a full scope of unrestrained malignity during the whole little journey. Juliet scarcely heard them, New perplexity, though mingled with hope and pleasure, affected and occupied her. Lord Melbury, in aiding her into the carriage, had said, "I am afraid you will lose your shawl," and, snatching at it, as if to prevent its falling, he enveloped a small packet in the folds, which he put into her hands, of which, in her first confusion, she was scarcely conscious, though she felt it the instant that he disappeared. Was it money? Nothing in her helpless state could be more welcome, yet to what construction, even from himself, might not its acceptance be liable? Nevertheless, with so suspicious and ill-judging a witness by her side, to call him back might seem accusing him of intentions of which she sincerely believed him guiltless. The moment that she could disengage herself from her troublesome charges, she stole to her chamber, where she read the following words, written with a pencil upon the cover of a letter. How shall I ever endure myself again, should Miss Ellis withdraw her kind promise of communication, in resentment of an acquiescence in quitting her for which already I begin almost to disdain myself? Yet my consent was granted to two of the purest of her admirers and well-wishers. I could not have been biassed an instant by those who know not how to appreciate her. Hold, therefore, amiable Miss Ellis, your condescending promise sacred, though I make a momentary cession of my claim upon it to the pleadings of those who are every way better entitled to judge than I am, of what will best demonstrate the high and true respect felt for Miss Ellis by her most obedient, humble servant, Melbury. P.S. Aurora had no time to entreat for your permission to lodge the enclosed trifle in your hands. She is ashamed of its insignificance, but she has a plan which I shall unfold when I have next the honour of seeing you, to solicit as a mark of your confidence, becoming, through me, your banker till your affairs are arranged. Pardon this paper. I write on horseback to catch you flying. Soft were the tears of Juliet, and radiant the eyes whence they flowed, as she perused these words. Nor could she hesitate in accepting the offering, though the little gold purse which contained it was marked with the cipher of Lord Melbury. It was presented in the name of his sister, a sister whom he revered as truly as he loved. Such a name therefore sanctioned both the loan and the kindness; and the intimation, given by the young peer himself, of the equal influence over his mind possessed by Lady Barbara Frankland, proclaimed and proved the purity of his regard and the innocence of his intentions. An idea now struck her that bounded to her heart with rapture. Might not the sum of which she permitted herself to take the disposal prove the means of reunion with Gabriella? A very small part of it would suffice for the journey, and the rest might enable them, when once together, to make some arrangement for being parted no more. A plan so soothing could not, even for a moment, present itself to her imagination, unaccompanied by some effort to put it into execution, and she instantly wrote a few lines to her beloved friend, stating the present possibility of their junction, and demanding her opinion, her consent, and her directions, for the immediate accomplishment of so delicious a scheme. Cheered by a hope so dear to her wishes, so promising to her happiness, Juliet now was perfectly contented to continue at Brighthelmstone till she should receive an answer to her proposal. But before its arrival was yet possible, she was called to a messenger, who would deliver his commission only to herself. She descended, not without perturbation, into the hall, where a countryman told her that he had been ordered to beg that she would go at the usual time the next morning to the usual place to meet her old friend. He was then walking off, but Juliet stopped him, to demand whence he came and who sent him. A lady, he answered, who spoke broken English, and who had named 5 of the clock in the morning. Oh yes, cried Juliet, I will not fail, whilst a soft murmur finished with, "'Tis herself, 'tis my Gabriella." What brought her back to Brighthelmstone now occupied all the thoughts of her friend. Was it a design to fix her abode where her maternal enthusiasm might daily be cherished by visiting the grave of her child? Or was it for the single indulgence of bathing that melancholy spot once more with her tears? It was already night, or Juliet would have sought to anticipate the meeting by some inquiry at their former lodgings. The morning, however, soon arrived, and nearly with its dawn she arose, and by a previous arrangement made with the gardener, quitted the house, to hasten to the churchyard upon the hill. In her way thither she was seized from time to time with something like an apprehension that she was pursued, for though no one came in sight, the stillness of the early morning enabled her to hear distinctly a footstep that now seemed to follow her own, now to stop till she had proceeded some yards. It might merely be some workman, yet would not a workman overtake her and pass on? It was more probably some traveller. Nevertheless, she would not ascend the hill without making some examination, and casting a hasty glance behind her, she perceived a tall man muffled up, whose air denoted him to be a gentleman, but who instantly hung back. 1,000 anxious doubts were now awakened. Was it possible that she had been summoned upon any false pretence? Gabriella had not written, and though that omission had at first appeared the natural result of haste upon her arrival, joined to the difficulty of immediately procuring writing implements, it left an opening to uncertainty upon reflection by no means satisfactory. That she should not have personally presented herself at the house of Mrs Ireton could excite no surprise, for she well knew that Juliet had neither time nor room at her own command, and to revisit the grave of her child had always been the purpose of Gabriella. With a slackened and irresolute step she now went on, till, wistfully looking towards the churchyard, she descried a female, with arms uplifted, that seemed inviting her approach. Relieved and delighted, she then quickened her pace, though as she advanced the form retreated till gradually it was wholly out of sight. This affected and saddened her. The little grave was on the other side of the church. "It is there, then, only," she cried, "there, where our melancholy meeting took place, that my ever wretched Gabriella will suffer me to rejoin her." With an aching heart she proceeded, though no Gabriella came forward to give her welcome. But when, upon crossing over to the other side of the church, in full sight of the little grave, no Gabriella was there, and not a human being was visible, she felt again impressed with a fear of imposition, and was turning back to hurry home, when she observed, just mounting the hill, the person by whose pursuit she had already been startled. Terror now began to take possession of her mind. She had surely been deluded, and she was evidently followed. She had neither time nor composure for divining why, but she was instantly certain that she could be no object for premeditated robbery, and the unprincipled Sir Lisle Sycamore alone occurred to her as capable of so cruel a stratagem to inveigle her to a lonely spot. The height of the man was similar, his face was carefully concealed, but transient as had been her glance, it was obvious to her that he was no labourer nor countryman. To descend the hill would be to meet him; to go on yet further, when not a cottage perhaps might be open, would almost seem to expect being overtaken; yet to remain and await him was out of all question. She saw therefore no hope of security but by endeavouring to regain the street through a circuitous path, by sudden rapidity of flight. But upon gliding with this design to the other side of the church, she was struck with amazement to see that the church door was ajar, and to perceive at the same instant a passing shadow, reflected through a window, of some one within the building. Was this accident, or had it any connection with the tall unknown who followed her? Filled with wonder and alarm, though a stranger to every species of superstition, her feet staggered, and her presence of mind threatened to play her false, when again a fleeting shadow, of she knew not whom nor what, gleamed athwart a monument. Summoning now her utmost force, though shaking with nameless apprehensions, she crossed with celerity a gravestone, to gain what appeared to be the quickest route for descending, when the sound of a hasty step immediately behind her gave her the fearful intelligence that escape was impossible. Nevertheless, though nearly overcome with dread, she was pressing on, but some one, rushing abruptly past her, and turning short round, stopped her passage. Horror thrilled through her every vein, and the persuasion that she was the destined victim of deliberate delusion, when the words, "It is, indeed, then, you," uttered in an accent of astonishment, yet with softness, made her hastily raise her eyes, and raise them upon Harleigh. Bereft of prudence in the suddenness of her joy, forgetting self-command and casting off all guard, all reserve, she rapturously held out to him her willing hands, exclaiming, "Oh, Mr. Harleigh, are you then my destined protector, my guardian angel?" Speechless from transported surprise, Harleigh pressed to his lips and to his heart each unresisting hand, while Juliet, whose eyes beamed lustrous with buoyant felicity, was unconscious of the happiness that she bestowed, from the absorption of the delight that she experienced. "Precious, for ever precious moment!" cried Harleigh, when the power of utterance returned. "Here on this spot, where first the tortures of the most deadly suspense give way to the most exquisite hopes." The countenance of Juliet now again underwent a change, the most sudden. Its brilliancy was overclouded, its smiles vanished, its joy died away, not, indeed, to return to its look of horror and affright, but to convey an expression of the deepest shame and regret, and with cheeks tingling with burning blushes, she strove to regain her hands, to recover her composure, and to account to him, by relating what had been her dread and her mistake, for her flattering reception. But she strove in vain. Her efforts to disengage herself had no more that frozen severity which Harleigh had not dared resist, and though her earnestness and distress shewed their sincerity, her varying blushes, her inability to find words, and her uncontrollable emotion demonstrated, to his quick perception, that to govern her own conflicting feelings, at this critical moment, was as difficult as to resume over his accustomed dominion. "Here on this spot," he continued, "this blessed, sacred, hallowed spot, clear and eternally dismiss every torturing doubt by which I have so long been martyrized. Here let all baneful mystery, all heart-wounding distrust, be for ever exiled, and here—" A faint but earnest "Oh, no, no, no!" now quivered from the lips of Juliet, but Harleigh would not be silenced. "And here, where you have condescended to call me your protector, your destined protector, a title which gives me claims that never while I live shall be relinquished. Claims which not even yourself now can have power to recall." "Hear me," interrupted, but vainly, the pleading Juliet. Harleigh, uncontrolled, went on. "Initiate me without delay in the duties of my office. Against whom and against what may I be your protector? You have called me, too, your guardian angel. Oh, suffer me to call you mine. Consent to that sweet reciprocation which blends felicity with every care of life, which animates our virtues by our happiness, which secures the performance of every duty by making every duty an enjoyment." A frequent "Alas! alas!" was all that Juliet could gain time to utter, from the rapid energy with which Harleigh overpowered all attempt at remonstrance. Why," he then cried, with redoubled vivacity, "why not exile now, and repudiate for ever that terrible rigour of reserve that has so long been at war with your humanity? Listen to your softer self. It will surely plead for gentler measures." "Oh, no, no, no!" reiterated the agitated Juliet, with a vehemence that would have startled, if not discouraged him, had not another incautious "Alas! alas!" stole its way into the midst of her tremulous negatives, and revealed that her heart, her wishes, her feelings, bore no part in the refusals which her tongue pronounced. This was not a circumstance to escape Harleigh, who, indescribably touched, fervently explained: "And what now shall sunder us? Pardon my presumption if I say us. What is the power, the earthly power, while yet I live and breathe and feel, that can now compel me to give up the rights with which from this decisive moment I hold myself invested? No, our destinies are indissolubly united. All procrastination, all concealment must be over. They would now be literally distracting. Why then that start? Why that look? Can you regret having shewn a little feeling, a trait of sensibility? Oh, put a period to this unequalled, unexampled mystery. I am yours, faithfully, honourably yours; yours to the end of my mortal existence; yours, by my most sacred hopes, far, far longer. You weep? Not from grief, I trust. I hope, not from grief flow those touching tears. Open to me your situation, your heart. Here, on this sacred and henceforth happiest spot, where first you have accorded me a ray of hope, let our mutual vows be plighted to all eternity." Juliet, whose whole soul seemed dissolved in poignant yet tender distress, cast up to heaven, as if imploring for aid, her irresistibly streaming eyes. When, caught by some shadowy motion to turn them towards the church, she fancied that she beheld again the female, whose appearance in vanishing had been forgotten from the excess of her own emotions. Startled, she looked more earnestly, and then clearly perceived, though half hidden behind a monument, a form in white, whose dress appeared to be made in the shape and of the materials used for our mortal covering, a shroud. A veil of the same stuff fell over the face of the figure, of which the hands hung down straight at each lank side. Struck with awe and consternation, Juliet involuntarily ceased her struggles for freedom, and Harleigh, who saw her strangely moved, pursuing the direction of her eyes, discerned the object by which they had been caught, who now, slowly raising her right hand, waved to them to follow, while with her left she pointed to the church, and uttering a wild shriek, flitted out of sight. Could it be Elinor? Each felt at the same instant the same terrible apprehension. Harleigh sprang after her. Juliet, almost petrified with affright, was immovable. The fugitive entered the church, and darted towards the altar, where she threw her left hand over a tablet of white stone, cut in the shape of a coffin, with the action of embracing it, yet in a position to leave evident the following inscription: "This stone is destined by herself to be the last kind covering of all that remains of Elinor Jodrell, who, sick of life, of love, and of despair, dies to moulder and be forgotten." Casting off her veil when she perceived Harleigh, "Here, Harleigh, here!" she cried, in a tone authoritative though tremulous. "'Tis here you must reciprocate your vows. Here is the spot. Here stands the altar for the happy. Here the tomb for the hopeless." Suspicious of some sinister purpose, Harleigh was at her side with the swiftness of lightning, but not till her fingers were upon the trigger of a pistol which she had pointed to her temple, though in time, by attaining her arm and forcibly giving it a new direction, to make her fire the deadly weapon in the air. Her own design, nevertheless, seconded by the loud din of a pistol, so close to her ear, and let off by her own hand, operated upon her deranged imagination with a belief that her purpose was fulfilled, and she sank upon the ground, uttering with a deep groan, "Oh, Harleigh, bless the dying Elinor, and be happy!" Harleigh, terrified and shocked, though thankfully perceiving her mistake, dropped down at her side and supported her head; while congratulating eyes stole a glance at Juliet, who, at the sound of the pistol, had hastened aghast to the spot, but who now, dreading to be seen, retreated. "Oh, Elinor!" he then cried, "what direful infatuation of wrong is this? What have you done with your nobler, better self? How have you thus warped your reason and your religion alike to an equal and terrible defiance of here and hereafter?" Recovering at these interrogatories to conscious failure and conscious existence, she hastily arose, indignantly spurned at the tablet, looked around for Juliet with every mark of irritation, and casting a glance of suffering, yet investigating shame at Harleigh, "'Tis again, then," she cried, "abortive, and a third time I am food for fools, when I meant to be food only for worms." She then peremptorily demanded Juliet, who, affrighted, was absconding, till shrieks rather than calls forced her forward. With an exultation so violent that it seemed incipient frenzy, Elinor hailed her. "Approach, Ellis, approach!" she cried. "O chosen of the chosen! O born to shew and prove the perfectibility of earthly happiness, and the falsehood and sophistry of the ignorance and superstition that deny it! Approach, and let me sanction your nuptial contract. I here solemnly give you back your promise. I renounce all tie over your actions, your engagements, your choice. Approach, then, that I may join your hands, while I quaff my last draught of tender poison from the grateful eyes of Harleigh, whose happiness, my own donation, will cast a glory upon my exit." Juliet stood motionless, pale, almost livid, and appearing nearly as unable to think as to speak. But the feelings of Harleigh were as much too actively alive as hers seemed morbid. Agitation beat in every pulse, flowed in every vein, throbbed even visibly in his heart, which bounded with tumultuous triumph, that Juliet now was liberated from all adverse engagements; and though he sought, and meant, to turn his eyes with tender pity upon Elinor, they stole involuntarily, impulsively, glances of ecstatic felicity at the mute and appalled Juliet. The watchful Elinor discerned the distraction, which he imagined to be as impenetrable as it was irresistible. Shame, mingled with despondence, superseded her exultation, and disdainfully, and even wrathfully, she disengaged herself from his hold; but suspicious of some new violence, he hovered over her with extended arms, and presently caught a glimpse of a second pistol placed behind the tablet and as nearly as possible out of sight. Her intention could not be doubted, but forcibly anticipating her movement, he seized the destined instrument of death, and flying to the porch, fired it also into the air. Elinor now was confounded; she reddened with confusion, trembled with ire, and seemed nearly fainting with excess of emotion. But after holding her hands a minute or two crossed over her face, she forced a smile, and said, "Harleigh, our tragi-comedy has a long last act. But you can never now believe me dead till you see me buried. That next must follow." And abruptly she was rushing out of the church, when she was encountered in the porch by her foreign servant, accompanied by the whole house of Mrs Maple. Juliet, satisfied that this victim to her own passions and delusions would now fall into proper hands, eagerly glided past them all, and finding the streets no longer empty, fled back to the mansion of Mrs Ireton. End of chapter. Recording by Kirsten Nelson, Toronto. Chapter 62 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 62. Juliet re-entered her chamber without having been missed, but in a perturbation of mind indescribable. Affrighted, confused, overpowered with various and varying sensations, wretched for Elinor, dissatisfied with herself, and yet more at war with what seemed to be her destiny, ejaculating from time to time, "O Gabriella! Receive, console, strengthen, and direct your terrified, bewildered friend." Unusual sounds from the hall soon announced some disturbance, but wholly without courage to go forth upon any inquiry, she remained, in trembling ignorance of what was passing, till she was relieved by a visit from Selina, which gave her the extreme satisfaction of hearing that Elinor was actually in the house. Grief, however, though unmixed with surprise, followed the information, when she heard also that Elinor was in so disordered a state that she had been forced from the church only by the interference of Mr. Naird, for whom Mr. Harleigh had sent, and who had positively told her that if she would not submit to be conveyed to some house and try to repose, he should hold it in his duty to send for proper persons to control and take care of her, as one unfit to be trusted to herself. Even then, though evidently startled, she would not consent to go back to Lewes, which she had quitted, she loudly declared, for ever; but after wildly inquiring for Ellis, and being assured that she was returned to Mrs. Ireton's, she was at length wrought upon to accept an invitation, which, through measures that were taken by the act of Harleigh, Mrs. Ireton had been prevailed with to send to her, and which included her sister and Mrs. Maple. What else of the history of this transaction was known to Selina, was speedily revealed. The whole house of Mrs. Maple had been awakened at daylight by the foreign servant of Elinor, who came to bid Tomlinson call up Mrs. Maple, and acquaint her that he believed that her niece was determined to make away with herself. She had found means, he said, overnight, to induce the clerk of the church at Brighthelmstone to let her have the key of the church; to begin a drawing of one of the monuments at sunrise, when no idle loungers would interrupt her; and the clerk, knowing her for a lady of property and fashion in the neighbourhood, had not had the thought to refuse her. She had made him, the lackey, come for her at Mrs. Maple's with a post-chaise, and wait near the house at 3 in the morning. She and Mrs. Golding then got into it, while he attended as usual on horseback. They stopped at a place by the way, to receive a heap of things that he did not take much notice of, as it was not well light, and then they all galloped to Brighthelmstone. He thought no harm all the time, as his lady so often went about oddly, nobody knowing why. She made the chaise stop at the churchyard, and told him and Golding to help up with all the things into the church. She then said she was going to begin her drawing, and bid the postillion wait at some inn till she went for him. But she told the lackey to stay in the churchyard. She and Golding were then shut up together a quarter of an hour, when Golding came out crying. Her lady, she said, had put a white trimmed stuff dress over her clothes, that made her look as if she were buried alive, and just the same as a ghost; and she was afraid all was not right, for she had made her help to place what she had called a pallet for her drawing upon the altar table, and it looked just like a coffin, only it was covered over with paper. She had ordered that they should both go to an inn, and return for her with the chaise, at 8 o'clock. Neither of them knew what to make of all this, but so many out-of-the-way things had passed, and nothing had come of them, that still they should have done only as they were bid, but that the lackey relected 2 loaded pistols, which his lady had made him charge, upon the route to frighten away robbers, by firing one of them off, she said, if they saw any suspicious persons dodging them; and these, which had been put carefully into the chaise, Golding had seen in the hand of her mistress in the church. This gave him such a panic that he thought it safest to ride back to Madame Maple's, and tell the whole at once. All the family, upon this alarming news, set out for Brighthelmstone the moment that the horses could be got ready, and just as they arrived at the church, Elinor herself had appeared, bursting from it into the porch. Her indignation at thus being followed and detected had been terrible. Who, she asked, had any right to control her? But that was nothing to her disturbance, when she found that Ellis had vanished. She grew so agitated that it was frightful, Selina continued, to see her, and looked frantically about her, as if for means to destroy herself; and nothing could urge her to quit the church or churchyard, whence she eagerly tried to command away all the others, till Mr. Harleigh had recourse to Mr. Naird, who had alarmed her into submission. They had then brought her in a chaise, between Mrs. Maple and the surgeon, to Mrs. Ireton's, where, to hide herself, she said, from light and life, she had gloomily consented to go to bed. But she raved, sighed, groaned, started, and was in a state of shame and despair, the most deplorable. Juliet heard this narration with equal pity and terror, but no sooner understood that Mrs Maple had entreated Mr Harleigh to remain at Brighthelmstone for a day or two, than she determined to quit the place herself, persuaded that these bloody enterprises were always reserved for their joint presence. The nearly exhausted Elinor passed the rest of the day without effort, without speech, and almost without sign of life. But early on the following morning, Juliet received from her a hasty summons. Juliet essayed by every means that she could devise to avoid obeying it, but every effort of resistance was ineffectual. By compulsion, therefore, and slowly, she mounted the stairs, secretly determining that, should Harleigh also be called upon, she would seize the first instant in which she could elude observation to escape, not alone from the room, nor from the house, but from Brighthelmstone, whence she would set off by the quickest conveyance that she could find for London and Gabriella. Elinor, muffled up, and looking pale, haggard, and altered, was reclining upon a sofa, not in compliance with the request of her friends, but from an indispensable necessity of repose, after the violent exertions which had recently shaken her already weakened frame. At the entrance of Juliet she lifted up her head, with an air of eager satisfaction, and exclaimed, "You are really, then, here? And you come, at length, to my call? Harleigh is less courteous. Triumphant Harleigh! He leaves me, he says, to take some rest. Rest?" She paused, and her under lip shewed her contempt of the idea, and presently, with a sarcastic smile, she added, "Yes, yes, I shall certainly take rest, I mean no less. He, too, will take some rest. There, at least, ultimately, our destinies will approximate. And you, even you, victorious Ellis, will sink to vapid rest, like those who have never known happiness." With a laugh, then, but expressive of scorn, not gaiety, she exclaimed, "And I, too, preaching? Can we never be tired and good for nothing, but we must take to moralizing? Summon him, however, Ellis, yourself. Tell him to come without delay. I am sick, and he is sick, and you are sick. We are all round sick of this loathsome procrastination." Alert to seize any pretence to be gone, Juliet was already at the door, when Elinor, suddenly seeming to penetrate into her intentions, called her back, and demanded a solemn promise that she would not fail to return with Harleigh. To the quick perceptions of Elinor, hesitation was alarm; she no sooner therefore observed it, than she peremptorily ordered Selina and Mrs. Golding out of the room, and then, yet more positively, commanded Juliet to approach the sofa. "I see," she cried, "your collusion. You imagine, by coming to me alternately, that you shall keep me in order? You conclude that I only present myself a bull and a dagger, like a tragedy queen, to have them dashed from my hands, that I may be ready for a similar exhibition another day? And can Harleigh, the noble Harleigh, judge me thus pitifully? No, no! Full of great and expansive ideas himself, he can better comprehend the exaltation of which a high, uncurbed, independent spirit is capable. But little minds deem all that is not common, all that has not been practised from father to son, and from generation to generation, to be a trick, or to be impossible. You, Ellis, and such as you, who act always by rule, who never utter a word of which you have not weighed the consequence, never indulge a wish if you have not canvassed the effects, who listen to no generous feeling, who shrink from every liberal impulse, who know nothing of nature, and care for nothing but opinion, you, and such as you, tame animals of custom, wearied and wearying plodders on beaten tracks, may conclude me a mere vapouring impostor, and believe it is as safe to brave as to despise me, you, Ellis, but no." She stopped, and her look and manner suddenly lost their fierceness, as she added, "Oh no, you are not of that cast. Harleigh can only admire what alone is admirable. He would soon see through littleness or hypocrisy. You must be good and great at once, eminently good, unaffectedly great, or how could Harleigh, the punctilious, discriminating Harleigh, adore you? Oh, I have known and secretly appreciated you long, though I have been too little myself to acknowledge it. I have not been calm enough, perhaps not blind enough for justice; for if I saw your beauty less clearly, oh, happy Ellis, how do I admire, envy, revere, and hate you!" Shocked, yet filled with pity, Juliet would have sought to deprecate her enmity, and soften her feelings, but her fiery eye shewed that any attempt at offering her consolation would be regarded as insult. "I disdain," she cried, "all expedient, all pretence. However the abortion of my purpose may have made me appear a mere female mountebank, I have meant all that I have seemed to mean, though by waiting for the moment of most éclat, opportunity has been passed by, and action has been frustrated. But I can die only once. That over, all is ended. 'Tis therefore I have studied how to finish my career with most effect. Let Harleigh, however, beware how he doubt my sincerity. Doubt from him would drive me mad indeed. To the torpid formalities of everyday customs, the drowsy thoughts of everyday thinkers, he may believe me insensible, and I shall thank him. But, indifferent to my own principles of honour, lost to my own definitions of pride, of shame, of heroism, oh, if he touch me there, if he can judge of me so degradingly, my senses will still go before my life." She held her forehead with a look of fearful pain, but soon recovering, laughed, and said, "There are fools I know in the world who suppose me mad already, only because I go my own way, while they, poor cowards, yoked one to another, always follow the path of their forefathers, without even venturing to mend the road, however it may have been broken up by time, accident, or mischief. I have full as much contempt of their imbecility as they can have of my insanity. But hear me, Ellis, approach and mark me. I must have a conference with Harleigh. You must be present. A last conference. Whatever be its event, I have bound myself to Elinor Joddrel never to demand another. But do not therefore imagine my life or death to be in your power. No, my resolution is taken. Take yours. Let the interview which I demand pass quietly in this room, or be responsible for the consequences of the public desperation to which I may be urged." Gloomily she then added, "Harleigh has refused to come. I will send him word that you are here. Will he still refuse?" Juliet blushed, but could not answer. Elinor paused a moment, and then said, "If he knows that he can see you elsewhere, he will be firm. If not, he will return with my messenger. By that I can judge the present state of your connection." She rang the bell, and told Mrs. Goulding to go instantly to Mr. Harleigh, and acquaint him that Elinor Joddrel and Miss Ellis desired to speak with him immediately. Vainly Juliet remonstrated against the strange appearance of such a message, not only to himself, but to the family and the world. "Appearance!" she cried. "After what I have done, what I have dared, have I any terms to keep with the world, with appearances? Miserable, contemptible, servile appearances, to which sense, happiness, and feeling are for ever to be sacrificed. And what will the world do in return? How recompense the victims to its arbitrary prejudices? By letting them quickly sink into nothing, by suffering them to die with as little notice and distinction as they have lived, and with as little choice." Mrs. Goulding returned, bringing the respects of Mr. Harleigh, but saying that he was forced by an indispensable engagement to refuse himself the honour of waiting upon Miss Joddrel. "Run to him again!" cried Elinor with vehemence. "Run, or he will be gone. Make him enter the first empty room, and tell him 'tis Miss Ellis alone who desires to speak with him. Fly!" Yet more earnestly now Juliet would have interfered, but the peremptory Elinor insisted upon immediate obedience. "If still," she cried, "he come not, I shall conclude you to be already married." She laughed, yet wore a face of horror at this idea, and spoke no more till Mrs. Goulding returned with intelligence that Mr. Harleigh was waiting in the parlour. The bosom of Juliet now swelled and heaved high, with tumultuous distress and alarm, and her cheeks were dyed with the crimson tint of conscious shame; while Elinor, turning pale, dropped her head upon the pillow of the sofa, and sighed deeply for a moment in silence. Recovering then, "This, at least," she said, "is explicit. Let it be final. Your influence is not disguised. Use it, Ellis, to snatch me from the deplorable buffoonery of running about the world, not like Death after the lady, but the lady after Death. Assure yourselves that you will never devise any stratagem that will turn me from my purpose, though you may render ridiculous in its execution what in its conception was sublime. Happiness such as yours, Ellis, ought to be above all narrow malignity. You ought to be proud, Ellis, voluntarily to serve her whom involuntarily you have ruined." Juliet was beginning some protestations of kindness, but Elinor, interrupting her, said, "I can give credit only to action. I must have a conference, but it is not to talk of myself, nor of you, nor even of Harleigh. No, the soft moment of indulgence to my feelings is at an end. When I allowed my heart that delicious expansion, when I abandoned it to nature, and permitted it those open effusions of tenderness, I thought my dissolution at hand, and meant but to snatch a few last precious minutes of ecstasy from everlasting annihilation. But these endless delays, these eternal procrastinations, make me appear so unmeaning an idiot, even to myself, that for the remnant of my doleful ditty I must resist every natural wish, and plod on till I plod off with the stiff and stupid decorum of a starched old maid of half a century. Procure me, however, this definitive conference. It is upon no point of the old story, I promise you. You cannot be more tired of that than I am ashamed. 'Tis simply an earnest curiosity to know the pure, unadulterate thoughts of Harleigh upon death and immortality. I have applied to him fruitlessly myself. He inexorably refuses me to some old canonicals, without considering that it is vain to ask for guides to shew us a road, before we are convinced, or at least persuaded, that it will lead us to some given spot. Let him but make clear that 'tis his own opinion that death does not sink us to nothing. Let him but satisfy me that he does not turn me over to others, only because he thinks as I think himself, and has not the courage to avow it. And then, in return, I may suffer him to send to me some one of his black-robed tribe, to harangue me about here and hereafter. All contestation on the part of Juliet was but irritating. She was forced upon her commission, and compelled solemnly to promise that she would return with Harleigh, and be present at the conference. End of chapter 62. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. Chapter 63 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 63. With unsteady footsteps, and covered with blushes, Juliet repaired to the parlour, where Harleigh, with delighted yet trembling impatience, was awaiting her arrival. The door was half open, and he had placed himself at a distant window, to force her entire entrance into the room, before she could see him or speak; but that point gained, he hastened to shut it, exclaiming, "How happy for me is this incident, whatever may have been its origin! Let me instantly avail myself of it to entreat—" "Give me leave," interrupted Juliet, looking every way to avoid his eyes, "to deliver my message. Miss Joddrel—" "When we begin," cried Harleigh, eagerly, "upon the unhappy Elinor, she must absorb us. Let me then first—" "I must be heard, sir," said Juliet, with more firmness, "or I must be gone." "You must be heard, then, undoubtedly," he cried with a smile, and offering her a chair, "for you must not be gone." Juliet declined being seated, but delivered, nearly in the words that she had received it, her message. Harleigh looked pained and distressed, yet impatient as he listened. "How," he cried, "can I argue with her? The false exaltation of her ideas, the effervescence of her restless imagination, place her above or below whatever argument or reason can offer to her consideration. Her own creed is settled, not by investigation into its merits, not by reflection upon its justice, but by an impulsive preference, in the persuasion that such a creed leaves her mistress of her destiny." "Ah, do not resist her!" cried Juliet. "If there is any good to be done, do it, and without delay." "It is not you I can resist," he tenderly answered. "If deliberately it is your opinion I should comply. But her peculiar character, her extraordinary principles, and the strange situation into which she has cast herself, give her for the moment advantages difficult, yea, dangerous to combat. Unawed by religion, of which she is ignorant, unmoved by appearances, to which she is indifferent, she utters all that occurs to an imagination inflamed by passion, disordered by disappointment, and fearless because hopeless, with a courage from which she has banished every species of restraint, and with a spirit of ridicule that so largely pervades her whole character, as to burst forth through all her sufferings, to mix derision with all her sorrows, and to preponderate even over her passions. Reason and argument appear to her but as marks for dashing eloquence or sportive mockery. Nevertheless, if by striking at everything, daringly, impetuously, unthinkingly, she starts some sudden doubt, demands some impossible explanation, or asks some humanly unanswerable question, she will conclude herself victorious, and be more lost than ever to all that is right, from added false confidence in all that is wrong. "If so, the conference were indeed better avoided," said Juliet with sadness. "Yet, as it is not the sacred truth of revealed religion that she means to canvass, as it is merely the previous question, of the possibility or impossibility, according to her notions, of a future state for mankind which she desires to discuss, I do not quite see the danger of answering the doubts, or refuting the assertions, that may lead her afterwards to an investigation so important to her future welfare. If she would consult with a clergyman, it were certainly preferable, but that will be a point no longer difficult to gain, when once you have convinced her, upon your own terms of controversy, that you herself have a firm belief in immortality." "The attempt shall surely be made," said Harleigh, "if you think such a result as casting her into more reverend hands may ensue. If I have fled all controversy with her, from the time that she has publicly proclaimed her religious infidelity, it has by no means been from disgust. An unbeliever is simply an object of pity, for who is so deplorably without resource in sickness or calamity, those two common occupiers of half our existence? No, if I have fled all voluntary intercourse with her, it has only been that her total contempt of the world has forced me to take upon myself the charge of public opinion for us both. While I considered her as the future wife of my brother, I frankly contested whatever I thought wrong in her notions. The wildness of her character, the eccentricity of her ideas, and the violence of all her feelings, with her extraordinary understanding, parts, I ought to say, for understanding implies rather what is solid than brilliant, joined to the goodness of her heart, and the generosity, frankness, and openness of her nature, excited at once an anxiety for my brother and an interest for herself, that gave occasion to the most affectionate animadversion on my part, and produced alternate defence or concession on hers. But her disdain of flattery, or even of civil acquiescence, made my freedom, opposed to the courteous complaisance which my brother deemed due to his situation of her humble servant, strike her in a point of view that has been unhappy for us all three. Yet this was a circumstance which I had never suspected, for where no wish is met, remark often sleeps, and I had been wholly unobservant till you, called from the deep interest with which she had involuntarily listened to the relation of his connection with Elinor, by this sudden transition to herself, Juliet startled. But he went on. Till you were an inmate of the same house, till I saw her strange consternation when she found me conversing with you, her rising injustice when, with the respect and admiration which you inspired, I mentioned you, her restless vigilance to interrupt whatever communication I attempted to have with you, her sudden fits of profound yet watchful taciturnity when I saw you in her presence. "I may tell her," interrupted Juliet, disturbed, "that you will wait upon her according to her request?" "When you," cried he, smiling, "are her messenger, she must not expect quite so quick, quite so categorical an answer. I must first—" "On the contrary, her impatience will be insupportable if I do not relieve it immediately." She would have opened the door, but preventing her, "Can you indeed believe?" he cried, with vivacity. "Is it possible you can believe, that having once caught a ray of light, to illumine and cheer the dread and nearly impervious darkness, that so long and so blackly overclouded all my prospects, I can consent, can endure, to be cast again into desolate obscurity?" Juliet, blushing, and conscious of allusion to her reception of him in the churchyard, for which, without naming Sir Lisle's sycamore, she knew not how to account, again protested that she must not be detained. Still, however, half reproachfully, half laughingly stopping her, "And is it thus," he cried, "that you summon me to Brighthelmstone? Only to mock my obedience and disdain to hear me?" "I, sir! I summon you!" "Nay, see my credentials." He presented to her the following note, written in an evidently feigned hand: "If Mr. Harleigh will take a ramble to the churchyard upon the hill, at Brighthelmstone, next Thursday morning at 5 o'clock, he will there meet a female fellow traveller, now in the greatest distress, who solicits his advice and assistance to extricate her from her present intolerable abode." Deeply colouring, "And could Mr. Harleigh," she cried, "even for a moment believe, suppose—" He interrupted her with an air of tender respect. "No, I did not, indeed, dare believe, dare suppose that an honour, a trust such as might be implied by an appeal like this, came from you. Yet for you I was sure it was meant to pass, and to discover by whom it was devised, and for what purpose, irresistibly drew me hither, though with full conviction of imposition. I came, however, predetermined to watch around your dwelling at the appointed hour, ere I repaired to the bidden place. But what was my agitation when I thought I saw you! I doubted my senses. I retreated, I hung back, your face was shaded by your head-dress, yet your air, your walk, was it possible I could be deceived? Nevertheless, I resolved not to speak nor to approach you till I saw whether you proceeded to the churchyard. I was by no means free from suspicion of some new stratagem of Elinor, for, fatigued with concealment, I was then publicly at my house upon Bagshot Heath, where the note had reached me. Yet her distance from Brighthelmstone for so early an hour, joined to intelligence which I had received some time ago, for you will not imagine that the period which I spend without seeing, I spend also without hearing of you, that you had been observed, and more than once, at that early hour in the churchyard." "True!" cried Juliet eagerly. "At that hour I have frequently met or accompanied a friend, a beloved friend, thither, and in her name I had even then, when I saw you, been deluded, not for a walk, a ramble, not upon any party of pleasure, but to visit a little tomb which holds the regretted remains of the darling and only child of that dear unhappy friend." She wept. Harleigh, extremely touched, said, "You have, then, a friend here? Is it may I ask? Is it the person you so earnestly sought upon your arrival? Is your anxiety relieved, your embarrassment, your suspense, your cruel distress? Will you not give me, at length, some little satisfaction? Can you wonder that my forbearance is worn out? Can my impatience offend you? If I press to know your situation, it is but with the desire to partake it. If I solicit to hear your name, it is but with the hope that you will suffer me to change it." He would have taken her hand, but drawing back and wiping her eyes, though irresistibly touched. "Offend?" she repeated. "Oh, far, far! But why will you recur to a subject that ought so long since to have been exploded, while another, an essential one, calls for all my attention? The last packet which you left with me, you must suffer me instantly to return. The first, she stammered, coloured, and then added, "the first, I am shocked to own. I must defer returning yet a little longer." "Defer?" ardently repeated Harleigh. "Ah! why not condescend to think, at least, another language, if not to speak it? Why not anticipate in kind idea at least the happy period, for me, when I may be permitted to consider as included and mutual in our destinies whatever hitherto—" "Oh, hold! Oh, Mr. Harleigh!" interrupted Juliet, in a voice of anguish. "Let no error, no misconstruction of this terrible sort, no inference, no expectation, thus wide from all possible reality, add to my various misfortunes the misery of remorse." "Remorse? Gracious powers! What can you mean?" "That I have committed the most dreadful of mistakes, a mistake that I ought never to forgive myself, if, in the relief from immediate perplexity which I ventured to owe to a momentary, and, I own, an intentionally unacknowledged, usage of some of the notes which you forced into my possession, I have given rise to a belief, to an idea, to—" She hesitated, and blushed so violently that she could not finish her phrase; but Harleigh appeared thunderstruck, and was wholly silent. She looked down, abashed, and added, "The instant, by any possible means, by work, by toil, by labour, nothing will be too severe, all will be light and easy, that can rectify that—" She could not proceed, and Harleigh, somewhat recovered by the view of her confusion, gently though reproachfully said, "All, then, will be preferable to the slightest, smallest trust in me? And is this from abhorrence? Or do you deem me so ungenerous as to believe that I should take unworthy advantage of being permitted to offer you even the most trivial service?" "No, no, oh no!" with quickness cried Juliet. "But the more generous you may be, the more readily you may imagine—" She stopped, at a loss how to finish. "That you would be generous too?" cried Harleigh, revived and smiling. She could not refrain from a smile herself, but hastily added, "My conduct must be liable to no inference of any sort. Adieu, sir. I will deliver you the packet in Miss Joddrel's room." Her hand was upon the lock, but his foot, fixed firmly against the door, impeded its being opened; while he exclaimed, "I cannot part with you thus. You must clear this terrific obscurity, that threatens to involve me once more in the horrors of excruciating suspense. Why that cruel expression of displeasure? Can you think that the moment of hope, however brief, however unintentional, however accidental, can ever be obliterated from my thoughts? That my existence, to whatever term it may be lengthened, will ever outlive the precious remembrance that you have called me your destined protector, your guardian angel?" He could add no more. A mortal paleness overspread the face of Juliet, who, letting go the lock of the door, sunk upon a chair, faintly ejaculating, "Was I not yet sufficiently miserable?" Penetrated with sorrow, and struck with alarm, Harleigh looked at her in silence; but when again he sought to take her hand, shrinking from his touch, though regarding him with an expression that supplicated rather than commanded forbearance. "If you would not kill me, Mr. Harleigh," she cried, "you will relinquish this terrible perseverance." "Relinquish!" he repeated. "What, now? Now that all delicacy for this wild, eccentric, though so generous Elinor is at an end, that she has herself annulled your engagement? Relinquish, now, the hope so long pursued, so difficultly caught? No, I swear to you—" Juliet arose. "Oh, hold, Mr. Harleigh!" she cried. "Recollect yourself a moment. I lament if I have, involuntarily, caused you any transient mistake. Yet do me the justice to reflect that I have never cast my destiny upon that of Miss Joddrel. No decision, therefore, of hers can make any change in mine." She again put her hand upon the lock of the door. Harleigh fixed upon her his eyes, which spoke the severest disturbance, while in tremulous accents he uttered, "And can you leave me thus, to wasting despondence, and with this cold, chilling, blighting composure? Is it from pitiless apathy which incapacitates for judging of torments which it does not experience? Oh no! Those eyes that so often glisten with the most touching sensibility, those cheeks that so beautifully mantle with the varying dyes of quick transition of sentiment, that mouth which so expressively plays in harmony with every word, nay, every thought, all announce a heart where every virtue is seconded and softened by every feeling; a mind alive to the quickest sensations, yet invigorated with the ablest understanding, a soul of angelic purity. Some sound from the passage made him suddenly stop and remove his foot, while the hand of Juliet dropped from the lock. They were both silent, and both affrighted stood suspended, till Juliet, shocked at the impropriety of such a situation, forced herself to open the door, at the other side of which, looking more dead than alive, stood Elinor, leaning upon her sister. "I began to think," she cried, in a hollow tone, "that you were eloped, and determining to trust to no messenger, I came myself." She then endeavoured to call forth a smile, but it visited so unwillingly features nearly distorted by internal agony, that it gave a cast almost ghastly to her countenance. "Why, Harleigh," she cried, "should you thus shun me? Have I not given back her plighted faith to Ellis? Yet I am not ignorant how tired you must be of those old threadbare topics, bowls, daggers, poignards, and bodkins; but they have had their reign, and are now dethroned. What remains is plain, common, stupid rationality. I wish to converse with you, Albert, only as a casuist, and upon a point of conscience which you alone can settle. For this world, and for all that belongs to it, all, with me, is utterly over. I have neither care nor interest left in it, and I have no belief that there is any other. I am very composedly ready, therefore, to take my last nap. I merely wish to learn, before I return to my torpid ignorance, whether it can be a fact that you, Harleigh, you, believe in a future state for mortal man? And I engage you by your friendship, which I still prize above all things, and by your honour, which you, I know, prize in the same manner, to answer me this question, instantly and categorically." "Most faithfully, then, Elinor, yes. All the happiness of my present life is founded upon my belief of a life to come." Elinor held up her hands. "Astonishing!" she cried. "Can judgment and credulity, wisdom and superstition, thus jumble themselves together? And in a head so clear, so even oracular? Give me at least your reasons, and see that they are your own." Harleigh looked disturbed, but made not any answer. The wan face of Elinor was now lighted up with hues of scarlet. "I feel," she cried, "the impropriety of this intrusion; for who, if not I, since we all prize most what we know least, should respect happiness? When you have finished, however, your present conference, honour me both of you, if you please, that the period so employed may be less wearisome to either, with a final one upstairs. Harleigh, a final one." Harleigh was still silent. A yet deeper red now dyed the whole complexion of Elinor, and she added, "If to day you are too much engaged, to morrow will suffice. To day, indeed, your solemn protestations of belief upon a subject which to me is a chaos, dark, impervious, impenetrable, has given ample employment to my ideas." Repulsing, then, his silently offered arm, she returned, with Selina, to the chamber consigned to her by Mrs Ireton. Chapter 63. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. Chapter 64 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 64. Harleigh, confused, disconcerted, remained motionless, but when the conscious Juliet would have glided silently past him, he entreated for a moment's audience. "Oh no, Mr. Harleigh, no!" she cried. "These are scenes and alarms that must be risked no more." She was hurrying away, but upon his saying, "Hear me, at least, for Elinor," she turned back. His eye now reproached even her compliance, but he rapidly communicated his opinion, that the conference demanded by Elinor ought, in prudence, for the present, to be avoided, since while she still had some favourite object in view, life would unconsciously be still supported. Time thus might insensibly be gained, not only for eluding her fatal project, but happily perhaps for taming the dauntless wildness that made her now seem to stand scoffingly at bay between life and death. Juliet saw nothing to oppose to this statement, and thanking him that at least it liberated her, was again hastening away. "Hold, hold!" cried he, stopping her. "It is not from me that it must liberate you. Elinor has ratified the restoration of your word." "Oh, were that all!" she cried hastily, but stopping short, deeply blushing. "Mr. Harleigh," she added, "compel me not to repeat declarations that cannot vary. Aid me rather, generously, kindly shall I say, aid me to fly, to avoid you, lest you become yourself," her voice faltered as she pronounced, "the most fatal of my enemies." The penetrated Harleigh, charmed though tortured, saw her eyes glittering with tears, but she forced her way past him, and took refuge in her chamber. There, in deep anguish, she was sinking upon a chair, when she received the gentle balm of a letter from Gabriella, written with ecstatic joy at the prospect of their reunion. This decided her plan of immediate escape to London, under a full conviction that Harleigh, to obviate any calumnious surmises from her disappearance, would studiously shew himself in the world, however cautiously he might avoid any interview with Elinor. The shock of Juliet at this unfortunate intrusion somewhat abated, when she reflected that confirmed hopelessness might perchance lead Elinor to acquiesce in disappointment; for hopelessness, equally with resignation, though not so respectably, terminates all struggles against misfortune. She now therefore seized an opportunity, when she knew Mrs. Ireton to be engaged with Mrs. Maple, for going forth to secure a place in some machine, for a journey to London on the following morning. This office performed, she thought, while returning home, that she perceived, though at a considerable distance, Harleigh. In the dread of some new conflict, she was planning to seek another way back, when recollecting that she had his bank notes in her work bag, she judged that she might more promptly return them at this accidental meeting than in the house of Mrs. Ireton. She slackened therefore her pace, and taking out her ever ready packet, turned round as the footstep approached, gravely and calmly to deliver it, when to her utter surprise she faced Lord Melbury. Pleasure emitted its brightest hues in the tints of her cheeks, at sight of the marked respect that chastened the visible delight with which she was looked at and accosted by the young peer. "How fortunate," he cried, "am I to meet with you thus directly! This moment only I dismount from my horse. I have a million of things to say to you from Aurora, if you will have the goodness to hear them, and I have more at heart still my own claim upon your patience. When may I see you for a little conversation?" The pleasure of Juliet was now severely checked by perplexity, how either to fulfil or to break her engagement. Observing the change in her countenance, and her hesitation and difficulty to answer, Lord Melbury, whose look and air changed also, said, in a tone of concern, "Miss Ellis had not forgotten her kind promise." "Your lordship is extremely good, to remember either that or me, yet I hope—" "What does Miss Ellis hope? I would not counteract her hopes for the world, but surely she cannot be so cruel as to disappoint mine, to make me fear that she has changed her opinion, to withdraw her amiable trust?" "No, my lord, no. Not a moment could I hesitate, were trust alone in question. But the hurry of this instant, the impossibility of detailing so briefly, and by an imperfect account—" "And why an imperfect account? Why, dear Miss Ellis, since you have the kindness to believe I may be trusted, not confide to me the whole truth?" "Alas, my lord, how? Where?" "In some parlour, in the garden, anywhere." "Ah, my lord, what I have to say must be uninterrupted, unheard but by yourself, and I can command neither a place nor a moment free from intrusion." "Sweet Miss Ellis, sweet, injured Miss Ellis, I know, I have witnessed the unworthiness of your treatment. Even Aurora, with all her gentleness, has been as indignant at it, nearly, as myself. All our wonder is how you bear it. We burn, we expire to learn what can urge so undue a subjection. But I have not obtruded myself upon you only for myself. I have galloped hither to prepare you, and to entreat you not to be uneasy, and to save you from any surprise, by acquainting you that my uncle Denmeath—" He stopped short, as if thunderstruck. Juliet, alarmed, looked at him, and saw that in bending over her to name in a lower voice his uncle, his eyes had caught the direction of her packet, for Albert Harleigh, Esquire. Shocked at the evidently unpleasant effect which this sight produced, and covered with blushes at the suspicions to which it might give rise, Juliet hastily exclaimed, "Oh, my lord, I must no longer defer my explanation. Every risk will be preferable to the loss of your esteem." Delight, enchantment again were depicted on the countenance, as they seized the faculties of the young peer; and involuntarily his eager hands were stretching forwards to seize hers, when he perceived just approach to them, pale, agitated, and with the look of some one taken suddenly ill, Harleigh. The colour of Juliet now rose and died away alternately from varying sensations of shame and apprehension, to which the deepest confusion soon succeeded, as she discerned the contrast of the cheeks whitened by pale jealousy of Harleigh, with those of Lord Melbury, which were crimsoned with the reddest hues of sudden suspicion and painful mistrust. Harleigh, with a faint and forced smile, bowed but stood aloof. Lord Melbury seemed to have not alone his sentiments, but his faculties held in suspension. Juliet, with cruel consciousness, perceived that each surmised something clandestine of the other, and the immense importance which she annexed to their joint good opinion, and the imminent danger which she saw of the double forfeiture, soon reinvigorated her powers, and addressing herself with dignity, though in a tone of softness, to Lord Melbury, "If you judge me, my lord, from partial circumstances," she cried, "I have everything to apprehend for what I value more than words can express, your lordship's approbation of the favour with which I am honoured by Lady Aurora Granville. But let me rather hope, suffer me, my lord, to hope, that by the opinion I have formed of the honour of your own character, you will judge, though at present in the dark, of the integrity of mine." Turning from him, as, touched, electrified, he was beginning, "I have always judged you to be an angel," she would have presented her packet to Harleigh, though without raising her eyes, saying, "Mr. Harleigh has so long, and upon so many occasions, honoured me with marks of his esteem and benevolence, that I flatter myself, I think, I trust—" She stammered, confused, and Harleigh, who from the moment that Lady Aurora had been mentioned had recovered his complexion, his respiration, and his strength, recovered also his hopes and his energy at the sight of the embarrassment of Juliet. Not doubting, however, what were the contents of the packet, he held back from receiving it, though with a smile that conveyed the most lively expression of grateful delight at her palpable anxiety to preserve his esteem. "Nay, you must take your property," she resumed, with attempted cheerfulness, yet blushing more deeply every moment at thus betraying to Lord Melbury that she had any property of Mr. Harleigh's to return. "I will take your commands in every shape in which they can be framed," cried Harleigh, gaily, "but you must not refuse to grant me, at the same time, directions for their execution." The interest with which Lord Melbury listened to what passed was now mingled with undisguised impatience, but Juliet could not endure to satisfy him, could not support letting him know that she retained money of Harleigh's in her hands, nor yet bear to suffer Harleigh, now the address had been seen, to leave it still in her possession. Hesitating, abashed, she turned from one to the other, with looks at Lord Melbury that seemed appealing for forbearance, and to Harleigh with downcast eyes, that had not force to encounter his, but that were expressive of distress, timidity, and fear of misconstruction. This pause, while it astonished and perplexed Lord Melbury, gave rise in Harleigh to the most flattering emotions. Her disturbance was indeed visible and cruelly painful to him, but since their meeting in the churchyard, the severity of her reserve had seemed shaken, beyond her power, evident as were her struggles, to call back its original firmness. The more exquisitely he felt himself bewitched by this observation, the more fondly he desired to spare her delicacy, by concealing, though not repressing his hopes; but his eyes, less under his control than his words, air, or address, spoke a language not to be doubted of tenderness, and sparkled with lustrous happiness. Juliet felt their beams too powerfully to mistake, or even to sustain them. Her head dropped, her eyelids nearly closed, blushing shame tingled in her cheeks, and apprehension and perturbation trembled in every limb. Perceiving and adoring her inability to find utterance, Harleigh, with subdued rapture, yet in a tone that spoke of his feelings to be, at length, in harmony with all his wishes, was gently beginning an entreaty that she would adjourn this little dispute to another day, when the words, "Well, if here ain't the very person we were talking of," striking his ears, he looked round, and saw Miss Bydel, accompanied by Mr. Giles Arbe, whose approach had been unheeded by them all, from the deep interest which had concentrated their attention to themselves. "Why, Mrs. Ellis," she continued, "why, what are you doing here? I should like to know that. I've just had a smart battle about you with my good friend Mr. Giles. He will needs have it that you paid all your debts from a hoard that you had by you of your own, though I have told him I dare say 100 times at the least I must needs be a better judge, having been paid myself for my own share by that cross-grained baronet who's been such a good friend to you." The sensations of Juliet underwent now another change, though shame was still predominant. Her fears of exciting the expectations she sought to annul in Harleigh were superseded by a terror yet more momentous, of giving ground for suspicion not alone to herself but to Lord Melbury, that while fashioning 1,000 difficulties to accepting the assistance that was generously and delicately offered by themselves, she had suffered a third person, that person also a gentleman, to supply her pecuniary necessities. She breathed hard and looked disordered, but could suggest nothing to say, while Harleigh and Lord Melbury stood as if transfixed by disturbed astonishment. "Well, I protest," resumed Miss Bydel, "if here ain't another of the people that we were talking of, Mr. Giles; for I declare it's Mr. Harleigh that I was telling you, you know, my good friend, was the person that made poor Miss Joddrel make away with her herself, because of his scampering after Mrs. Ellis, when she had that swoon, which to be sure had but an out-of-the-way look, for the music would have taken care of her. Don't you think so yourself, my dear?" The most painful confusion again took possession of Juliet, who would silently have walked away, had not Miss Bydel caught hold of her arm, saying, "Don't be in a hurry, my dear, for you shan't be chid, for I'll speak for you myself to Mrs. Ireton." "I am mighty glad to hear that Sir Jaspar is your friend, my pretty lady," said the smiling Mr. Giles; "and I am mighty glad, too, that you have persuaded him to help pay your debts. He's a very good sort of man where he takes, and very witty and clever; though he is crabbed, too, rather crabbed and waspish, when he ain't pleased. He always scolds all the men, and indeed the maids too, when they ain't pretty, poor things; and they can't help that, else I dare say they would. Yet, I am afraid, I don't like them quite so well myself neither in my heart, when they are ugly, which is but hard upon them, so I always do them double the good to punish myself. But I'm prodigiously sorry you should have taken to that turn of running in debt, my dear, for it's the only thing I know to your disadvantage, for which reason I have never named it to a single soul, only it just dropped out before I was aware to Miss Bydel, which I am sorry enough for, but I am afraid it will be but hard to her, poor lady, to keep it to herself." "What do you mean by that, Mr. Giles?" cried Miss Bydel angrily. "Do you want to insinuate that I don't know how to keep a secret? I should be glad to know what right you have to fleer at a person about that, when you blab out everything in such a manner yourself, and before these two gentlemen, too, who don't lose a word of what passes, I can tell you." "True, good, you are right there, Mrs. Bydel. I did not think of that, I protest. However, these two gentlemen have too much kindness about them to repeat a thing that may hurt a young person just coming, as one may say, into the world, for she is but a chicken, and my lord here, who looks younger still, is scarcely more than an egg. So you may be sure he has no guile in him, for he seems almost as innocent as herself. However, my pretty lady, if you have still any more debts, new or old, only tell me who you owe them to, and I'll run and fetch all the people here, and we'll join together to discharge them at once, for Mr. Harleigh is always at home when he is doing good, and this young nobleman can't begin too soon to learn what he is rich for, so you can never be in better hands for taking up a little money. When we settled the last batch, you had no debt left but to Mrs. Bydel, and as the baronet has paid her, she's off our hands. So tell me whether there is any new one that you have been running up since." Wounded, and nearly indignant at this demand, "None," Juliet spontaneously answered, when catching a glance at Lord Melbury, who involuntarily looked down, his purse and the 15 guineas of Lady Aurora rushed upon her memory, and filled her again with visible embarrassment. "Good, good!" cried the pleased Mr. Giles. "You could not tell me better news. But are there any poor souls, then, that you forgot to mention in our last reckoning? Are there any old debts that you did not count?" Inexpressibly hurt at a supposition so offensive to her sense of probity, Juliet hastily repeated, "No, sir, there are none." But in raising her head, and encountering the penetrating eyes of Harleigh, the terrible recollection of the capital into which she had broken, and of the large sum so long his due, struck cold to her heart, though it burnt her cheeks with a dye of crimson. Yet were these sensations nearly nugatory, compared with those which she suffered the next instant, when Miss Bydel, suddenly perceiving the direction upon the packet, read aloud, "For Albert Harleigh, Esquire." Her exclamations, her blunt, unqualified interrogatories, and the wonder and simple ejaculations of Mr. Giles Arbe, filled Juliet with a confusion so intolerable that she forced her arm from Miss Bydel, with the intention to insist upon publicly restoring the packet to Harleigh; but Harleigh, confounded himself, had advanced towards the house, which, frequently as they had stopped, they now insensibly reached, but from which he would most willingly have retrograded upon seeing Ireton issue, laughing, into the portico. The laugh of Ireton, whose gaiety was always derision, and whose derision was always scandal, though it was innocently echoed by the unsuspicious Mr. Giles, was as alarming to the two gentlemen and to Juliet as it was offensive to Miss Bydel, who pettishly demanded, "Pray what are you laughing at, Mr. Ireton? I should like to know that. If it is at me, you may as well tell me at once, for I shall be sure to find it out, because I always make a point of doing that." Ireton, seizing upon Harleigh, exclaimed, "What! Monsieur le Moniteur, still hankering after our mysterious fair one?" when, perceiving the wishes of Juliet to pass on, he wantonly filled up the doorway. Harleigh, who, alas, could not but guess them, though he dared not look at her, hoped by delaying her entrance to catch a moment's discourse; but the youthful Lord Melbury, deeming all caution to be degrading, that interfered with protection to a lovely female, openly desired that Ireton would stand aside and let the ladies enter the house. "Most undoubtedly, my lord," answered Ireton, making way, with an air of significant acquiescence. Miss Bydel, with a warm address of thanks to his lordship, whose interference she received as a personal civility, said, "This is like a gentleman indeed, my lord, and quite fit for a lord to do, to take the part of us poor weak women, against people that keep one standing out in the street, because they think of nothing but joking." And then, telling Juliet to follow her, "I can do no less," she added, as she entered the hall, "than be as good as my word to this poor young music maker, to save her a chiding, poor creature, for staying dawdling out so long, when 10 to 1 but poor Mrs. Ireton has wanted her 100 times for one odd thing or another. But I shall take all the fault upon myself for the last part of the job, because I can't deny but I held her a minute or two by the arm. But what she was gossiping about before we came up to her, my good friend Mr. Giles and I, is what I don't pretend to say, though I should like to know very well, for it had but an odd appearance, I must own, both your gentlemen having been talked of so much in the town about this young person." The most pointed darts of wit, and even the poisoned shafts of malice, are less disconcerting to delicacy than the unqualified bluntness of the curious underbred; for that which cannot be imputed to a spirit of sarcasm, or a desire of shining, passes to the bystanders for unvarnished truth. As such, the intimation of Miss Bydel was palpably received by Ireton and by Mr. Giles, though with malevolent wilfulness by the one, and by the other with the simplest credulity, while Lord Melbury, Harleigh, and Juliet were too much ashamed to look up, and too much confounded to attempt parrying so gross an attack. Yet both Lord Melbury and Harleigh, urged invincibly by a desire of knowing in what manner Juliet was to be patronized by her loquacious mediatrix, and how they might themselves fare in the account, irresistibly entered the mansion, though marvelling each at the curiosity, and blaming the indiscretion of the other. To avoid the aspersion of making a clandestine retreat, Juliet had decided, however painful to her might be such an exertion, openly to relinquish her situation with Mrs. Ireton, but she by no means felt equal to risking the irascibility of that lady before so many witnesses. Nevertheless, when she would have glided from the party, Miss Bydel, again seizing her arm, called out, "Come, don't be afraid, Mrs. Ellis. I've promised to take your part, and I am always as good as my word," and then dragged, rather than drew her into the drawing-room, closely attended by Lord Melbury, Harleigh, Mr. Giles Arbe, and Ireton. End of Chapter 64. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. Chapter 65 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 65. Unweariedly concerting means of detection relative to the stranger, which no failure of success could discourage, Mrs. Ireton and Mrs. Maple sat whispering upon the same sofa in the drawing-room, while Selina and Miss Aramede were tittering at a window. "How do you do, ladies?" cried Miss Bydel. "In close chat, I see. However, I don't want to know what it's about. I'm only come to speak a word about this poor thing here, for fear you should think she has been all this time gossiping about her own affairs, which, I assure you, Mrs. Ireton, I can bear witness for her in the case." The supercilious silence of Mrs. Ireton to this address would have authorized the immediate retreat of Juliet, but that Ireton maliciously placed himself against the door, and impeded its being opened, while Lord Melbury and Harleigh were obliged to approach the sofa, to pay their compliments to the lady of the mansion, who, giving them her whole attention, left Miss Bydel to finish her harangue to Mrs. Maple. "Right! True!" cried Mr. Giles, eager to abet what he thought the good nature of Miss Bydel. "What you say is just and fair, Mrs. Bydel, for this pretty young lady here wanted to go from these two gentlemen the minute we came up to her, only Mrs. Bydel's arm being rather, I conceive, heavy, she could not so soon break away. But I did not catch one of her pretty dimples all the time. So pray, Mrs. Ireton, don't be angry with her, and the less because she's so sweet-tempered, that if you are, she won't complain, for she never did of Mrs. Maple." "I hope this is curious enough," cried Mrs. Maple. "A body to come and live upon me for months together upon charity, and then not to complain of me! I think if this is not enough to cure people of charity, I wonder what is. For my part, I am heartily sick of it for the rest of my life." Juliet, having again, but vainly, tried to pass by Ireton, retired to an unoccupied window. Harleigh, though engaged in discourse with Mrs. Ireton, reddened indignantly, and Lord Melbury nearly mashed the nails of his fingers between his teeth, while Mr. Giles, staring, demanded, "Why, what can there be, ma'am, in charity to turn you so sick? A poor helpless young creature like that can't make you her toad-eater." Alarmed at an address which she took upon as a prognostic to an exhortation, of which she dreaded, from experience, the plainness and severity, Mrs. Maple hastily changed her place; while Mrs. Ireton, startled also by the word toad-eater, unremittingly continued speaking to the two gentlemen, whose attention, nevertheless, she could not for a moment engage, though their looks and persons were her prisoners. "I don't know why you ladies, who are so rich and gay," continued Mr. Giles composedly, and to the great annoyance of Mrs. Ireton, taking possession of the seat which Mrs. Maple had abdicated, "should not try to make yourself pleasant to those who are poor and sad. You, that have got everything you can wish for, should take as much pains not to be distasteful, as a poor young thing like that, who has got nothing but what she works for, should take pains not to be starved." Mrs. Ireton, extremely incensed, though affecting to be unconcerned, haughtily summoned Ellis. Ellis, forced to obey, went to the back of the sofa, to avoid standing by the side of the two gentlemen, and determined to make use of this opportunity for announcing her project of retreat. "Pray, ma'am," Mrs. Ireton cried, "permit me to inquire," her eye angrily, yet cautiously, glancing at Mr. Giles, "to what extraordinary circumstance I am indebted for having the honour of receiving your visitors. Not that I am insensible to such a distinction. You won't imagine me such an Hottentot, I hope, as to be insensible to so honourable a distinction. Nevertheless, you'll pardon me, I trust, if I take the liberty to intimate that, for the future, when any of your friends are to be indulged in waiting upon you, you will have the goodness to receive them in your own apartments. You'll excuse the hint, I flatter myself." "I shall intrude no apologies upon your time, madam," said Ellis calmly, "for relinquishing a situation in which I have acquitted myself so little to your satisfaction. To-morrow, therefore—" Anticipating, and eager to convert a resignation which she regarded as a disgrace into a dismission which she considered as a triumph, Mrs. Ireton impatiently interrupted her, crying, "To-morrow? And why are we to wait for to-morrow? What has to-day done? Permit me to ask that, and pray don't take it ill, pray don't let me offend you, only, what has poor to-day done that to-morrow must have such a preference?" Juliet, frightened at the idea of being reduced to pass a night alone at an inn, now hesitated, and Mrs. Ireton, smiling complacently around her, went on. "Suffer me, I beg, to speak a little word for poor neglected to-day. Have we not long enough been slaves to to-morrow? Let the pleasures of dear expectation be superseded this once for those of actual enjoyment. Not but 'twill be very severe upon me to lose you. I don't dissemble that. So gay a companion! I shall certainly expire an hypochondriac upon first missing your amusing sallies. I can never survive such a deprivation. No, it's all over with me. You pity me, I am sure, my good friends?" She now looked around with an expression of ineffable satisfaction at her own wit, but it met no applause, save in the ever-ready giggles of Selina, and the broad admiration of the round-eyed Miss Bydel. Juliet silently curtsied, with a gravity that implied a leave-taking, and approaching the door, desired that Ireton would let her pass. Ireton, laughing, declared that he should not suffer her to decamp till she gave him a direction where he could find her the next day. Offended, she returned again to her window. "Oh, now, pray, Mrs. Ireton," cried Miss Bydel, "don't turn her away, poor thing. Don't turn her away, ma'am, for such a mere little fault. I dare say she'll do her best to please you if you'll only try her again. Besides, if she's turned off in this manner, just as young Lord Melbury is here, he may try to make her his kept mistress again. At least naughty people will say so." "Who will say so, ma'am?" cried Lord Melbury, starting up in a rage to which he was happy to find so laudable a vent. "Who will dare say so? Name me a single human being." "Lord, my lord," answered Miss Bydel, a little frightened, "Nobody very likely, only it's best to be upon one's guard against evil speakers, for young lords at your time of life ain't apt to be quite so good as they are when they are more stricken in years. That's all I mean, my lord, for I don't mean to affront your lordship, I'm sure." Mrs. Ireton, again beckoning to Alice, said, "Pray, Mrs. Thingummy, have you done me so much honour as to make out your bill?" And ostentatiously she produced her purse. "What is the amount, ma'am, of my debt?" Juliet paused a moment, and then answered, "'Tis an amount, madam, much too difficult and complicate for me just now to calculate." Mr. Giles, alertly rising, cried, "Let me help you, then, my pretty lady, to cast it up. What have you given her upon account, Mrs. Ireton?" "I am not her book-keeper, sir," returned Mrs. Ireton, extremely nettled. "I don't pretend to the honour of acting as her steward, but I trust she'll be good enough to take what is her due. 'Tis very much beneath her, I own, extremely beneath her, I confess, yet I hope this once she will let herself down so far." And 10 guineas, which she held in her hand, were augmented to 20, which she paradingly flung upon the table. Mrs. Maple and Miss Bydel poured forth the warmest exclamations of admiration at this magnificence, but Juliet, quietly saying, "Let me hope, madam, that my successor may merit your generosity," again curtsied and was going, when Mr. Giles, eagerly picking up the money and following her with it, spread open upon his hand, said, "What do you go without your cash for, my pretty lady? Why don't you take your guineas?" Excuse me, sir," cried Juliet, hastily, and trying to be gone. "And why?" cried he, a little angrily. "Are they not your own? What have you been singing for, and playing, and reading, and walking, and humouring the little naughty boy, and coddling the cross little dog? Take your guineas, I say. Would you be so proud as to leave the obligation all on the side of Mrs. Ireton?" A smile at this statement, in defiance of her distress, irresistibly stole its way upon the features of Juliet, while Mrs. Ireton, stung to the quick, though forcing a contemptuous laugh, exclaimed, "This is really the height of the marvellous. It transcends all my poor ideas. I own that. I can't deny it. However, I must drop my acquaintance entirely with Miss Arbe if it is to subject me to intrusions of every sort on pretence of visiting that Miss What's-her-name. I have had quite enough of all this. I really desire no more." Harleigh, to hide his acute interest in the situation of Juliet, pretended to be examining a portrait that was hung over the chimney-piece, but Lord Melbury, less capable of self-restraint, applaudingly seized the hand of Mr. Giles, and grasping it warmly, cried, "Where may I have the pleasure of waiting upon you, sir? I desire infinitely to cultivate your acquaintance." "And I shall like it too, my good young nobleman," said Mr. Giles, with a look of great satisfaction, and was beginning, at very full length, to give his direction, when Selina called out from the window, as a carriage drove up to the door, "Mrs. Ireton, it's Lord Denmeath's livery." Lord Melbury, abruptly breaking from Mr. Giles, hurried out of the room, which alone prevented the same action from Juliet, whose face suddenly exhibited horror rather than affright. But she felt that to fly the uncle, at a moment when she might seem to pursue the nephew, might be big with suspicious mischief, and though shaking with terror, she placed herself as if she were examining a small landscape behind an immense screen, which in summer as well in winter nearly surrounded the sofa of Mrs. Ireton. And hence she hoped, when his lordship should be entered, to steal unnoticed from the room. "This is a stroke that surpasses all the rest," faintly cried Mrs. Ireton, "that Lord Denmeath, whom I have not seen these 7 ages, should renew his acquaintance at an epoch of such strange disorder in my house. He will never believe this apartment to be mine. It will not be possible for him to believe it. He'll conclude me in some lodging. He'll imagine me the victim of some dreadful reverse of fortune. He is so little accustomed to see me in any motley group. He can so little figure me to himself as a person in a general herd." "Well, I for one am here by mere accident, to be sure," said Miss Bydel; "but however I did not come in from mere curiosity, I assure you, Mrs. Ireton, for I knew nothing of Lord Denmeath's being to come. However, as I happen to be here, I shan't be sorry to see his lordship if I shan't be in anybody's way, for I never happened to be where he was before. Only I can't think what Lord Melbury went off so quick for, unless it was to shoo his uncle away upstairs, and if it was for that, it was pretty enough of him." "No, no, you'll be in nobody's way, Mrs. Bydel," said Mr. Giles. "Don't be afraid of that. Here's abundance of room for us all. The apartment's a very good apartment for that." Mrs. Ireton now, impatiently ringing the bell, demanded of a servant what he had done with Lord Denmeath, adding, "I should be glad, sir, to be informed, very glad, I must confess, for perhaps, if you have been so good as to shoo a visitor of one of my people into the drawing-room, you may have thought proper to usher a visitor of mine into the kitchen?" His lordship, the servant answered, had been met by Lord Melbury upon alighting from the coach, and had stepped with him into the dining-parlour. Mrs Maple exulted that she could now, at last, have an opportunity to clear herself of his lordship about the many odd appearances which had so long stood against her, while Ireton, who had espied the effort of Juliet to escape notice, called out, "I don't know where the devil I have put my hat," and suddenly pushing towards her, with a blustrous appearance of search, gave her a mischievous nod, as she started back from his bold approach, and encircled her completely within the broad leaves of the screen. She suffered this malicious sport, in preference to attempting any resistance, though vexed at the noise which she must now unavoidably make in removing. She was scarcely thus enclosed when Lord Denmeath was announced. Her heart now beat so violently with terror, that her shaking hand could scarcely grasp a leaf of the screen, as she tried to make an opening for letting herself out, while his lordship was returning a reception of fawning courtesy by some embarrassed and ambiguous apologies relative to the motives of his visit. And when at last she succeeded, she was deterred from endeavouring to abscond, by seeing Harleigh, with his hand upon the door, making his bow. Mrs Maple, interfering, would not permit him to depart, clamorously declaring that he was the properest person to give an account to his lordship of this adventurer, as he must best know why he had forced them to take such a body into their boat. With deep agitation and blushing anxiety, Juliet now unavoidably heard Harleigh answer, "I can but repeat to his lordship what I have 1,000 times assured these ladies, that I have not the smallest knowledge whence this young lady comes, nor whom she may be. I can only, therefore, reply to these inquiries from my mental perceptions. These convince me, through progressive observations, that she is a person of honour, well educated, accustomed to good society, highly principled, and noble-minded. You smile, my lord, but those only who judge without conversing with her, or converse without drawing forth her sentiments, can annex any disparaging doubt to the mystery of her situation. Her conduct has rather been exemplary than irreproachable from the moment that she has been cast upon our knowledge, though she has suffered, during that short interval, distress of almost every description. Her language is always that of polished life. Her manners, even when her occupations are nearly servile, are invariably of distinguished elegance. Yet with all their softness, all their gentleness, she has a courage that upon the most trying occasions is superior to difficulty, and a soul that, even in the midst of injury and misfortune, depends upon itself and is above complaint. Such, my lord, I think her, not indeed from any certain documents, but from a self-conviction, founded, I repeat, upon progressive observations, which have the weight with me now of mathematical demonstration." Tears resistless yet benign flowed down the cheeks of Juliet in listening to this defence, and while she endeavoured to disperse them before she ventured from her retreat, Lord Denmeath began an inquiry whether this young person had regularly refused to say who she was, or whether she had occasionally made any partial communication, or given any hints relative to her family or connections. Juliet was now in an agony of mind indescribable. She had hoped to glide away with the general party unobserved, but Harleigh had kept constantly at the door till he made his exit, which now was so crowdingly followed by that of every one except Mrs Ireton and his lordship, that the delay ended in making her, individually, more conspicuous. Yet to overhear, unsuspectedly, a conversation believed to be private, even though she knew herself to be its subject, was dishonour. Hastily, therefore, though shaking in every limb, she forced herself from without the screen. Mrs Ireton shrieked and sank back upon the sofa, crying out, "Oh, my lord, she's here, concealed, to listen to us! What a shock! I shall feel it these 3 years." Juliet fleetly crossed the drawing-room without daring to raise her head, but Lord Denmeath, passing quickly before her, as if intending to open the door, held the handle of the lock, while, steadily examining her as he spoke, he said, "Will you give me leave, ma'am, to see you for a few minutes to-morrow?" Juliet made not, nor even attempted to make any answer. Terror was painted in every line of her face, and she trembled so violently that she was forced to catch by the back of a chair, to save herself from falling. "I hope, ma'am," said Lord Denmeath, "you are not ill?" And approaching her with a look of compassion, added in a whisper, "I know you, but be not frightened. I will not hurt you. I will speak to you to-morrow alone, and arrange something to your advantage." Juliet seemed utterly overcome, and remained motionless. "Compose yourself," continued Lord Denmeath, speaking louder, and turning towards the wondering Mrs Ireton. "I will see you when and where you please to-morrow." Mrs Ireton, whose own curiosity knew not how to brook any delay, now recovered sufficient strength to rise, and begging that his lordship would not postpone his business, she passed into her boudoir, the door of which, however, Lord Denmeath failed not to remark, was shut without much vigour. Lowering, therefore, his tone till even to Juliet it was scarcely audible, "We cannot," he said, "converse here with any openness, but if you are not your own enemy, you may make me your friend, though I cannot but take ill your coming over against my advice and injunctions, and thus insidiously introducing yourself to my nephew and niece." Juliet here looked up with an air of self-vindication, but Lord Denmeath steadily went on. "I have for some time suspected who you were, though but vaguely, yet, attributing your voyage to the officious counsel of the bishop, I contented myself for the moment with putting a stop to your intercourse with my credulous young relations. But other information has reached me, and reached me at the very moment with Mrs. Howell, when indeed my nephew and niece themselves had acquainted me with the meeting at Arundel Castle. I will talk upon all these matters in detail to-morrow morning. I have only to demand in the interval that you will neither speak nor write to Lord Melbury. I have already obtained his promise to be quiet till our conference is over. But I know that there are ways and means to induce a young man to forget his engagements. I hope you will try none such. Where can we have our conversation?" "Nowhere, my lord." To the utter astonishment of Lord Denmeath, and even to her own, Juliet now, with sudden spirit, answered, but the courage which had been subdued by apprehension was revived during the preceding harangue by strong glowing indignation. "What is it?" when amazement would give him leave to speak. "What is it," Lord Denmeath said, "that you mean?" "That I will not trouble your lordship to offer me directions that I may not be at liberty to follow. I have already, my lord, a guide, and one to whose judgment I shall submit implicitly. That bishop, whom your lordship is pleased to call officious, is my first, best, and nearly only friend, and if ever again I should be so blessed as to meet with him, his opinion shall be my law, as his benediction will be my happiness." In great emotion, yet with unappalled dignity, she was departing; but Lord Denmeath, with an air of surprise, stopping her, said, "You are then a papist?" "No, my lord, I am firmly a Protestant, but as such I am a Christian, so, and most piously, yet not illiberally, is the bishop." "What is it, tell me, if you please, that this bishop purposes? To renew those old claims so long ago vainly canvassed? Can he imagine he will now have more influence than when possessed of his episcopal rank and fortune? Set him right in that point. You will do him a friendly turn. And permit me to do a similar one by yourself. I know the whole of your situation." Juliet started. "I have just had information which I meant to communicate to you, accompanied with offers of mediation and assistance, but you are sufficient to yourself, or your champion, the bishop, makes all other aid superfluous. Suffer me, nevertheless, to intimate to you that you will do well to return, quietly and expeditiously, to the spot whence you came. You may else make the voyage less pleasantly." The colour which resentment and exertion had just raised in the cheeks of Juliet now faded away and left them nearly as white as snow. Lord Denmeath, softening his voice and manner, and changing the haughty air of his countenance into something that approached to kindness, went on more gently. "I did not mean to alarm, but to befriend you. I allow not only for your youth and inexperience, but for the false ideas with which you have been brought up. If it had not pleased the bishop to interfere, all would have been amicably arranged from the first. Take, however, a little time for reflection. Think upon the enormous risk which you run, a fine young woman like you, and you are indeed a very fine young woman, flying from her house and home." Juliet, shaking, shuddering, hid her face and burst into tears. "I see that it is not impossible to work upon you," he continued. "I will beg Mrs. Ireton, therefore, to let us converse to-morrow, where we may canvass the matter at leisure. The road is still open for you to affluence and credit. It will make me very happy to be your conductor. You will find I am authorized so to be. Make yourself, therefore, as easy as you can, and depend upon my best offices. We will certainly meet to-morrow morning." He then bowed to her and moved towards the boudoir, which Mrs. Ireton, appearing accidentally to open the door that had never been shut, quitted to receive him, while Juliet, in speechless disorder, retired. End of chapter 65. Recording by Kirsten Nelson.
Chapter 66 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 66. Upon quitting the drawing-room to mount to her chamber, Juliet caught a glance of Ireton ascending the staircase to the second story. Apprehensive that he was watching for an opportunity to again torment her, she turned into a small apartment called the print closet, of which the door was open, purposing there to wait till he should have passed on. There, however, she had no sooner entered than, examining the beautiful engravings of Sir Robert Strange, she perceived Harleigh. Eagerly and with delight he advanced, and sought once more to take her hand. A look of solemnity repressed him, but 'twas a solemnity mixed with sorrow, not anger. "Generous Mr. Harleigh," she faintly articulated, while endeavoring to disperse the tears that again strove to find their way down her cheeks, "can you then thus unabatedly preserve your good opinion of an unknown wanderer, who seems the sport of insult and misfortune?" Almost dissolved with tender feelings at this question, Harleigh, gently overpowering her opposition, irresistibly seized her hand, repeating, "My good opinion! My reverence, rather, my veneration is yours, and a confidence in your worth that has no limits." Ashamed of the situation into which a sudden impulse of gratitude had involuntarily betrayed her, the varying hues of her now white, now crimson cheeks manifested alternate distress and confusion, while she struggled incessantly to disengage her hand; but the happy heart of Harleigh felt so delightedly its possession, that she struggled in vain. "Yet let not that confidence," he continued, "be always the offspring of fascination. Give it at length some other food than conjecture, not to remove doubts (I have none), but to solve difficulties that rob me of rest." "I am sorry, sir, very sorry if I cause you any uneasiness," said Juliet, resuming her usual calmness of manner, yet with bent down eyes, that neither ventured to meet his, nor to cast a glance at the hand which she still fruitlessly strove to withdraw. "But indeed you must not detain me. No, not a minute." Enchanted by the mildness of this remonstrance, little as its injunction met his wishes, "Half a minute, then," he gaily replied. "Accord me only half a minute, and I will try to be contented. Suffer me but to ask—" "No, sir, you must ask me nothing. There is no question whatever I can answer." "I will not make one, then. I will only offer an observation. There is a something, I know not what, nor can I divine, but something there is strange, singular, very unusual, and very striking, between you and Lord Melbury. Pardon my abruptness. You allow me no time to be scrupulous. You promise him your confidence, that confidence so long, so fervently solicited by another, so inexorably withheld." "I earnestly desire," cried Juliet, recovering her look of openness, and raising her eyes, "the sanction of Lord Melbury to the countenance and kindness of Lady Aurora." "Thanks, thanks!" cried Harleigh, who in this short but expressive explanation flattered himself that some concern was included for his peace. "'Tis to that, then, that cause, a cause the most lovely, he owes this envied preeminence. And yet, pardon me, while apparently only a mediator, may not such a charge, such an intercourse, so intimate and so interesting a commission, may it not, nay, must it not inevitably make him from an agent become a principal? Will not his heart pay the tribute—" "Heaven forbid!" interrupting him, cried Juliet. "Thanks, thanks again! You do not, then, wish it? You are generous, noble enough not to wish it? And frank, sweet, ingenuous enough to acknowledge that you do not wish it? Ah, tell me, but—" "Mr. Harleigh!" again interrupting him, cried Juliet, "I know not what you are saying. I fear I have been misunderstood. You must let me be gone." "No!" answered he, passionately. "I can live no longer, breathe no longer, in this merciless solicitude of uncertainty and obscurity. You must give me some glimmering of light, some opening to comprehension, or content yourself to be my captive." "You terrify me, Mr. Harleigh. Let me go! Instantly! Instantly! Would you make me hate—" She had begun with a precipitance nearly vehement, but stopped abruptly. "Hate me!" cried Harleigh, with a look appalled. "Good Heaven!" "Hate you? No, not you! I did not say you!" "Who then? Who then should I make you hate? Lord Melbury?" "Oh, no, never! 'Tis impossible! Let me be gone! Let me be gone!" "Not till you tell me whom I should make you hate! I cannot part with you in this new ignorance. Clear at least this one little point. Whom should I make hate you?" "Myself, sir, myself!" cried she, trembling and struggling. If you persist in thus punishing my not having fled from you at once, as I would have fled from an enemy—" He immediately let go her hand, but finding that, though her look was instantly appeased, nay, grateful, she was hastily retreating, he glided between her and the door, crying, "Where? At least deign to tell me. Where may I see, may I speak to you again?" "Anywhere, anywhere," replied she with quickness, but presently, with a sudden check of vivacity, added, "Nowhere, I mean, nowhere, sir, nowhere." "Is this possible?" exclaimed he. "Can you, even in your wishes, can you be so hard of heart?" "It is you," said she reproachfully, "who are hard of heart to detain me thus. Think but where I am, where you are. This house, Miss Joddrel. What may not be the consequence? Is it Mr. Harleigh who would deliver me over to calumny?" Harleigh now held open the door for her himself, without venturing to reply, as he heard footsteps upon the stairs; but he permitted his lips to touch her arm, for he could not again seize her hand, as she passed him, eagerly, and with her face averted. She fled on to the stairs, and rapidly ascended them. Harleigh durst not follow, but he pursued her with his eyes. He could not, however, catch a glance, could not even view her profile, so sedulously her head was turned another way. Disappointment and mortification were again seizing him, till he considered that that countenance thus hidden, had she been wholly unfearful of showing some little emotion, had probably, nay, even purposefully, been displayed. Fleetly gaining her room, and dropping upon a chair, "I must fly! I must fly!" she exclaimed. "Danger here attacks me in every quarter, assails me in every shape. I must fly! I must fly!" This project, which had its origin in her terror of Elinor, was now confirmed by the most profound, however troubled meditation. To difficulties of discussion which she deemed insurmountable with Harleigh, to claims of a confidence which she now considered to be deeply dangerous with Lord Melbury, and to indignities daily, nay, hourly, more insufferable from Mrs. Ireton, rejoined, at this moment, the horror of another interview with Lord Denmouth, still more repugnant to her thoughts, and formidable to her fears. She refused to descend to the evening summons of Mrs. Ireton, determining to avoid all further offences from that lady, to whom she had already announced her intended departure. Yet she sighed, she even wept at quitting with the same unexplained abruptness Lord Melbury and Harleigh, and the cruel disappointment, mingled with strange surmises, of the ingenuous Lord Melbury, the nameless consternation, blended with resentful suspense, of the impassioned Harleigh, presented scenes of distress and confusion to her imagination, that occupied her thoughts the whole night, with varying schemes and incessant regret. When the glimmering of light showed her that she must soon be gone, she mounted to a garret which she knew to be inhabited by a young housemaid, whom she called up, and prevailed upon to go forth, and seek a boy who would carry a parcel to a distant part of the town. Having thus gotten the street door open, she guided the boy herself to the inn, where she arrived in time to save her place, and whence she set off for London. End of Chapter 66. Read by Laurie Ann Walden. Chapter 67 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 67. Escape and immediate safety thus secured, her tender friendship for Gabriella superseding all fear, and leaving behind all solicitude, made Juliet nearly pronounce aloud, what internally she repeated without intermission, "I come to you then at last, my beloved Gabriella." Cheerful therefore was her heart, in defiance of her various distresses. She was quitting Mrs. Ireton to join Gabriella. What could be the circumstances that could make such a change severe to Juliet? Juliet, who felt ill treatment more terribly than misfortune, and to whom kindness was more essential than prosperity. Her journey was free from accident, and void of event. Absorbed in her own ruminations, she listened not to what was said, and scarcely saw by whom she was surrounded, though her fellow travellers surveyed her with curiosity, and, from time to time, assailed her with questions. Arrived at London, she put herself into a hackney coach, and almost before her fluttered spirits suffered her to perceive that she had left the inn yard, she found herself in a haberdasher's shop, in Frith Street, Soho, and in the arms of her Gabriella. It was long ere either of them could speak. Their swelling hearts denied all verbal utterance to their big emotions, though tears of poignant grief at the numerous woes by which they had been separated were mingled with feelings of the softest felicity at their reunion. Yet vaguely only Juliet gave the history of her recent difficulties. The history which had preceded them, and upon which hung the mystery of her situation, still remained unrevealed. Gabriella forbore any investigation, but her look showed disappointment. Juliet perceived it, and changed color. Tears gushed into her eyes, and her head dropped upon the neck of her friend. "Oh, my Gabriella!" she cried. "If my silence wounds or offends you, it is at an end." Gabriella, instantly repressing every symptom of impatience, warmly protested that she would await, without a murmur, the moment of communication, well satisfied that it could be withheld from motives only that would render its anticipation dangerous, if not censurable. With grateful tears and tenderest embraces, Juliet expressed her thanks for this acquiescence. Of Gabriella the history was brief and gloomy. She had entered into business with as little comprehension of its attributes as taste for its pursuit. Her mind, therefore, bore no part in its details, though she sacrificed to them the whole of her time. Of her son alone she could speak or think. From her husband she reaped little consolation. Married before the Revolution from a convent, and while yet a child, according to the general custom of her country, which rarely permits any choice even to the man, and to the female allows not even a negative, chance had not, as sometimes is kindly the case, played the part of election, in assorting the new married couple. Gabriella was generous, noble, and dignified, exalted in her opinions, and full of sensibility. Mr. was many years older than herself, haughty and austere, though brave and honorable, but so cold in his nature that he was neither struck with her virtues nor her graces, save in considering them as appendages to their mutual rank, nor much moved even by the death of his little son, but from repining that he had lost the heir to his illustrious name. He was now set off, incognito, to an appointed meeting with a part of his family upon the Continent. Again a new scene of life opened to Juliet. The petty frauds, the overreaching tricks, the plausible address of the craft shopkeeper in retail, she had already witnessed, but the difficulties of honest trade she had neither seen nor imagined. The utter inexperience of Gabriella, joined to the delicacy of her probity, made her not more frequently the dupe of the artifices of those with whom she had to deal, than the victim of her own scruples. New to the mighty difference between buying and selling, to the necessity of having at hand more stores than may probably be wanted, for avoiding the risk of losing customers from having fewer, and to the usage of rating at an imaginary value whatever is in vogue, in order to repair the losses incurred from the failure of obtaining the intrinsic worth of what is old-fashioned or faulty. New to all this, the wary shopkeeper's code, she was perpetually mistaken, or duped, through ignorance of ignorance, which leads to hazards, unsuspected to be hazards. Repairs for the little shop were continually wanted, yet always unforeseen. Taxes were claimed when she was least prepared to discharge them, and stores of merchandise accidentally injured were obliged to be sold under prime cost, if not to be utterly thrown away. Unpractised in every species of business, she had no criterion whence to calculate its chances, or be aware of its changes, either from varying seasons or varying modes; and to all her other intricacies there was added a perpetual horror of bankruptcy from the difficulty of accelerating payment for what she sold, or of procrastinating it for what she bought. Every embarrassment, however, at this period was accommodated by Juliet, who had the exquisite satisfaction not only to bring to her beloved friend personal consolation, but solid and effectual comfort. The purse of Lord Melbury, which Juliet would only consider as the loan of Lady Aurora, was but little lightened by the small expenses of the short journey from Brighthelmstone, and all that remained of its contents were instantly assigned to relieving the most painful of the distresses of Gabriella, those in which others were involved through her means. Gabriella, with a grace familiar, if not peculiar, to her nation, of sharing, without the confusion of false pride, the offerings of tender friendship or generous sympathy, accepted with noble frankness the assistance thus proposed, though Juliet again was obliged to hide her face from the inquiring eye that seemed strangely to wonder whence this resource arose, and why its spring was concealed. Juliet now became a partner in all the occupations and cares of her friend. Together they prepared the shop for their customers every morning, and decked it out to attract passers-by. Together they examined and rearranged their goods every night, cast up their accounts, deposited sums for their creditors, and entered claims into their books for their debtors. Together they sat in the shop, where one served and waited upon customers, and the other aided the household economy by the industry of her needle. Yet, laborious as might seem this existence to those who had known other times, Juliet, by the side of Gabriella, thought every employment delightful. Gabriella, in the society of Juliet, felt every exertion lightened, and every sorrow softened. End of chapter 67, read by Laurie Ann Walden.
Chapter 68 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY, Chapter 68. Thus, in manual toil, yet mental comfort, had passed a week, when one morning, while the usual commissioner for carrying about goods happened to be out of the way, a lady from Soho Square sent, in great haste, an order for some ribbons. Juliet, to save a customer to her friend, proposed supplying the commissioner's place, and set forth for that purpose, with a little band-box in her hands, and a large black bonnet drawn over her eyes. But before she reached the square, she overtook two men who were loitering on, as leisurely as she was tripping diligently, and the words, "You'll never know her again, I promise you. She's turned out quite a beauty," struck her ears, from a voice which she recollected to be that of Mr Riley. Anxious to avoid being recognized by him, she crossed to the other side of the street, with the precipitance that caused the cover of her band-box, which she had neglected to fasten, to slip aside, and most of her stores to roll in the dust. While, with great dismay, she sought to recover them, a feeble but eager voice from a carriage, which suddenly stopped, ordered a footman to descend and assist the young lady. Not without confusion, Juliet perceived to whom she owed so uncommon a civility. It was to her old friend and admirer, Sir Jasper Harrington. She collected her merchandise, curtsied her thanks, but looked another way, and hurried back to her new home. She related her adventure to Gabriella, with whom she bemoaned the mischief that had befallen the ribbons, and who now determined to spare her friend any further hazard of unwelcome encounters, by carrying herself what yet remained unsoiled of the pieces to Soho Square. Juliet had barely time to install herself as mistress of the small warehouse, when she saw, through the open window, the carriage of Sir Jasper, at the same time that a young woman opened the shop door, and demanded a drachm of black sewing silk and a yard of tape. While Juliet with difficulty found, and with embarrassment prepared, to weigh the first, and to measure the second, the baronet, with a curious but respectful air, entering, and hobbling towards the counter, desired to look at some ribbons. Juliet, however vexed, could not refrain from smiling, but, through confusion, joined to the novelty of her office, she doubled the weight of her silk, and the measure of her tape, yet forgot to ask to be paid for either, and her new customer, whether from similar forgetfulness, or from reluctance to mark the new shopkeeper's ignorance of business, walked off without seeming to notice this inattention. Sir Jasper then gravely repeated his request to be shown some ribbons. Juliet began now to hope that she had not been recollected by the baronet. Shading her face, therefore, still lower with her large bonnet, she produced a drawer of black ribbons, concluding that what he required must be for his queue, or for his shoestrings. No, he said, black would not do, the colour that he wanted was brown. In a low voice that strove to disguise itself, she answered that she had no other colour at home. He would stay till some other were returned, then, he said, and composedly seating himself, and taking out his snuff-box, he added, that he did not want plain brown ribbons, but ribbons speckled, spotted, or splashed with brown. Juliet, who could now no longer doubt being known to him, made no reply, though again, irresistibly, she smiled. To the baronet her smile was always enchantment. Setting aside, therefore, any further pretence to strangeness, he leant his hands upon the counter, and peering archly under her bonnet, said, "'Tis you indeed then, sweet sorceress! And what sylph is it, or what imp, dulcet or malignant, that has drawn me again into the witchery of your charms?" He then poured forth countless inquiries into her situation, her projects, and her sentiments; but, all proving fruitless, he pathetically lamented the luckless meeting, and frankly owned that he had brought himself to a resolution of seeing her no more. "The rude assault," said he, "made upon my feelings by those mundane harpies at Arran Castle, removed a bandage from my mind's eye, that had veiled me to myself, and shewed me that I was an old fool caught in the delusions of love and beauty. I could parry no raillery, I could brave no suspicion, I could retort no sneer. Panic-struck and disordered, I stole away like a gentle philander of Arcadia, my head drooping upon my left shoulder, my eyes cast down upon the ground, with every love-born symptom, except youth, which alone offers their apology. I spent the rest of the day in character with this opening, mute with my servants, loquacious in soliloquy, quarrelling with my books, and neglecting my dinner. Sleepless and sighing, I repaired to my solitary couch, lost to every idea of existence but what pointed out to me how, when, and where I might again behold my lovely enchantress. Shall I tell you how it was I recovered at last my senses?" "If you think the lesson may be useful to me, Sir Jasper." "Ah, cruel! He jests at scars who never felt a wound. Mark, however, the visions by which I have been tutored. The servants gone, the lights removed, and the world's bustle superseded by stillness, darkness, and solitude. Then, when my fancy meant to revel in smiles, dimples, sweet looks, and recreative wiles, then, what a transformation from hope and enjoyment to shame and derision! I no sooner closed my poor eyes than 100 little imps of darkness scrambled up my pillow. How was I tweaked, jerked, and jolted? Mumbled, jumbled, and pinched? Some of them encircled my eyeballs, holding mirrors in each hand. They spoke not. The mirrors were all eloquent. You think, they expressed, of a young girl. Behold here what a young girl must think of you. Others jammed my lean, lank arms into a machine of whalebone, to strengthen and invigorate them for offering support, in cases of difficulty or danger, to my fair one. Others fastened elastic strings to my withered neck and shoulders, to enable me, by little pulleys, to raise my head, after every obsequious reverence to my goddess. Crowds of the nimblest footed divided their little forked fingers into my heart, plucking up by the roots sober contentment and propriety, and pummelling into their places restlessness, jealousy, and suspicion, mocking me when they had done so, by peeping into my ears, and squeaking out, with merry tittering, "See, see, see, what sickly rubbish the old dotard has got in his crazy noodle!" Juliet again smiled, but so faintly, from uncertainty to what this fantastic gallantry might tend, that Sir Jasper, looking at her with concern, said, "How's this, my dainty Ariel? Why so serious a brow? Have some of my nocturnal visitants whisked themselves through the keyhole of your chamber door also? And have they tormented your fancy with waking visions of fearful omens? Spurn them all, sweet siren! What can the tricks and malice of hobgoblins, or even the freaks and vagaries of fortune itself, enact against youth, beauty, and health such as yours? Give me but such arms, and I will brave the wayward sisters themselves." More seriously, then, "Alas!" he cried, "what is it thus mystic, yet thus attractive, that allures me whether I will or not into your chains? Could I but tell who, or what you are, besides being an angel, it is possible there might occur some idea, some little notion of means to exorcise the wicked familiars that severally annoy us. Tell me but under what semblance the pigmy enemies invade you. Whether,
as usual, with the darts of Master Cupid, shot furiously into your snowy bosom, or
No, no, no!
or whether by the bags of Plutus, emptied furtively from your strong box. In the first case, little as my bosom is snowy, I should but too well know how to pity. In the second, I should be proud and honoured to serve you. Tell me then who you are, resistless paragon, and you shall wander no more in the nameless state, an exquisite but nearly visionary being. Tell me but who you are, and I will protect you myself with my life and fortune. Alarmed by this warmth, and doubtful whether it demanded gratitude or resentment, Juliet was silent. If you will not reveal to me your history, he resumed, will you, at least, not refuse to let me divine it? I am a famous star-gazer, and if once I can discover your ruling planet, I shall prognosticate your destiny in a second. Let me, then, read the lines of your face. Nay, you must not hide it. You must give me fair play. Or shall I examine the palm of your hand? Juliet laughed, but drew on her gloves. Oh, you little tyrant! I must only, then, catch, as I can, a glimpse of your countenance. A nauseous task enough to dwell on anything so ugly. All I can make out from it just now is the figure of a coronet. A coronet? Yes, under which I perceive the cipher D. Do you know anything of any nobleman whose name begins with a D? I cannot decipher the rest of the letters, except that the last is, I think, an H. Juliet started. My art, I must, however, own, is at a stand, to discover whether this nobleman may be a lover or a kinsman. To discern that, the general lines of the face are inadequate. I must investigate the eyes. Juliet pertinaciously looked down. How now, my dainty Ariel? Will you give me no answer, neither verbal nor visual? Will you not even tell me whether I must try to make the old peer my advocate, or whether I must run him through the body? Surely you won't let me count him as of kin if he be a rival, nor pink him as a rival if he be of kin.
He is neither, I can assure you, sir. He is nothing to me whatsoever.
You know at least, then, it seems, whom I mean.
Sir?
My tiny elves have not here deluded me. I am always afraid lest these merry little wags should be playing me some prank. But it is you who are the wicked will-o'-the-wisp, that lures all others, yet never can be lured yourself. Lord Denmeath has really, then, and in sober truth, the happiness of some way belonging to you.
No, sir, you mistake me. I never...
She left her phrase unfinished. Shall I relate what the prattling telltales have blabbed to me further? They pretend that Lord Denmeath ought himself to be your protector, but that he is so void of taste, so empty of sentiment, that he seeks to disguise, if not disown, an affinity that, with more liberal ideas, he would exalt as an honour.
Who talked of affinity, sir?
cried Juliet, with quickness irrepressible.
Was it Lord Denmeath? Did he name me to you?
Name you? Has any one named you? Indefinable, unconquerable, unfathomable incognita! Has any one presumed to give you a human genealogy? Are you not straight descended from the clouds, without even taking the time to change yourself first into a mortal? Explain, expound, unravel to me in soft pity. Juliet solemnly entreated him to forbear any further interrogatory, assuring him that all inquiry gave her pain. Then shall the stars, cried he, fade away, the sun grow dim, and nature, like my poor old carcass, sink in years, ere one grain more of the favourable attribute of our general mother shall be sown in my discourse. But you, in all things marvellous, you, have you really and bona fide so little in your composition of our naughty mamma, as not even to desire to know in what shape appeared to me the tattling little elf that talked to me of Lord Denmeath?
You have not, then, sir, seen him?
Or if I had, 20 interviews would not have initiated me into his affairs with so much promptitude, as 20 minutes sufficed for doing with my elfin fay.
I conjecture, then, sir, your informant, Miss Selina Joddrel.
Even so, upon determining to quit Brighthelmstone, 3 or 4 days ago, I drove over to Lewes, to offer what apologies I could suggest to Mrs Maple, for the vagaries of my hopeful nephew and heir, who is suddenly set out for Constantinople, in search, as he writes me word, of a fair Circassian. The last of my designs, in so delicate a case, you will easily believe, was to embarrass the injured and deserted fair one by my sight. But she had a fortitude far above my precautions. She flew to me herself, and her own plaintive tale had no sooner been bemoaned, than she hastened to favour me with the history of the whole house. I then learnt your sudden disappearance, and heard, with extreme satisfaction, from the indignation I had felt in seeing your ill treatment, that my meek sister-in-law had fallen into fits from the first shock of finding that you are no longer under her domination. My Lord Denmeath, who had already gone through the ceremonial of demanding Mrs Maple's permission to obtain a private audience with you, seemed thunderstruck at the news, that the bird he so much wished to sing to him was flown. The whole house was in disorder, running, inquiring, asserting, denying. The wild Elinor alone was tame and tranquil, for Mr Harleigh has kept constantly in sight.
Delicate and ever-feeling Harleigh, thought Juliet. Her life and my reputation hang suspended upon the same guardian care.
That eccentric and most original personage, continued Sir Jaspar, has now wholly made over her mind to the study of controversial theology. Every chair is covered with polemical tracts, to prove one side of an argument, that every table is covered to disprove on the other. If she settle her opinion one way, she will probably become the foundress of some newfangled monastery. If, on the other, she will be discovered, some starlight night, seeking truth at the bottom of a well. Juliet then anxiously inquired into the state of her health. She seems to me, answered the Baronet, quite as well as it is possible for a person to be, who is afflicted with the restless malady of struggling for occasion to exhibit character, instead of leaving its display to the jumble of nature and of accident. But these new systemers do not break out of bounds more wildly from whim, than they afterwards seek retreat within them, tamely, from experience. The little Selina, on the contrary, who has escaped the trouble of supporting a character, by not having an idea that could form one, had the kindness to make me the most liberal communication of everything that she has either seen or heard, since she has been skipping about in this nether world. And, in her scampers from room to room, and from person to person, she had gathered sundry interesting particulars of a certain fair unknown. He paused, looked anxious, and then went on. I would not be officious, impertinent, nor importunate, yet could I but ascertain some points. If, however, you will not unfold to me your history, will you at least, siren of sirens, to develop why I demand it, hear me divulge my own? Juliet, surprised and amused, gratefully assented. Know then, my fair torment. It pleased my wise progenitors to entail my estate upon my next of kin, in case I should have no lineal heir. Brought up with the knowledge of this restriction to the fantasies of my future will, I conceived an early suspicion that my younger brother built sundry vainglorious castles upon my celibacy, and I determined not to reach my 20th year before I put an end to his presumption. The first idea, therefore, that fastened upon my mind was that of marriage. But as I entertained a general belief that I should everywhere be accepted for mercenary motives, I viewed all females with the scrutiny of a bargain maker. Thankless for any mark of partiality, difficult even to absurdity, I sought new faces with restless impatience. Modestly persuaded that I ought to find a companion without a blot. Yet, whatever was my success, regularly making off from every fair charmer, after the second interview, through the fear of being taken in.
And were none of your little sylphs, sir, at hand, to point out to you some one who was disinterested in her nature, however inferior in her fortune?
No, alas, no! My sylphs all reserved themselves for my meeting with you. The wicked little imps who then guided and goaded me, incited me to suspect and to watch everything that seemed lovely or amiable, and the pranks that they played me were endless. They urged me to pursue the glowing beauty, whose vivid cheeks, crimsoned by the dance, had warmed all my senses at a ball, to her alighting from her carriage, at her return home, with the livid line of fatigue in moonlight. They instigated me to surprise, when ill-dressed, negligent, and spiritless, the charming face and form that, skilfully adorned, had appeared to me Venus attired by the Graces. They twitched me on to dart upon another, whose bloom had seemed the opening of the rosebud, just as an untoward accident had rubbed off, from one cheek, the sweet pink which remained undiminished upon the other. And when, tired of the deceptions of beauty, I would only follow merit, the little wanton sprites suggested detections still more mischievous. They led me to overhear the softest of maidens insult a poor dependent. They shewed me a pattern of discretion, secretly involved in debt, and the frankest of human lasses, engaged in a clandestine affair. They whisked me, in short, into every crevice of female subtlety. They exhibited all as a drama, and gave me a peep behind the curtain to see the gayest damsel the sulkiest, the most pleasing one the most spiteful, the delicate one the obstreperous, the bashful one bold, the generous one niggardly, and the humble one a tyrant.
O wicked imps indeed, Sir Jaspar! What a view of poor human nature they have deformed for you! And how have you preserved such a stock of philanthropy, while instigated by so much malignity?
Alas, my fair love, my history is but that of half the old bachelors existing. We pay by our aged facility and good humour, for our youthful severity and impertinence. And, after having wasted our early life in conceiving that no one is good enough for us, we consume our latter days in envy of every married man. Now, all too late. I never see a lovely young creature, but my heart calls out what a delicious wife she would make me, were I younger. Without reflection, without inquiry, were I younger, I would marry her. Then, when such precipitation might have been pardonable, some difficulty instantly followed the sight of whatever was attractive. One had not fortune enough for my expectations. Another had beauty to make me eternally jealous. Another, though charming, was too old to be formed to my taste. Another, though lovelier still, was too young to be judged. One was too wise, and might hold me cheap. Another was too simple, and might expose me to seeing her held cheap herself. Then, I was so plaguily nice. Now, alas, I am so cursedly easy.
Your sylphs, elfs, and imps, sir, or, in other words, your humour and imagination, must seek some counterpoise, and not always, you see, be trusted uncontrolled.
You are right, my wise charmer. But we never arrive at judgment, the only counterpoise to our fancies, till we cease to want it. When we are young, in the midst of the world, and in pursuit of beauty, riches, honours, power, fame, or knowledge, then, when judgment would either guide us to success, or demolish our senseless expectations, it keeps aloof from us like a stern stranger, and will only hail us as an intimate when we have no longer any occasion for its services. Of what value is judgment to a gouty old codger, who sits just as snugly over his fireside, whether his opinions are erroneous or oracular? Who wraps himself just as warmly in flannel, whether the world go ill or go well? And who, if by ignorance or mismanagement he be cheated, loses only what he cannot enjoy? I first became aware of my folly by the folly of my nephew. When he was sent forth into the world, my decided, alas, heir, I told him my case, and urged him to a rational but quick choice, to obviate a similar punishment to fantastical difficulties. He listened, according to the usage of youth, to half what I said, and, adopting only my mistrust, was inattentive to its result, and thus so caricatured my researches, suspicious, and irresolutions, that he has rendered them and myself, even more in my own eyes, completely ridiculous. 'Tis a most piteous circumstance that a man can be young only once in his life. Could I but, with my present experience, lop off 30 or 40 years of my age, ah, fair seducer, how would the desire of giving you pleasure, the fear of causing you pain, the wish to see your face always beaming with smiles." Juliet arose to interrupt him. But whither could she go? She sat down again. The baronet also arose, and stood for some minutes, covering his eyes with one hand, in deep rumination. Reseating himself, then, with an air of the most lively satisfaction, "I have told you," he cried, "now my history. You see in me a whimsical, but contrite old bachelor, whose entailed estate has lost to him his youth by ungenerous mistrust, but who would gladly devote the large possessions which have fallen to him collaterally to making the rest of his existence companionable. Shrink not, sweet flower, I mean nothing that can offend you. Tell me but who you are, and be whom you may, if you will accept an old protector, if you will deign to become his friend, to give him your conversation, your society, your lovely presence, he will despise the mocking world, and decorate himself for your bridegroom by a marriage settlement of the whole of his unentailed estate." Astonished, and uncertain whether he were serious, Juliet was beginning a playful attack upon his fairy elves; but, stopping her with perturbed earnestness, "Will you," he cried, "accept me? Your beauty, your difficulties, your distresses, your exquisite looks and witching manners, with my solicitude, my repugnance to mercenary watchers, my deep regrets, and my desire of domestic commerce, unite to devote me to you for ever, provided only I can catch a single grain of gentle good will. Give me, then, but this one satisfaction. I ask no more. Tell me but whence it comes that, thus formed, thus accomplished, thus wise, thus lovely, you are helpless, dependent, indigent, and a wanderer." Juliet, though no longer able to doubt his meaning, and though not disposed to suspect his sincerity, felt nevertheless shocked by such an investigation, though grateful, and even touched by his singular and romantic proposal. Delicacy, however, which keeps back acknowledged belief in unrequited partiality, as scrupulously as it is withheld by timid consciousness, where the partiality is returned, make her again have recourse to his visionary friends, in order to parry a serious reply; but, too much in earnest to submit to any delay, the baronet, ejaculating, "Paragon of the world!" was bending over the counter, in an attempt to take her hand, when the sudden opening of the shop door, which he had himself carefully closed, previous to his declaration, made him draw back, in the utmost confusion, to recover his seat and his crutches, and again demand to look at some ribbons. End of chapter 68. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 69 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 69. Gabriella, who had thus long been detained from her business, because the lady, whose orders she had obeyed, had either forgotten that those orders had been issued, or deemed that to wait in an anteroom was the natural fate of an haberdasher, now, entering the shop, saw, with no little surprise, Juliet in close conference with an old bean, who was evidently disconcerted and embarrassed by the interruption. Remitting, however, all inquiry, and gracefully declining a chair, which was respectfully offered to her by Sir Jaspar, who imagined her to be some customer, she silently employed herself in examining and arranging her unpinned, unrolled, and tumbled ribbons. The surprise of the baronet now became greater than her own. No plainness of attire could hide, from his scrutinizing eye, a certain native taste with which her habiliments, however simple, were put on; nor could even the bandbox which she held in her hand, and which he had supposed to be there from some accident, disguise the elegance of her motions, or conceal her lofty mien. When, therefore, he discovered that she was at home,
and that she was an haberdasher, he looked from one lovely companion to the other, with reverential wonder, and uplifted hands. Long profoundly impressed by the beauty of Juliet, by her merit, her youth, her modest yet dignified demeanour, in the midst of all the difficulties of distressed poverty, he was now as powerfully affected by the appearance of Gabriella, whose noble, yet never haughty manners, joined to a tragic expression of constant woe in her countenance, rendered her, if not as attractive, at least as interesting as her friend. A general pause ensued, till Gabriella, fearing that she was obtrusive, retired to the inner room. Sir Jaspar, wide opening his eyes, and again leaning forward, to hear more distinctly, exclaimed, "Who is that fine creature? What a majestic port! Yet how sweet a look! She awes while she invites. Who is she?" Juliet felt enchanted. She even felt exalted by a testimony so impartial and so honourable, to the merit of her friend, and she eagerly answered, "Your admiration, sir, does honour to your discernment. Her excellencies, her high qualities, and spotless conduct, might make the proudest Englishman exult to own her for his countrywoman, though the lowest Frenchman would dispute, even at the risk of his life, the honour of her birth. Sprung from one of the first houses of Europe, a house not more ancient in its origin, than renowned for its virtues, allied to a family the most illustrious, whose military glory has raised it to the highest ranks in the state, herself an ornament to that birth, an honour to that alliance, she sustains a reverse of fortune, which reduces her from every indulgence to every privation, with a calm courage that keeps her always mistress of herself, and enables her to combat evil by labour, misery by industry, and which never has failed her, but in a personal, bosom affliction, that would equally have shaken her fortitude, in the brightest splendour of prosperity."
Hold, you little torment!" interrupted Sir Jaspar. "You don't consider what an artillery my wanton sprites are bringing upon me. My poor gouty fingers are so mumbled and pinched and tweaked, to hurry me to get at my purse, that I cannot catch hold of it for very tremor."
"Oh no, Sir Jaspar, no! What she earns, however hardly and however humbly, she thankfully reaps; but she could only submit to accept alms, if bowed down by age, by malady, or by incapacity for work. Yet this spirit is not pride, 'tis but a strong and refined sense of propriety; since from a friend, in the tender persuasion, that participation of fortune ought to be leagued with participation of sentiment, she would candidly receive whatever would not injure that friend to bestow."
"Divinest of little mortals!" cried Sir Jaspar. "What whimsy is it, what astonishing whimsy of the sisters three, that can have nailed to a counter two such delectable beings, to a pins and needles, and measure tapes and bobbins? And how, beautiful witch, with charms, graces, accomplishments, talents such as yours, how is it you submit to such base drudgery in durance vile, without even making your eye face? Without a scowl upon your eyebrow, or a grumble from your throat?"
"Can you look, sir, at her whom you call my partner, and think of me? She has lost her country; she wastes in exile; she sinks in obscurity; she has no communication with her friends; she knows not even whether they yet breathe the vital air. Nevertheless she works; she sustains herself by her industry and ingenuity, and repines only that she has not still another, has not her loved and lovely infant to sustain also. And shall I complain? Offspring of a race the most dignified, she toils manually, not to degrade it mentally; and shall I blush to owe my subsistence to my exertions?" Tears now flowed fast down her cheeks, while the crutches dropped from the feeble hands of the penetrated baronet, whose eyes, dimmed by compassion, were fastened upon the face of the lovely mourner,
when Gabriella reappeared. In deep amazement and concern, she hesitated whether she should come forward to offer comfort, or whether, as she now concluded the old gentleman to be some intimate friend, she ought not again to retire. But Juliet entreated her to return to her place. She resumed, therefore, her business of restoring her ribbons to order, dejectedly announcing that nothing had been bought, though everything had been examined, deranged, and tossed about. Sir Jaspar now, courteously waving his hand, smilingly addressed himself to Gabriella, saying, "'Tis my good genius, ma'am, make no doubt of it, that has run away with the feeling of those people you mention. For my good genius, I must beg you to observe, has frequently taken lessons of the god Mercury, and is nearly as adroit in petty larceny as his godship himself. I should not, therefore, wonder, if in his eagerness to serve me, he had pilfered from those poor souls who have used you so ill, every grain he could pick up of decency. For, knowing that ribbons are a commodity of which I want a prodigious stock, he would not suffer your assortment to be diminished, till I had had the pleasure of making my bargains." He then selected the piece of ribbon which seemed the most considerable, and desired to have it measured. Gabriella obeyed, not more amazed than Juliet felt amused. But, when a similar order was given, for ascertaining the quantity of a second piece, and then a third, Juliet, though delighted at the pleased looks of Gabriella, and charmed with the generosity of the baronet, began to apprehend that she might herself be supposed to incur some debt of gratitude for this liberality. She retreated, therefore, with her needlework, to the adjoining little room. In a few minutes she was followed by Gabriella, who, uneasily, asked what she must do with this magnificent old beau, who still, while she measured one piece of ribbon, employed himself in selecting another, and who, though so gallant that he never spoke without a compliment, was so respectful, that it was not possible to check him by any serious reproof. Juliet disclaimed taking any share in his present munificence, yet owned that she had an ancient obligation to him that she was unable, at this moment, to repay, and which, from the delicacy with which it had been conferred, and the seasonable relief which it had procured her, would merit her lasting gratitude. He was brother-in-law, she added, to the lady with whom she had lately resided, and he was as rich as he was benevolent. Her scruples, then, Gabriella said, were at an end. Juliet, therefore, begged that she would endeavour to enter into conversation with him concerning Brighthelmstone, and try to obtain some particulars relative to the party at Mrs Ireton's. "I began to fear you had flown away, ma'am," said Sir Jaspar, upon Gabriella's re-entrance into the shop, "and I was much less surprised than concerned, for I had already surmised that you were an angel, though I had failed to remark your wings." He then put into her hand 3 more pieces of ribbon, which he had chosen during her absence. Gabriella, who understood English well, though she spoke it imperfectly, made her answers in French. Having now given her ample employment, he sat down to examine, or rather to admire, at his ease, the lightness and grace with which she executed her office, saying, "You are not, perhaps, aware, madam, that there are certain little beings, nameless and invisible, yet active and penetrating, perpetually hovering around us, who have let me a little into your history, and have taken upon them to assure me that you are not precisely brought up to be a shopkeeper. How, then, is it that you have jumbled thus together such heterogeneous materials of existence? Leaguing high birth with low life, superior rank with vulgar employment, and grace, taste, and politeness with common drudgery? How, in short, born and bred to be dangled after by your vassals, and to lollop, the livelong day, upon sofas and armchairs, have you acquired the necessary ingredients for being metamorphosed into a tidy little haberdasher?" Gabriella, concluding that her situation had been made known to him by Juliet, answered in a melancholy tone, "Is this a period, sir, to consider punctilio? Alas! whence I come, all that are greatest, most ancient, and most noble, have learnt that self-exertion can alone mark nobility of soul, and that self-dependence only can sustain honour in adversity. Alas! whence I come, the first youth is initiated in the view, if not in the endurance of misfortune. There can be no understanding, or there must be early reflection. There can be no heart, or there must be commiserating sympathy." "I protest, ma'am," cried Sir Jasper, looking at her with astonishment, "I begin to suspect that I came into the world only this morning. Where I may have been rambling all these years, in the persuasion I was in it already, I have by no means any clear notion. But to see two such instances of wisdom and resignation, united with youth and beauty, makes me believe myself in some new region, never yet visited by vice or folly." "Ah, sir, the French Revolution has opened our eyes to a species of equality more rational, because more feasible, than that of lands or of rank. An equality not alone of mental sufferings, but of manual exertions. No state of life, however low, or however hard, has been left untried, either by the highest, or by the most delicate, in the various dispersions and desolation of the ancient French nobility. And to see, as I, alas, have seen, the willing efforts, the even glad toil, of the remnants of the first families of Europe, to procure, not luxuries, not elegancies, not even comforts, but maintenance, mean laborious maintenance, to preserve, not state, not fortune, not rank, but life itself, but simple existence."
"Very wonderful personage!" cried Sir Jasper, his air mingling reverence with amazement. "And what, unfold to me I beg, what is the necromancy through which you support, under such toils, your intellectual dignity, and strangle in its birth every struggle of false shame?"
"Alas, sir, I have seen guilt. Since then, I have thought that shame belonged to nothing else."
The eyes of Sir Jasper were now suffused with tender admiration.
"Fair deity of the counter," he cried, "you are sublime! And she too, your witching little handmaid, by what kind, dulcet chance, new in the annals of misfortune, have two such wonders met?"
"Ah, rather, sir, since you couple us so kindly, rather ask by what adverse chance we have so long been separated." "You have known her, then, some time?"
"We were brought up together. The same convent, the same governess, the same instructors, were common to both till my marriage. And now, again, as before that period, I have not the most distant idea of any possible happiness that is not annexed to her presence."
Touched to hear the word happiness once again, even though with such sadness, pronounced by Gabriella, yet alarmed at a discourse that might lead, inadvertently, to some secret history, Juliet was returning, to stop any further detail, when, upon Sir Jasper's answering,
"Sweet couple! Lord Denmeath, who ought at least, if I understand right, to take care of one of you, will surely make it his business that you should coo together in the same cage,"
she again retreated, anxious to learn what this meant, and hoping that he would become more explicit.
"Lord Denmeath!"
repeated Gabriella.
"If you know Lord Denmeath, you may be better informed upon this subject than I am myself. Was it at Brighthelmstone that you met with his lordship?"
"It was at Brighthelmstone that I heard of him, and heard that, though wary of speech, he has been incautious in manner, and left little doubt upon the minds of his observers, that this fair flower springs from the same stock as some part of his own family, though she may be one of those sweet but hapless buds, whose innocence pays for the guilt of its planter."
"No, sir, no!"
Gabriella precipitately interrupted him.
The birth of my friend is unstained, though unequal. The marriage of her parents was legal, though secret. Her mother came not, indeed, from an ancient race, but she was a pattern of virtue, as well as a model of beauty. Could it indeed be believed that a young nobleman of such expectations, in every way, as those of the Earl of Melbury's only son, Lord Granville, would have given his hand to the orphan and destitute daughter of an insolvent man of business, had she not possessed every advantage, nay, every perfection to which human nature can arise? Affrighted by this so open relation, drawn forth involuntarily from the nobly ingenious Gabriella, in the persuasion that Sir Jaspar was already a confidential, and might become a useful friend, Juliet, in the first moment, was advancing to stop it; but her heart, yet more than her ear, was so fascinated by the generous eulogy of her virtuous, though lowly mother, from the offspring of a house whose height and natal prejudices might have palliated, upon this subject, the language even of disdain, that she could not prevail with herself to break into what she considered as sacred praise. "'Tis even so, then," cried Sir Jaspar, with smiling delight. "This forlorn but most beautiful wanderer, this so long concealed and mysterious but most lovely incognita, is the daughter of the late Lord Granville, and the granddaughter of the late Earl of Melbury." Utterly confounded, to hear the secret history of her birth and family thus casually, yet irretrievably discovered, Juliet, trembling, again shrunk back, yet would not now, and unavailingly, check the ardent zeal of her high-minded friend, since without any added danger, it might procure some useful intelligence. The willing baronet, whose sole desire was to keep up the conversation, wanted no urging to relate all that he had gathered from the loquacious Selina. Lord Denmeath, upon the sudden disappearance of Miss Ellis, had been surprised into confessing that he had a faint notion that he knew something of that young person; that there had been once an odd story, a report, that a young woman was existing in France, who was some way belonging to the late Lord Granville, his sister's husband, though without ever having been acknowledged by the family. He let fall also sundry obscure hints of information, of the most serious import, which he had recently received, relating to this young woman, but which he would not divulge, till he had investigated, as he began to surmise, that it had been conveyed to him for some fraudulent and mercenary purpose. Mrs Ireton, to all this, had answered that she had suspected, from the beginning, that the creature was an adventurer, and that she was now fully convinced that they had been played upon by a supposititious person. Lord Denmeath, though he forbore confirming this assertion, listened to it with a smile of concurrence. Juliet here felt shocked and confounded, but Gabriella, animated by generous resentment, warmly repeated her asseverations of the validity of the marriage of Lord Granville with Miss Powell, her friend's mother, though an excess of fear of the inflexible character of the old Earl Melbury had prevented its early avowal, and the death of the concealed wife, while Juliet was yet in arms, had afterwards decided the young widower to guard the secret till his child should be grown up, or till he should become his own master. "But where, during this interval," said Sir Jaspar, "where and what was the hiding place of that seraphic offspring?" Till her 7th year, Gabriella answered, she had been consigned to the care of Mrs Powell, her maternal grandmother, who, satisfied of the legality, had herself aided the secrecy of the marriage. They had dwelt, during that period, in the same picturesque, but no longer loved retreat, upon the banks of the Tyne, in which Lady Granville, under a feigned name, had been concealed, for the short space of time between her marriage and her death. Juliet, whose intention had been to gather, not to bestow intelligence, now came forward, and made signs to Gabriella to drop the subject. But this was no longer practicable. Urged by the idea of doing honour to her friend, and incited by adroit interrogatories, or piquant observations from Sir Jaspar, Gabriella, having insensibly begun the tale, felt irresistibly impelled to make clear the birth and family of Juliet, beyond all doubt or cavil. She continued, therefore, the narration, and Juliet, much agitated, retreated wholly to the inner room. Under the pretence of change of air for his health, Lord Granville, to hide his grief from his father and friends, spent the first year of his widowhood at Montpellier, then the residence of the Bishop of, the maternal uncle of Gabriella, with whom he formed a friendship that neither time nor absence, not even death itself, had power to dissolve, and to whom he confided the history and punishment of his clandestine juvenile engagement. Called home the following year by the Earl, his father, he had been prevailed upon to marry a lady of quality and large fortune; but, previous to these new nuptials, to secure justice to his eldest born, though he had not the courage to own her, as well as to tranquillize Mrs Powell, he deposited in the hands of that worthy old lady the certificate of his first marriage, to which he added a deed that he called the codicil to whatever will he might have made, or might hereafter make, and in which he declared Juliet Granville, born near, in Yorkshire, to be his lawful daughter, by his first marriage with Juliet Powell, in Flanders; and, as such, he bequeathed to her the same portion, at his death, that should have been settled upon any other daughter, or daughters, that he might have, hereafter, by any subsequent marriage. The impossibility of obtaining, in the Yorkshire retirement, such means of improvement as were suitable to the future expectations and lot in life of his little girl, determined Lord Granville to have her conveyed to France for her education. Mrs Powell, who had no other remaining tie upon earth, but a son who was settled in the East Indies, preferred accompanying her little darling to a separation, the fear of which, with the possession of the marriage certificate, and the codicil to the will, had always counteracted her impatience for the discovery ultimately promised. The uncle of Gabriella, the bishop, consented to take the child under his immediate care, and to place her in the convent in which his sister, the Marchioness of, had placed his niece. And here the children had been brought up together, with the same opportunities of improvement, except that the little Juliet had the advantage of speaking English with her grandmother, who knew no other language, and who entered the convent as a pensioner. By this means, and by books, Juliet had perfectly retained her native tongue, though she had acquired something of a foreign accent. She was known only as a young English lady of fortune, for whom no expense was to be spared, and the remittances for her board and education were constant, and even splendid. She had been called simply by the name of Mademoiselle Juliet, which had generally been supposed to be the name of her family. Here, from the facility with which she caught instruction, and the ability with which she appropriated its result, she became the most accomplished pupil of the convent, and was not more generally, from her appearance, called La Belle, than from her acquirements and conduct, La sage petite Anglaise. And here, still more united by the same sentiments than by the same studies, Gabriella had formed with her the tender, confiding, and unalterable friendship that had bound them to each other with an even sisterly love. The bishop frequently pressed the young lord to avow the birth of Juliet, and to legitimate her claims upon his family; but he always answered, that since she, whose reputation, happiness, and spirits might have paid the avowal, was gone, he could not support the fruitless pain of offending his sickly but imperious father by such a discovery, till the necessity of receiving his daughter should make it indispensable. Previous to this period, Gabriella was taken from the convent, to prepare for her marriage with the Comte de... and Juliet, who had then lost her tender grandmother, was invited to the wedding ceremony, and to remain with her friend till she should be called to her own country. Lord Granville, with that spirit of procrastination which always grows with indulgence, joyfully acceded to this invitation, and remitted to the ensuing summer the public acknowledgment of his daughter. But, ere the ensuing summer arrived, all these projects were rendered abortive. The bishop, through a newspaper, received the fatal intelligence that Lord Granville had been killed by a fall from his horse. While the deeply disappointed and afflicted Juliet was the prey of heavy grief at this event, the bishop, to whom the grandmother, in dying, had consigned the marriage certificate, the codicil, and every letter or paper that authenticated the legitimacy of her grandchild, constituted himself guardian and protector of the young orphan. Convinced that no time should be lost in making known her rights, yet unwilling to risk shocking the old peer by an abrupt address, he stated the affair to Lord Denmeath, brother to Lord Granville's second lady, and guardian of 2 children by the second marriage. To this communication he received no answer; but, upon writing again, with more energy, and hinting at sending over an agent, Lord Denmeath thought proper to reply. His style was extremely cold. His brother-in-law, he said, had expired, after his fall, without uttering a word. Having, therefore, no knowledge of any secret business, he begged to be excused from entering into a discussion of the obscure affair to which the bishop seemed to allude. The bishop grew but warmer in the interests of his ward, from the difficulty of serving her. He sent over, to Lord Denmeath, copies of the codicil, of the certificate, and of every letter upon the subject that had been written to the grandmother, or to himself, by the late lord. The answer now was more civil, but evidently embarrassed, though professing much respect for the motives which guided the charitable bishop, and a willingness to enter into some compromise for the young person in question, provided she could be settled abroad, that so strange a tale might not disturb his sister, nor involve his nephew and niece, by coming before the public. All compromise was declined by the bishop, who now made known the whole history to the old peer. The answer, nevertheless, was again from Lord Denmeath, though written by the desire, and in the name of the Earl, briefly saying, let the young woman marry and settle in France, and upon the delivery of the original documents relative to her birth, she shall be portioned; but she shall never be received nor owned in England, the Earl being determined not to countenance such a disgrace to his family, and to the memory of his son, as the acknowledgment of so unsuitable a marriage. The bishop held his honour engaged to his departed friend, to sustain the birthright of the innocent orphan. He menaced, therefore, accompanying her over to England himself, and putting all the documents, with the direction of the affair, into the hands of some celebrated lawyer. Alarmed at this intimation, milder letters passed, but the result of all that the bishop could obtain, was a promissory note of 6,000 sterling, for the portion of a young person brought up at the convent of... and known by the name of Mademoiselle Juliette, to be paid by Monsieur bankers on the day of her marriage with a native of France, resident in that country. The conditions annexed to the payment were then detailed, of delivering to the bankers the original of all the MSS. Of which copies had been sent over, with an acquittal, signed by the new married couple, and by the bishop, to all future right or claim upon the Milbury family. The whole to be properly witnessed, etc. This promissory note had the joint seal and signature of the old Earl and of Lord Denmeath. But the bishop inflexibly insisted that his ward should be recognized as the Honourable Miss Granville, and share an equal portion with her half-sister Aurora, for whom, upon the premature death of Lord Granville, The old peer had solicited and obtained the title and honours of an earl's daughter. All representation proving fruitless, the bishop was preparing to attend Miss Granville to England, when the French Revolution broke out. The general confusion first stopped his voyage, and next destroyed even the materials of his agency. The family chateau was burnt by the populace, and all the papers of Juliet, which had been carefully hoarded up with the records of the house, were consumed. The promissory note alone, and accidentally, had been saved, the bishop chancing to have it in his pocket book, for the purpose of consulting upon it with some lawyer. With the nobleness of unsuspicious integrity, the bishop wrote an account of this disaster to Lord Denmeath, whose answer contained tidings of the death of the old earl, and reclaimed the promissory note for revisal. But the bishop, who possessed no other proof or document of the identity of Juliet, would by no means part with a paper that became of the utmost importance. Juliet, pitied and sustained, loved and esteemed by all, had been prevailed upon to continue with her cherished and cherishing friends, till some political calm should enable the bishop to conduct her to England, and there to struggle for her rights. At the opening, however, of the dreadful reign of Robespierre, sudden and immediate danger had compelled Gabriella, with her husband and her child, to emigrate. But Juliet, hopeless of making herself acknowledged by her family without the support of the bishop, had preferred, till she could obtain the sanction of his presence, to remain with the Marchioness. "And what," Sir Jasper cried, "what is become of this bishop? This man of peace, this worthiest wight that breathes the vital air?" Gabriella herself knew not, nor what change of plan had induced her friend to venture over alone. She knew only that what was counselled by the bishop must be wise, that what was executed by Juliet must be right. Juliet, who had heard this recital with melting tenderness, was now with difficulty restrained, even by the presence of Sir Jasper, from casting herself rather at the feet than into the arms of her generous, noble, and confiding, though untrusted friend. End of chapter 69. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 70 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 70. Various customers, though for small purchases, had from time to time interrupted, but not broken this narration. The baronet respectfully made way for whoever came, but resumed his place the instant that it was vacated, spending the interval in selecting new pieces of ribbon, till, ere the history was finished, not a remnant of that article remained unsold. It was his purpose, he gallantly said, to present a topknot, for a 12-month to come, to every fair siren who, either by face, voice, shape, feature, complexion, size, air, or manner, should afford him so much pleasure as to remind him, however transiently, of the adorable haberdasher whose taper fingers had put it into his possession. Gabriella interrupted these compliments, to observe with some anxiety two strange men, who were sauntering up and down the street, and who, from time to time, peeped in at the window. "And how can they do any better," said the baronet, "unless you invite them into your apartments? 'Tis precisely what I shall enact myself, if you turn me out of doors. Do you fancy you are to dart yourselves, you and your mischievous partner, into as many hearts as you can find spectators, and then bid your poor wounded gazers go lie down and bleed in the kennel like so many puppies, without allowing them even a lamenting yell, or friendly barking, to call themselves into notice before they give up the ghost? I pity the poor caitiffs with all my heart. A fellow feeling makes one wondrous kind." Let me hope, however, that the seductive tale which I have been quaffing has not intoxicated all my senses only to my own destruction; that my poor nerves have not been pierced and pinched; that my feelings have not been twitched and tweaked, and my senses scared and confounded, only to drag my own crazy folly into fuller view." He paused a few minutes, during which Gabriella began making out the account of her ribbons. And then, with a mild voice, but an arch brow, "Hear me," he resumed, "my dulcet frog, for such, you know, is your destined classification in this country. Hear, and under your auspices let me proceed. If this fair marvellous wanderer, in her birth no longer an incognita, yet an incognita still in her history, will venture to put herself under my protection, honourably I mean, so don't frown, for nothing so spoils the forehead. Besides, who can look at you and not mean honourably? With all your sweetness, there is a fire in your eye, that, if I harboured a naughty idea, only for a moment, would, I see plainly, consume me. Let us, however, talk the matter over with becoming seriousness. It may, perchance, be less difficult than you may imagine, to establish your fair journeywoman's rights." "Oh, make the attempt, then!" cried Gabriella. "Exert yourself in so noble a trial." "A little activity," he continued, "and a great deal of menacing, adroitly put in play, will now and then do wonders. A little money, too, dexterously handled, rarely does much harm. When Lord Denmeath sees all these at work, take my word for it, he will think twice before he will let them operate upon the public. We like mighty well to reap the fruits of our address in the world, but we have a sagacious tendency to keeping our ways and means to ourselves. Lord Denmeath, after all, as a worldly man, does but his office in putting to sleep his conscience for the better keeping awake his interest. This is simply in the ordinary course of things. But when the blood that is youthful is not generous, when life is begun with the crafty hardness that years, experience, and disappointment have given to those who are ending it, when we see even striplings, who ought to be made up of wild romance and credulous enthusiasm, meanly, basely, heartlessly, for a few pitiful thousands, suffer an orphan to be cheated, despoiled of her rank in life, and made an alien to her country as well as to her family, then it is that I curse vanity as an imp of darkness, and pride as a demon of hell. When a boy like Lord Melbury, a young girl such as Lady Aurora—" "They are innocent, Sir Jasper! They are noble! They are faultless!" called out Juliet, eagerly returning to the shop. "They dream not of my claims. They have not the most distant idea that I have the honour to belong to their house. Innocent! They are meritorious! Conceiving me simply a helpless, unpatronized, and indigent wanderer, they have treated me with a kindness, a consideration, an heavenly benevolence, that, towards a stranger so forlorn, could have been dictated only by the most angelic of natures." "Astonishing! Incredible!" exclaimed Sir Jasper. "What, do they not know your story? Have you made no appeal to their justice, their affections?"
"You will cease, sir, to wonder, and cease also, I hope, to question me, when I tell you that here, even here, I have not made my situation known. Here, even here, to the friend of my heart, the confidant of my life, the loved and honoured descent of the house by which I have been preserved, and from which alone I hope for protection. Judge, then, how powerful must be my motives for secrecy, and she submits to my silence. Too high-minded for distrust, too nobly mistress of herself for impatience, and conscious that even a wish, expressed, would to me have the force of a command, she waits my time. She knows the most dire and barbarous obstacles could alone lead me to reserve and concealment, where my softest consolation would be openness and sympathy."
Gabriella could offer no answer but by wide extended arms, with which Juliet, gushing into tears, was fondly encircled, while the baronet, touched, amazed, and enchanted, repeatedly wiped his eyes, when Gabriella, observing again at the window one of the men of whom she had spoken, whispered Juliet to compose herself, or to retire. There was not time. Riley, who had seen her, bounced into the shop.
"Aha! I have caught you at last, have I, demoiselle?"
he cried, rubbing his hands with joy.
"I could not devise where the deuce you had hidden yourself. I only knew you were in some shabby little bit of a shop in the street. And who do you think is my author for this intelligence? Won't you guess? Why, Surly, your old friend Surly."
Apprehensive of some attack similar to that which she had endured at Brighthelmstone, Juliet ventured not to speak, though she felt too anxious to withdraw; while Sir Jaspar, extremely curious, replied,
"Old Surly?"
in a tone that invited explanation.
"The same, faith. He's come over o' purpose to hunt you out, demoiselle."
"Me?" cried Juliet, changing colour. "And why? And who is he?"
"Who is he? Well, that's droll, faith. Why, you have not forgotten your old crony, the pilot."
Juliet looked down, to conceal the alarm with which she was seized.
"Why, I'll tell you how it all happened,"
continued Riley, mounting upon the counter, as he might have mounted upon his horse.
"I'll tell you how it all happened. About a month ago, in one of my rambles, I met Master Surly, and for old acquaintance sake I was prodigiously glad to see him. For I like, as a curiosity, to shew John Bull and Monsieur that inn to milksop. So we talked over our voyage; but when I told him that I had met with the demoiselle at Brighthelmstone, and that she'd cast off her slough, and was grown a beauty, he asked me 100 questions, and said that, most likely, she was a person of whom he was in search, and after whom there had been a great hue and cry."
Juliet now opened various small drawers, shutting them almost at the same moment, but always with her face turned from Riley.
"Well, we parted, and I saw no more of him, and thought no more of him neither, faith, till this very morning, when I popped upon him all at once in Piccadilly. And then he told me he was just come from Brighthelmstone, where he had been looking for you."
Juliet, though in a tremor that shook her whole frame, faintly said, "And why?"
"Because, by my account of you, he was satisfied you must be the very person that he was commissioned to find."
Juliet now seemed scarcely able to sustain herself. Gabriella and Sir Jaspar saw, with deep concern, her emotion; but Riley, unobservant, went on.
"At Brighton he had discovered that you had journeyed up to town in the stage, and he came up after you in the very same carriage, only yesterday. And by means of a boy at the inn, who had called your hackney coach, he had just found out Coachy, who informed him that he had set down a pretty young damsel that had arrived from Brighton about a week ago, at a small shop in Frith Street, Soho. Upon that I offered to help him in his search, and we jogged on to these quarters together, for I always liked you, demoiselle, and always had a prodigious mind to know who you were. But the deuce a bit would you ever tell me. So we had been sauntering and maundering up and down the street, one on one side, and the other on the other, in search of you, peeping and peering into every shop, and lounging and squinting at every window. We have had the devil of a job of it to find you, demoiselle. We have, faith. But my best sport will be to make Monsieur Surly look you full in the face, as I did myself, without knowing you, though he pretends that that's all one. The French always say that to everything they don't like, "C'est égal," cries Monsieur, whenever he's put out of his way. However, old Surly stands to it that he shall discover you in a twinkling, for he's got your description."
"My description!" Juliet repeated, in a tone of terror.
"Ay, and there he is, faith, on t'other side the way. An old owl," cried Riley, striding to the door, and calling out, "Surly, old Surly, come over, Monsieur Surly."
Juliet was now precipitately gliding into the little room, but Sir Jaspar, intercepting her flight, warmly entreated, whatever might be her fears or her difficulties, to be accepted as her protector; and while she was struggling, with speechless impatience, to pass him, the pilot, pulled into the shop by Riley, stood full before her, stared hardily in her face, looked at a paper which he held in his hand, and, grinning horribly a scoffing smile, walked away without speaking. Juliet, who seemed nearly fainting, was drawn tenderly into the adjoining room by Gabriella, who was herself in almost equal consternation. "A pretty feat you have performed here, sir! An admirable exploit!" said Sir Jasper, angrily to Riley, who, laughing heartily at the savage satisfaction of the pilot, had remounted the counter. "And what sort of a man must you be to find it so dulcet and recreative to give chase to a timid defenceless lamb?" "What sort of man?" returned Riley. "Faith, I don't know. I don't, faith. But who does? If you can tell me the man who knows himself, you'll do more than has been done yet since the days of old Adam. I never trouble myself with vain researches, and combinations and developments, and metaphysical analyzings. What do they do for us besides cracking our skulls? They only leave us where they found us, forced to eat and drink, and sleep and wake, and live and die, just the same, since all the discoveries of Newton, as we did before we knew a square from an angle." "Oh ho! You are a philosopher, sir, then, are you?" said Sir Jasper. "A cynic, guided by contempt of mankind?" "Not a whit. I only follow my humour. If that happens to please my friends, so much the better. If not, I am but little of the melting mood. I go on all the same. I never stop to weigh opinion in the scale of my proceedings." "And do you never weigh humanity neither, sir? The feelings of others? The good or ill of society?" "No, I never think of all that. I let the world take its own course as I take mine. I have long had a craving desire to know who this girl is, and she would never tell me. Her obstinacy doubles my curiosity, and when my curiosity gets at the helm, it does just what it will with me. It does, faith."
Gabriella, now returning, demanded of Riley what business detained him in the shop, with an air of dignity that surprised him into making something like an apology; to which he added, that he only stayed to have a little further parley with the demoiselle. That young lady was indisposed, and could be spoken to no more.
"Indisposed?" he repeated. "I am sorry for that. I am, faith. Poor demoiselle! She has been liberal enough of diversion to me, one way or another. However, I shall soon discover who she is, for I know where to catch Master Surley, and he says he is promised a thumping reward if he finds that she is the right person. He is but an agent, poor Surley, but he expects his principal with the cash over every hour if he ain't landed already."
Gabriella, who had returned to the little parlour, perceived now that the face of Juliet looked convulsed with horror. She procured her a glass of hartshorn and water, and entreated the baronet, who seemed transfixed with concern, to force Riley away, and to be gone also himself. Sir Jasper could not refuse compliance, but neither could he deny himself advancing, for an instant, to say, in a low voice, to Juliet, "Bow not down your lovely head, sweet Lily. I have friends who will find means to succour and protect you, be who will your assaulter." Offering Riley, then, a place in his chariot, and dropping, as he passed, his purse into the till box, he drove off with his new acquaintance. For some minutes excess of terror robbed Juliet of speech, and of all power of exertion; but when, by the cares and soothings of Gabriella, she was, in some degree, restored, "Oh, my beloved friend," she cried, "we must part again, immediately part!" A tear stole down the cheek of Gabriella as she heard this annunciation, but she offered no remonstrance. She permitted herself no inquiry. Her eye alone said, "Why this?" Juliet saw, but shrunk from this mute eloquence, hastily arranging herself for going out, making up a packet of linen to carry in her hand, and hanging a loaded work bag upon her arm. Casting herself, then, into the arms of her friend, "Oh, my Gabriella!" she cried, "I must fly, instantly fly, or entail a misery upon the rest of my existence too horrible for description. Whither, which way to go, I know not, but I must be hidden from all mankind. To-morrow I will write to you, constantly I will write to you, dear, generous, noblest of friends. Farewell, farewell." They embraced, mingled their tears, embraced again, and separated. End of chapter 70.
Recording by Roxana Nazari.
Chapter 71 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 71. Her head bowed low, her bonnet drawn over her eyes, ignorant what course she took, and earnest only to discover any inlet into the country by which she might immediately quit the town, Juliet, with hurried footsteps and trembling apprehensions, became again a wanderer. She passed through various streets, but, unacquainted with London, read, without any aid to her purpose, their names, till, printed in large characters, her eyes were struck with the word Piccadilly, and presently she was accosted by an ordinary man, who had a long whip in his hand, and who, holding open the door of a carriage, asked whether she would have a cast, saying that he was ready to set off immediately. Finding that the vehicle was a stage-coach, she eagerly accepted the proposal, and seated herself next to an elderly woman. The man demanded whether she meant to go all the way. She answered in the affirmative, and, to her inexpressible satisfaction, was driven out of London. Not to risk discovering to her fellow travellers so extraordinary a circumstance as that of beginning an excursion in utter ignorance where it might end, she forbore asking any questions, and left to time of her alighting at the spot to which the stage was destined her own acquaintance with her local situation. It was not, therefore, till she descended from the coach, that she found that she had taken the road to Bagshot. The immediate plan which, in her way, she had formed, was to enter the first shop that she saw open, thence to ride to Gabriella, and then to stroll on to the nearest village, to lodge herself in the first clean cottage which could afford her a room. The sight, however, of the Salisbury stage gave her a desire to travel instantly further from London, and she asked whether there were a vacant place. She was immediately accommodated, and her journey thither, though long, and passed in dreadful apprehension, was without accident or event. Arrived at Salisbury, she quitted the machine, and her fellow travellers, with whom she had scarcely exchanged a word, and hoping that she was now out of the way of pursuit, she put her plan into execution, by writing a tranquillizing line to Gabriella from a stationer's shop, and then set forth in search of a dwelling. This was by no means easy to find. A solitary stranger, bearing her own small baggage, after travelling all night, was not very likely to be seen but with eyes of scrutiny and suspicion. Yet her air, her manner, and her language made her application always best received by the upper class of tradespeople, who were most able to discern that such belonged not to any vulgar or ordinary person. But, when they found that she inquired for a lodging, without giving any name, or any reference, they held back alike from granting her admission, or forwarding her wish by any recommendation. The evident caution with which she hid as much as possible of her face, made the beauty of what was still necessarily visible, create as much ill opinion as admiration, though the perfect modesty of her deportment rescued her from receiving any offence. In the smaller shops, and by the meaner and poorer sort of people, her carrying her parcel herself, levelled her, instantly, to their own rank, while her demand of assistance, her loneliness and even her loveliness, sunk her far beneath it, in their opinion; and almost with one accord they bluntly told her that she might find a lodging at an inn. Helpless, distressed, she wandered some time in this fruitless research, too much self-occupied to remark the buildings, the neatness, the antiquities, or the singularities of the city which she was patrolling, till her eyes were caught by the little rivulets which, in most of the streets, separate the footpath from the high road, by perceiving two ruddy-cheeked, smiling little cherubs, attempting to paddle over one of them,
and playing so incautiously that they seemed every moment in danger of falling into the water. She hastened towards them, to point out a bridge, somewhat higher up, by which they might more safely pass. But the elder child, a rosy boy, careless and sportive, heeded her not, till finding the stream deeper than he expected, his little feet slipped, and he would inevitably have been under water, had not Juliet, with dexterous speed, caught him by the coat. She aided him to scramble out, though with much difficulty, for he was wet through, and covered with mud. Frightened out of his little senses, he set up an unappeasable cry, in which the other child, a pretty little girl, impelled by babyish though unconscious sympathy, joined, with all the vociferation which her feeble lungs were capable of emitting. Juliet, with that kindness which childish helplessness ought always to inspire, soothed them with gentle words, and persuaded the boy to hasten to his home, that he might take off his wet clothes before he caught cold. But they both sat down to cry at their leisure, though rather as if they did not understand, than as if they resisted her counsel. Pitying their simple sufferings, she offered the boy a penny, to buy a gingerbread cake, if he would rise. Quick, or rather immediate now, was the transition from despondence to transport. The boy not merely wiped his eyes, and ceased his sobs, but, all smiles and delight, began a rapid prattling of where he should buy, and of what sort should be his cake, while every word, rapturously, though indistinctly, was echoed by the little girl, not less slack in reviving. The elasticity, however, of their little persons, kept not entirely pace with that of their spirits. The wet attire of the boy, which his seat on the dust had rendered as heavy as it was uncomfortable, nearly disabled him from rising, and his little sister, who had lost one of her shoes in the rivulet, had run a thorn into her foot, and could not stand without crying. The children were not able to give any account of who they were that was intelligible, nor of whence they came, save that it was from a great, great way off. Unwilling to leave them in so pitiable a plight, Juliet, observing that the street, which led out of the town, was empty, looked for a clean spot, and bending upon one knee, had just drawn out the splinter from the foot of the little girl, when the sound of the voice of a female, who was approaching, calling out, "Here I be, my lovies! Here comes mammy!" so miraculously electrified the little creatures, that, forgetting all impediment to motion, they bounded up delighted. The boy no longer sensible to the weight of his wet garments, nor the girl to the tenderness of her hurt foot, and both capered to embrace the knees of their mammy, whose eyes alone could return their caresses, her hands being engaged in holding a heavy basket upon her head. But when she perceived their condition, she anxiously demanded what had happened. They both again began grievously to cry, while the boy related that he had been drowned, but that the Dúd Addy, good lady, had come and saved his life, and the little girl, interrupting him every moment, kept presenting her foot in telling a similar story of the kindness of the Dúd Addy. To Juliet scarcely a word of their narrations was intelligible, but to the ears of their mother, accustomed to their dialect, their lisping and their imperfect speech, these prattling details were as potent in eloquence as the most polished orations of Cicero or Demosthenes are to those of the classical scholar. The gratitude of the good woman for the services rendered to her little ones was so warm and cordial, that she cried for joy, in pouring forth blessings upon the head of Juliet, for having lent so friendly a hand, she said to her poor boy, and having done what she called so neighbourly a kindness by her dear little girl. She had directed her children, she said, to go straight to Dame Goss's, beyond the turnpike, having had business to transact at a house which they could not enter. But the little dearies were not yet come to their memory, and, but for so good a friend, the poor lovies might have lain in the wet and the mud till they had been half choked. Seeing the children thus safely restored to their best friend, Juliet meant to continue her solitary search. But the good woman, judging from her kind offices that there was nothing to fear from her disdain, and concluding from her parcel that there was nothing to respect in her rank, frankly demanded her assistance for helping on the children as far as to the turnpike, simply adding that she would do as good a turn for her in requital another time, but that her basket was heavily laden, and the poor little things, one without its shoe, and the other in wet clothes, would be but troublesome, in such a broiling sun, to pull all the way by her petticoat. Cruelly experiencing want of succour herself, Juliet, always open to charity, was now more than usually ready to serve or oblige. With the utmost alacrity, therefore, complying with the request, she deposited her packet in the poor woman's basket, bound her pocket handkerchief round the foot and ankle of the little girl, and then, taking a hand of each of the children, and gently alluring them on by lively and playful talk, she conducted them to the turnpike, without any other difficulty than some fatigue to herself, which was amply compensated by the pleasure of helping the little innocents, and their affectionate mother, joined to the relief to her own feelings, afforded by a social exercise, that drew her, for a while, from her fearful reflections. The woman, charmed by such kindness, begged to have the direction of Juliet, that she might call to thank her, when next she came to Salisbury, whither some business commonly brought her every 4 or 5 months. Juliet was obliged to confess herself a mere passenger, but asked in return the name and address of her new acquaintance. Marjory Fairfield, she answered, was her name, and she lived afar off in the New Forest. She was going, in a friend's cart, to Romsey, and there her husband would meet her, and carry her little girl. She could never come out without her children, if she were ever so heavily laden, for her husband was at work all day, and there was nobody to take care of them in her absence. A ray of pleasure now broke through the gloomy forebodings of Juliet. There seemed to her an opening to an asylum, during the period of her concealment, fortunate beyond her hopes, to lodge with a rustic family of this simple description, in so retired and remote a spot, promising all the security and privacy that she required, with fine air, pleasant country, and worthy hosts. A very few inquiries sufficed to satisfy her, that she might find a small room, in which she could sleep, and a little further discourse procured her all the details necessary for learning the route to the dame's cottage. She forbore, nevertheless, hinting at her design, that neither trouble, expense, nor preparation might precede her arrival. She regretted her inability to accompany these new friends at once to their home, but her letter to Gabriella had desired that the answer might be directed to be left at the post office at Salisbury till called for, and she was too uncertain what her position might be in the New Forest, to hazard any change of address. She was deeply anxious to hear from Gabriella, and to learn whether she had herself been sought since her flight. When they reached the small, mean house of Dame Gosse, beyond the turnpike, the expected cart was not yet arrived, and Juliet, being kindly invited to take a little rest, ventured to solicit, from her new friend, a recommendation to a cheap lodging, with some honest hostess. Enchanted to be able to serve her, the poor woman immediately said that she could nowhere be better than in that very house, and, when its mistress made various objections, first that she had not a room unoccupied, next that she had no spare bed, and then that her husband would be angry, the zealous Dame Fairfield obviated them all. The room, she said, with a significant nod, where they kept their boxes, would be never the worse for being slept in a few nights, now all the boxes were empty, and the bed she had had for herself the last winter could be easily carried upstairs, for she would stop to carry it with her own hands. And as to Master Gosse, he was so fond of her little dearies, that he could not have so bad a heart as to be off doing a service to a gentlewoman who had been so kind to them. This eloquence was all sufficient. The real obstacle, that of aiding an unknown traveller, occurring neither to the advocate nor to the opponent. Free from the niceties of custom in higher life, and unembarrassed by the perplexities of discriminating scruples, the good women, often lonely travellers themselves, saw nothing in such a situation to excite distrust, and regarded it therefore simply as a claim upon hospitality. To have manifested good nature, was sufficient to procure credit for good character, and to have done kind offices, was to secure their return. Dame Fairfield busily set about putting into order a little apartment, that was encumbered with trunks and boxes, which she piled one upon another, to make a place for a small bed. She would suffer no one to give her any help, sweeping, dusting, rubbing, and arranging all the lumber herself, with an alacrity of pleasure, a gaiety of goodwill, that charmed away, for a while, the misery of Juliet, by the consoling picture thus presented to her view, of untaught benevolence and generosity; a picture which must always be pleasing to the friend of human nature, however less exalting, than when those qualities, as the cultured fruits of religion and of principle, are purified into virtues. In this mean little lodging, to avoid being seen or heard of, Juliet passed 3 days self-enclosed, with no employment but that of writing long letters to Gabriella, which, eventually, were to be sent by the post, or delivered by herself. This, however, not filling up her time, the wish of obliging, joined to a constant desire of acquiring, in every situation, the art of being useful, that art which, more than wealth, or state, or power, preserves its cultivator from wearying either himself or those around him, led her to bestow the rest of the day in aiding the woman of the house in sundry occupations. To have seen and examined the famous cathedral, to have found out the walks, to have informed herself of the manufactures, and to have visited the antiquities and curiosities of this celebrated city, and its neighbourhood, might have solaced the anxiety of this moment; but discretion baffled curiosity, and fear took place of all desire of amusement. She could only regale her confinement by the hope of soon obtaining her freedom in an innocent and beautiful retreat, and remained, therefore, perfectly stationary, till she conceived that an answer might be returned from Gabriella. On the evening of that day, she prevailed upon Dame Gosse, whose mornings were all engaged, but whose goodwill she had now completely secured, to be her messenger to the post office. Without any letter, however, the messenger returned, though with an acknowledgment that one was arrived, but that it could only be delivered to Miss Ellis herself, or to a written order with a receipt. Juliet was immediately preparing to write one, when Dame Gosse said, "They do tell me that you be a person advertised in the London newspapers. It ben't true, be it?" "Good heaven, no!" Juliet ejaculated. "Pray, be you the person called commonly known by the name of Miss Ellis?" Juliet, changing colour, asked why she made that inquiry. The woman, instead of answering, looked earnestly in her face, with an air of steadfast examination. In the greatest dismay, Juliet turned from her, without hazarding another question, and was going upstairs; but Dame Gosse begged that she would just stop a bit, because 2 persons were coming, that she had promised should have a peep at her. Shocked and terrified, Juliet would still have passed on, but an instant sufficed to tell her that, in such an emergency, not to make some immediate attempt to escape, was to be lost. Turning, therefore, back, "Dame Gosse," she cried, slipping a crown piece into her hands, with an apology for giving her so much trouble,
Hasten again to the post office, and say that I shall come for my letter myself.' The woman, without question or demur, received the money and set off. And she was no sooner out of sight, than Juliet, taking her own small packet, unnoticed by Master Gosse, who was at work in his little garden, went forth by the opposite way, turning, as quickly as possible, from the high road, where she might most naturally be pursued, and, for all else, committing her footsteps to chance and to hope, those last, and not seldom, best friends of distress and difficulty. Wandering on, by paths unknown to herself, with feet not more swift than trembling, fearing she was followed, yet not daring, by a glance around, to ascertain either danger or safety, she overtook a young village girl, who was hoydening with a smart footman, but who caught her attention, by representing to him that, if he detained her any longer, she should miss the return chaise, and not know how to get back to Romsey, for her mother would be too angry to wait for her even a moment. The sound of Romsey revived the spirits of Juliet. If she could join this young person, she might find a conveyance, equally unsuspected and expeditious, to within a mile or two of the very spot where she hoped for concealment. She loitered, therefore, in sight till the footman retreated, and then, following the girl, though with affright, by returning to the town, she soon found herself in the churchyard of the cathedral, where the damsel encountered her waiting mother, with whom, boldly defying her wrath, she began sturdily to wrangle. Juliet stood aloof, during the altercation, still hoping to accompany them in their route. The beautiful Gothic structure before her, the latest and finest remains of ancient elegance, lightness, and taste, was nearly lost to her sight, from the misery and preoccupation of her mind, though appearing now with peculiar effect, from the shadows cast upon it by the rising moon. Yet soon, in defiance of all absorption, the magnetic affinity, in a mind natively pious, of religious solemnity with sorrow, made the antique grace of this wonderful edifice catch, even in this instant of terror and agitation, the admiring eye of Juliet, whose mind was always open to excellence, even when most incapable of receiving any species of pleasure. She leaned for a moment's repose, in a recess of the building, which the shade rendered dark, nearly sinking under the horror of pursuit, and the shame of eluding it. To find herself advertised in a newspaper! The blood mounted indignantly into her cheeks. Perhaps to be described! Perhaps named, and with a reward for her discovery! Cold from them, at this surmise, the blood again descended to her heart. Yet every feeling was transient, that led not to immediate escape. Every reflection was momentary, that turned not to personal safety. The dispute between the mother and daughter was interrupted, not finished, by the reappearance of the footman, who told them that the physician was just going off. They scampered instantly to an inn, from the gateway of which a post-chaise was issuing. Juliet, who had pursued, now joined them, and proposed making one in their party. The women neither refused nor consented. They renewed their contention, and heard only one another; but the postillion, to whom Juliet held out his half-crown, gave her a place with readiness, and she was driven to Romsey. End of chapter 71. Recording by Roxana Nazari. Chapter 72 of The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wanderer, or Female Difficulties, by Fanny BURNEY. Chapter 72. The affrighted Juliet, every instant in expectation of being stopped, was silent the whole way. The loquacity of her companions, to whom the journey was an uninterrupted opportunity for wrangling,
secured her from any remark; and they arrived, and were separating, at Romsey, nearly without having taken notice that they had ever been together, when Juliet, having descended from the chaise, turned fearfully round, to examine whether she were pursued. She saw no one, and blessed heaven. Nevertheless it was night. She was alone, in the suburbs of a strange town, and wholly ignorant of the way to the New Forest. It was too late to go on without a guide, yet to demand one, or to order a chaise, at such an hour, would be risking to leave documents behind her that might facilitate her being discovered. She addressed herself, therefore, to her fellow travellers, and besought them to afford, or to procure her, a safe lodging for the night. The mother coarsely demanded immediate payment, which being accorded, she said that she had some spare bedding, which could be put upon the floor, in the sleeping room of Debbie. Juliet accompanied them to their homely habitation, at the further extremity of a narrow lane, in the busy and prosperous town of Romsey; and though nothing could be more ordinary than the dwelling, or the accommodations which she there found, neither splendour, nor wealth, nor luxury, nor pleasure, could have devised for her, at that moment, a sojourn more acceptable, since, to all but safety, distress and affright made her insensible. But this first moment of solid satisfaction past, her whole mind became absorbed in fearful ruminations upon the various risks that she was running, and in gloomy apprehensions of what might be their result. Her taciturnity and dejection were as little imitated as they were little happy. Her companion, almost equally self-occupied, though by no means equally incommoded by foresight, or burdened with discretion, broke forth immediately into the history of her own affairs and situations, bitterly inveighing against the ill nature of her mother, which was always thwarting everything that was agreeable, and boldly declaring her fixed determination to go to the fair with Mr. Thomas. The humanity of Juliet here conquered her silence, but her representations, whether of danger or of duty, were scouted with rude merriment, and she found again as wilful a victim to pleasure as Flora Pearson, though without the simplicity, the good humour, or the beauty of that credulous maiden. Nearly with the light, Juliet arose, resolved, with whatever fatigue, to travel on foot, that she might not hazard being recognized, through the advertisement, by any coachman or postilion, and to be less liable to detection from passing observers. She changed, overnight, her bonnet, which was of white chip, for one the most coarse and ordinary of straw, with her young hostess, of whom also she bought a blue-striped apron. Shocking to all her feelings was this attempt to disguise, so imitative of guilt, so full of semblance to conscious imposture. But there are sometimes circumstances, great and critical, that call for all the energy of our courage, and demand all the resources of our faculties for warding off impending and substantial evil, at whatever risk of transitory misconstruction. Her account being already settled, she wished to depart unobserved, that she might less easily be traced. Her young hostess, sleeping late and tired, slept soundly, and was not disturbed by her rising, dressing, or opening the room door, and she glided downstairs without being missed or noticed. The door of the house was fastened only by a bolt, and she gained the street without noise or interruption. Here all yet was still as night. The houses were shut up, and nothing was in view, nor in hearing, but a solitary cart, driven by a young carter, who amused his toil by the alternate pleasure of smacking his horse and whistling to the winds. This vehicle, which was probably travelling to the high road, she determined to follow. The general stillness made the slightest motion heard, and the carter, though at a considerable distance, turned round, and called out,
Why, you be up betimes, my lovey. Come and Izzy give you a cast.
Startled, she looked down, crossing the way, and appearing not to suppose herself to be the person thus addressed. But the carter, standing still, repeated his invitation, assuring her that he had plenty of room. Uncertain how to act, she stopped. Terms of coarse endearment, then, accompanied a more pressing desire that she would advance. Frightened, she drew back, but the carter, throwing his whip upon his carriage, vowed that she should be caught, and ran after her, shouting, aloud, till she regained the house. He then scoffingly exclaimed, "Why, be plaguy shy o' the sudden, Mistress Debby!" and, composedly turning upon his heel, began again to smack his horse, and whistle to the winds. Juliet, who in finding herself taken for her young hostess, found also how light a character that young hostess bore, was struck to see danger thus every way surrounding her, and alarmed at the risk, to which impatience had blinded her, of travelling, at so early an hour, alone. "Alas!" she cried, "is it only under the domestic roof, that roof to me denied, that woman can know safety, respect, and honour?" She now strolled to the vicinity of a capital mansion, at the door of which, if again put in fear, she could knock and make herself heard. But the higgler went on, and another cart soon appeared, in which she had the pleasure to see a woman, driven by a boy. Unannoyed then, she walked by its side till she came to the long middle street, when she found that, from solitude at least, she had nothing more to apprehend. Carts, waggons, and diligences were wheeling through the town. Market women were arriving with butter, eggs, and poultry. Workmen and manufacturers were trudging to their daily occupations. All was alive and in motion, and commerce, with its 100 hands, was everywhere operating and spreading its sources of wealth through its active sisters, ingenuity and industry. No difficulty now remained for finding the route. Travellers of every kind led the way. Her coarse bonnet and blue apron saved her from peculiar remark, and her appearance of decency, with the deep care in her countenance, which to the common observer seemed but an air of business, kept aloof all intrusive impertinence. Thus, for the first early hours of the morning, she journeyed on, nearly unnoticed, and wholly unmolested. Every one, like herself, alert to proceed, and impressed with the value of time, because using it to advantage, pursued his own purpose, without leisure or thought to trouble himself with that of his neighbour. 5 times she had already counted the friendly milestone since she had quitted Romsey. 1 mile only remained to be trodden, ere she reached the New Forest. But that mile was replete with obstacles, to which its 5 sisters had been strangers. It was now noon, and a gentle breeze, which hitherto had fanned her passage, and wafted to her refreshment, suddenly ceased its playful benignity, chanced to a distance by the burning rays of a vertical sun, just bursting forth with meridianal fire and splendour, and dispersing the flying clouds which, in obstructing its refulgence, had softened its intenseness. This quick change of temperature, operating materially like an effective change of climate, annihilated, for the moment, all the strength of Juliet, who as yet, from the freshness of the morning air, the vivacity of mental courage, had been a stranger of fatigue. Upon looking around, to seek a spot where she might obtain a few instants' rest, and some passing succour, she observed that the road, but just before so busily peopled, appeared to be abruptly forsaken. The labourers were no longer working at the highways, or at the hedges. The harvestmen were vanished. The market women were gone. The road retained merely here and there an idle straggler, and the fields exhibited only a solitary boy, left to frighten away the birds. A sensation nearly of famine, with which next from long fasting, joined to vigorous exercise in the open air, she felt assailed, soon pointed out to her that the cause of this general desertion was the rural hour of repast. Initiated now by her own exertions in the necessity both of support and of rest, she too felt that this was the hour of nature for recruit. But where to stop? And how procure sustenance with safety and prudence? She looked about for some cottage, and was not long ere she found one; but, upon begging for a glass of water from a husbandman, who was standing upon the threshold, he answered that she should have it, if she would pay him with a kiss. She walked on to another, but some men were smoking at the door, and she had not courage to make her demand. At a third, she was disconcerted by a familiar invitation to partake of a cup of cider. She now resolved to make no further application but to females, since countrymen, even those who are freest from any evil designs, are almost all either gross or facetious. Women, however, at this hour, were not easily met with. They were within, preparing their meals, or cleaning their platters, and feeding their poultry, rabbits, or pigs. She now dropped, scarcely able to breathe from the oppression of the heat, or to sustain herself from the enfeebling effects of emptiness, joined to overpowering fatigue. With pain and difficulty she dragged on her wearied limbs, while a furious thirst parched her mouth, and seemed consuming her inside. Now too her distress received the tormenting augmentation of intrusive interruption; for, in losing the elasticity of her motions, she lost, to the vulgar observer, her appearance of innocence. Her eye, eagerly cast around in search of an asylum, appeared to be courting attention; her languor seemed but loitering, and her slow unequal pace wore the air of inviting a companion. Nor was the character of chaste diligence, and vivacious business, any longer predominant in those whom she now casually encountered. The noontide heat, in impairing their bodily strength, caused a mental lassitude that made them ready for any dissipation that might divert their weariness; and Juliet, young, rosy, and alone, seemed exactly fashioned for awakening their drowsy faculties. No one, therefore, passed without remarking her, and scarcely any one without making her some address. The inconsistency of her attire, which her slackened pace allowed time for developing, gave rise to much comment, and some mockery. Her ordinary bonnet and blue apron ill accorded with the other part of her dress, and she was now assailed with coarse compliments upon her pretty face, now by jocose propositions to join company, and now by free solicitations for a salute. Painfully she forced herself on, till at length she discerned an ancient dame, in a field by the side of the road, who sat spinning at the door of a cottage. She crossed a stile, and, presenting herself to the old woman, craved a draught of water, and permission to take a little rest. The good old dame, who was surrounded by little boys and girls, to whom she was singing the antique ballad of the children of the wood, in a tone so dolorous and with such heavy sighs, that the elder of her hearers, who were 5 and 6 years old, were dissolved in tears; while the younger ones clung to her knees, pale and scared, finished her stanza before she would answer, or look at the supplicant stranger. She then raised her eyes, with evident vexation at the interruption; but when she perceived the weak state, and listened to the faint accents of her petitioner, the expression of her countenance became all benevolence; and, good-humouredly nodding her head, she disengaged herself from the children, arose, fetched a horn of water, added to it a cup of milk, and then, presenting to the weary traveller her own chair, which was large and low, she got a smaller and less commodious one from the kitchen for herself. The nearly exhausted Juliet gratefully accepted this hospitality, and, in quaffing her milk and water, believed herself initiated in the knowledge of the flavour, and of all the occult qualities of nectar. It is thus, then, she thought, that the poor and laborious also learn, even from their toils and sufferings, what is luxury and enjoyment. For where is the regale, and what is the liberation, which the most sumptuous table of refined elegance can offer, that can be more exquisite to the taste, than this simple beverage of milk and water, received thus at the moment of parching thirst, and deadly fatigue? Meanwhile the little ones, impatient at the interruption of a tale which engaged all their tenderest feelings, and of which no repetition could diminish the interest, looked with clouded brows, and unchecked ill humour, upon the intruder; and, while the elder ones vented their chagrin by crying, some of the younger ones, yet more completely in the rough hands of untutored nature, rushed forward to beat the cause of their vexation, while others, indignantly, struggled to pull her out of the chair of their grandam. Juliet, whom their fat little hands could not hurt, and who approved their fondness both for their grandmother and for the ballad, forgave their petulance in favour of its motive; but the grandam, putting aside her spinning wheel, called them all around her, and calmly inquired what was the matter. They vociferously answered that they wanted to push away the naughty person who was come to take Granny's chair. And what, she asked, would they do themselves, should they be obliged to walk a great way off, till they were tired to death, and as dry as dust, if nobody would give them a little drink, nor a seat to sit down? But they would never walk a great way off, they answered, never as long as they lived. They would always stay at home with dad and ma'am and grandam. But dad and ma'am, she resumed, were often obliged to walk a great way off themselves, and if nobody would let them have a seat, nor anything to drink, what would become of them? Whereas, if they should hap to light upon this young gentlewoman in any trouble, she would remember what had been done for herself, and get them fresh water, and sweet milk, and the easiest chair she could find; and would not they be glad of such good luck to dad and ma'am? Besides that, by doing good, they would be loved by all good boys and girls, and even by God himself, who was the Father of all them. This was speaking at once to their sensations and their understandings. Dad and ma'am in distress and relieved seemed present to their view, and they all flew to do something for their guest, as if their gratitude were already indebted. One brought her half an apple, another a quarter of a pear, one a bunch of red currants, another of white. The youngest of the little girls presented her with an old broken rattle, and the smallest of the little boys waddled to her with a hoop. Amused by this infantine scene of filial piety, and revived by rest and refreshment, Juliet soon recompensed their endearing innocence, by dancing the smaller ones in her arms, and prattling playfully with those who were less babyish. Then, putting a shilling into one of their hands, she requested to have a couple of eggs and a crust of bread. The eggs were immediately baked in the cinders, the crust was cut from a loaf of sweet and fresh brown bread, and if her drink had seemed nectar, what was more substantial appeared to her to be ambrosia, and her little waiters became Hebs and Ganymedes. Refreshment thus salubrious, rest thus restorative, and security thus serene, after fatigue, fasting, and alarm, made her deem this one of the most felicitous moments of her life. Her sole immediate desire was to lengthen it, and to spend, in this tranquil retreat, a part, at least, of the period destined to concealment and obscurity. She had not forgotten her first little protégés, nor lost her wish to join them and their worthy mother; but she had severely experienced how little fitted to the female character, to female safety, and female propriety, was this hazardous plan of lonely wandering. She begged, therefore, permission, as a wearied traveller, to pass the night in the cottage. The good dame readily consented, saying that she could not offer very handsome bedding, but that it should be clean and wholesome, for it had belonged to her youngest daughter, who was just gone out to service. This arranged, the ballad was again begun, so exquisitely to the delight of the young audience, that though at the stanza, "Their little lips with blackberries were all besmeared and dyed, and when they saw the darksome night, they sat them down and cried," they all sobbed aloud. They were yet so grieved when it was over, that they clung around their grandame, saying with one voice, "Addin, Granny, addin." Granny, however, was too much tired to comply, and the repetition was deferred to another day. In the evening the mother of the children came home, and heard what had been settled with her new and unknown guest, without objection or interference. The father appeared soon after, and was equally passive. The grandame was mistress of the cottage, and in her own room, which was that also of the elder children, Juliet was lodged. The younger branches of the family slept, with their father and mother, in the kitchen, which, like the apartment of the cobbler, served them equally for parlour and hall. Juliet found the man and his wife perfectly good sort of people, simply but usefully employed in earning their living, while their aged mother took charge of their dwelling, their nourishment, and their children. Thus safely and tranquilly situated, Juliet, without meeting any difficulty, proposed to sojourn with them for some days. She gave also a commission to the younger mistress of the house, to purchase her some ready-made linen at Romsey, and she was soon more consistently equipped in new but homely apparel. This interval was most seasonably passed in recruiting her strength, and calming her spirits. She took pleasant walks, accompanied by the tallest boy and girl. She worked for the grandmother, taught a part of the catechism to some of the children, played with them all, and made herself at once so useful and so agreeable in the rustic dwelling, that she won the heart and goodwill of all its inhabitants. Yet 3 times only the sun had set thus serenely, when her host, returning half an hour later in the evening than usual, appeared so altered and ill-humoured, that Juliet thought it advisable to leave him with his family, but the slightness of the small building made as inevitable as it was alarming, her learning that she was herself the subject of his discontent. He told his mother that she must be more cautious how she harboured travellers, or she might come to trouble, for there was a young female swindler, in or about Salisbury, who was advertised in the newspapers, and who, upon being found out in her tricks, had made off with Dame Goss's, without so much as paying for her lodging. She had been traced as far as Romsey, by means of a postillion, but there too she had left her lodgings by stealth, in the very middle of the night. All the coachmen and postillions and innkeepers were looking out for her, a handsome reward being offered for sending tidings where she might be met with, to an attorney in London. "And now, mother," he continued, "suppose by hap this young gentlewoman be she? Why, you'll be fit to hung yourself, mother. For as to her being so kind to the children, that be no sign, for the bad ones be oftentimes the kindest." He then inquired whether she had arrived in a white muslin gown, and a white chip hat. Her gown might be white muslin, the mother answered, for aught she could say to the contrary, for it was covered almost all round by a blue striped apron, but as to her hat, it was nothing but a straw bonnet, as coarse and ordinary as he might wish to set eyes on. Oh then, he said, it was clear that it could not be she. She was not a person to wear a blue apron. She had been seen, the very night she made off, just quite genteel. What now was the consternation of Juliet, to find herself thus pursued as a runaway, and stigmatized as a swindler and an impostor! "Astonishing destiny!" she cried. "For what am I reserved? Oh, when may I cast off this veil of humiliating concealment? When meet unappalled the fair eye of open day? When appear, when, alas, even know what I am?" This, however, was not the end. It soon seemed scarcely the beginning of new distress, so far more deeply terrible to her with the intelligence by which it was followed. When the women demanded where he had heard this news, he answered at the public house, where he was told that all Salisbury was in an uproar, a rich outlandish monsieur, in a post-chaise, having just come to the great inn, with the advertisement in his hand, pointing to the reward, and promising, in pretty good English, to double it, if the person should be found. Not another word could Juliet hear, not an instant, not a thought could she bestow to learn further what was past, or even to gather what was passing. The future, the dread of what was to come, took sole possession of her feelings and her faculties, and again to fly, more rapidly, more eagerly, more affrighted than ever to fly, was her immediate act, rather than resolution. She accoutred herself, therefore, in all that was most homely to her new apparel, made a packet of what remained of her genuine attire, left half a guinea open upon a little table, to avoid again the accusation of being a swindler, and then, descending the ladder, and contriving to hide her bundle with her blue apron as she passed, said that she was going to take a walk in the neighbouring fields, but that it was too late to take out the children, and giving to each of them a penny, to buy cakes, she quitted the cottage. Without an instant, without even any powers for reflection, she darted across the fields, gained the road, and within 20 minutes arrived at an entrance into the New Forest, to which she had already learnt the way in her rambles with the children. End of chapter 72. Recording by Roxana Nazari.